Chapter 1699. Plop. The group of people immediately knelt on the ground, trembling, their faces full of fear. Elder Xiong looked at Tang Hai and begged, "Palace Master, please save us." However, Tang Hai turned a deaf ear, his expression extremely cold. "It's useless to ask anyone for help." Zhao Tai sneered, murderous intent surging in his eyes. "Wait." Qin Feiyang reached out to stop Zhao Tai, looked at Elder Xiong and asked, "Where are the others from the Nether Hall?" "They're all in Mu Tianyang's space divine item," Elder Xiong said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, "Why are the people of the Nether Hall in Mu Tianyang's space divine item?" "Our space divine item is too small, it can only hold 20 or 30 people, so after coming to the ancient world, we let the others stay in Mu Tianyang's space divine item. First of all, Mu Tianyang's space divine item has a time array. It can help everyone improve their cultivation as soon as possible. Second of all, his space divine item is of a higher grade. If there's any danger, it can protect everyone," Elder Xiong said in detail. Qin Feiyang said, "So, other than you elders, the others are in Mu Tianyang's hands?" "Yes." Elder Xiong nodded. "How many people does the Nether Hall have in total, and how many combat emperors?" Qin Feiyang said. "The Nether Hall has a total of 500,000 people, and about 50,000 combat emperors. Among them, there are more than 5,000 9-star combat emperors, and more than 1,000 9-star combat emperors at the peak," Elder Xiong said. "More than 5,000 9-star combat emperors, and more than 1,000 9-star combat emperors at the peak. This Mu Tianyang really got a good deal." Qin Feiyang harumphed coldly. "Yes. He'll definitely put all of them under his command. With the time array, it won't be long before more false gods are born around him." Zhao Tai sighed. "How can it be that easy? Besides, even if they all reach the semi-divinity realm, they won't pose any threat to us," Qin Feiyang said. "That's true. As long as the demon imprint is not removed, they will not be able to step into the war god realm. A false god who can't step into the war god realm will never be a threat to us." Zhao Tai smiled. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. He looked at Elder Xiong and said, "Last question, where is Wang Yuanshan?" Elder Xiong hurriedly said, "He is also hiding in Mu Tianyang's spatial divine object." Qin Feiyang stared blankly for a moment before he chuckled and said, "It seems that I don't need to do anything. His end will be very miserable." He knew very well what kind of person Mu Tianyang was. If the giant python and the fire dragon were still here, he definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. However, now that the giant python was dead and the fire dragon couldn't even protect himself, he no longer had any worries. Wang Yuanshan's end would definitely be the same as the others from the Nether Hall, becoming Mu Tianyang's prisoner or even cannon fodder. "My lord, please spare us. We will follow you like the Hall Master. Look, we are all false gods. We will definitely be of help to you." Elder Xiong looked at Qin Feiyang and begged. The others also had begging expressions. The Vice Hall Master was the same. "False gods? With a war god like old Zhao helping me, do you think I still need false gods like you? Besides, Tang Hai will also step into the war god realm soon." "Of course. If you had made the same decision as Tang Hai, I definitely wouldn't have killed you. Unfortunately, you continue to choose to go against me. Especially you." Qin Feiyang's gaze landed on the Vice Hall Master and said, "Have you been eyeing the position of the Nether Hall's Hall Master for a long time?" The Vice Hall Master panicked. He glanced at Tang Hai and shook his head, "I haven't." "You haven't?" Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. "If that's the case, why did you announce that you're going to succeed the position of Hall Master in front of Tang Hai?" The Vice Hall Master stammered, "I was angry, yes, I was angry. I saw the Hall Master betraying everyone, so I did those stupid things in a fit of anger." "Is that so?" Qin Feiyang looked at him playfully. Yes. The Vice Hall Master nodded. "Shut up." Qin Feiyang yelled and sneered, what kind of person haven't I seen in this world? Even though I don't know you, I can tell you're a typical hypocrite just by looking at your behavior. I'm not. The Vice Hall Master roared. Whoosh. But suddenly, Tang Hai silently appeared behind the Vice Palace Master and coldly said, Qin Feiyang doesn't understand you, but I do. Since a long time ago, I had already seen that you were an ambitious person. It was only because I saw that you still had some value that I didn't make a move on you. Hall Master, the Vice Hall Master's eyes trembled. He quickly turned to Tang Hai and wanted to explain. But Tang Hai didn't give him a chance to explain. Just as the Vice Hall Master turned around, he grabbed the dagger and stabbed it into the Vice Hall Master's skull. Crack. The skull shattered. The dagger went straight to the Vice Hall Master's sea of consciousness, shattering his soul on the spot. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the Deputy Palace Master died on the spot. Hall Master, we know we're wrong, please don't kill us. Looking at this scene, Elder Xiong and the others couldn't help but tremble and turn pale. Whoosh! Tang Hai's expression was as cold as ever. In a flash, he appeared in front of Elder Xiong. With a light swing of the dagger, Elder Xiong's head fell to the ground. He's gone crazy. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Even if we die, we have to drag him down with us. One of the elders roared and a destructive aura rushed out of his body. Obviously, he was going to self-destruct. Humph. Do you think I'll give you the chance to self-destruct? Zhao Tailai snorted coldly and a terrifying pressure rolled out. The group of people was immediately imprisoned there. In fact, even his bloodline power had been sealed up by Zhang Xian. They couldn't even move their brows. Tang Hai raised his hand and the dagger revealed a peerless edge. Bang bang bang. One by one, heads rolled to the ground. Bang. In the end, a few headless corpses fell to the ground and blood spurted out. Qin Feiyang glanced at Elder Xiong and the others, then looked at Tang Hai and said, You're quite ruthless. A great man must be ruthless. If you want to achieve great things, you have to be ruthless. Tang Hai said. Huh, accompanied by a loud laugh, the inner demons appeared from the inner world and looked at Tang Hai, not bad, you're to my liking. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and said angrily, Why did you come out to join in the fun? Such a good talent, if I don't come out, what if you kill him? The inner demons laughed. Did I say I was going to kill him? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. The inner demons said impatiently, Cut the crap, I like this person very much. Train him well in the future. Do I need you to tell me that? Qin Feiyang glared at him, then looked at Zhao Tailai and said, Go guard the entrance immediately. No matter what happens, don't let Mu Tianyang sneak out of the ancient realm. Yes. Zhao Tailai bowed and then returned the Phoenix God blade to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, You keep it first. This, Zhao Tailai's face was filled with shock. Qin Feiyang said with a smile, I'm just lending it to you temporarily. When you find a suitable divine artifact, you have to return it to me. Thank you, young master. Zhao Tailai quickly bowed and thanked him. Go. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. This subordinate will not disappoint you and guard the entrance. Zhao Tailai said with a serious face, then put away the Phoenix God blade and disappeared in the direction of the entrance. Qin Feiyang also waved his hand and led Tang Hai and the inner demons into the Black Tortoise realm. Tang Hai hesitated for a moment, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I have a question for you. What is it? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Tang Hai said, Did you use the slave seal to control Zhao Tailai? No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. No. Tang Hai was surprised and said, Then you're not worried about giving the Phoenix God blade to him? Don't use people you don't trust. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. Tang Hai asked, Then will you use the slave seal to control me? Yes. Because you're more dangerous than anyone else. Most importantly, I don't know you at all. I can't keep a hidden danger by my side. Qin Feiyang said. Understood. Tang Hai nodded, grabbed the dagger, and stabbed it into his lower abdomen. His sea of qi was immediately destroyed. Inner Demon immediately laughed and said, "Did you see that? What a straightforward and honest person. The more I look at him, the more I like him. Then you can elope with him." Qin Feiyang said. Elope? The Inner Demons was stunned and said angrily, "Do you know how to speak human language? Don't you like him?" "I'm fulfilling your wish." Qin Feiyang said. "Get lost." The Inner Demons glared at him, then suddenly rolled his eyes and said with a smirk, "Boy, you're very arrogant, aren't you? What do you want to do?" Qin Feiyang immediately became vigilant. "I'm not interested in you. Why should I be so vigilant? However, I'm very interested in the Mermaid Princess and Lin Yi. When I find them in the future, I will elope with them in front of you. By the way, I will kidnap Wang Yu, and let you die alone." The Inner Demon smiled sneakily, looking extremely wretched. Qin Feiyang was taken aback, and his veins suddenly jumped. But before he could speak, the Inner Demon slipped into his inner world. What a bastard. Qin Feiyang shook his head and scolded with a smile. Tang Hai asked with a strange look, "Is he really your Inner Demons?" "It's the real deal." Qin Feiyang nodded. "He actually gets along so well with the Inner Demons," Tang Hai murmured. This kid was truly an oddball. Qin Feiyang gathered his thoughts and formed a seal with both hands. The seal of slavery appeared and disappeared into Tang Hai's head. After controlling Tang Hai's soul, Qin Feiyang took out the Heart of Origin and removed the Devil's seal on Tang Hai. It really works. Tang Hai lowered his head and witnessed the entire process of the Devil's seal disappearing. At this moment, his eyes couldn't help but become misty. How many years, how much bitterness. Now, he finally got rid of the damn seal. Qin Feiyang did not disturb Tang Hai and stood aside silently. Chapter 1700. A moment later. Tang Hai finally calmed down, and his eyes were as still as a pool of water. Qin Feiyang landed on the ground with Tang Hai and said, "Take the Spirit Sea pill and get ready to break through." Tang Hai nodded, took out a Spirit Sea pill, threw it into his mouth, and sat cross-legged on the ground. Roar. At this moment, a beast roar was heard. When Qin Feiyang turned his head to look, he saw a golden beast flying over from the distance like a bolt of lightning. That's right. It was the golden leopard that Zhao Tailai had subdued. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Long time no see. Do we know each other?" The golden leopard raised its arrogant head and said coldly. "Ah." Qin Feiyang was stunned. The golden leopard swooped down and landed beside the two of them. It glanced at Tang Hai, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, "It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously." A joke? Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Well, can you help me get rid of the devil mark?" The golden leopard grinned and its eyes were full of flattery. "No." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The golden leopard was stunned and hurriedly said, "Didn't Zhao Tailai say that you would help me?" "That's what he said, not me." "Go find him." Qin Feiyang said lightly. "Zhao, you lied to me. I'm not done with you. Where are you hiding? Come out and die." The golden leopard roared fiercely. Qin Feiyang looked on coldly. "Where is Zhao Tailai?" The golden leopard looked at Qin Feiyang and asked. "I don't know." Qin Feiyang shook his head. The golden leopard raised its eyebrows and said, "Didn't he go out to help you just now? How can you not know?" I don't know. Qin Feiyang shrugged. "Bastard." The golden leopard was furious. Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled and said, "I was just joking with you, don't take it seriously." A joke? The corner of the golden leopard's mouth twitched, and it said angrily, "How can you joke about such things? Don't you like to joke? Then I'll definitely give you face and play with you." Qin Feiyang said. The golden divine leopard teased, I didn't expect you to be so vengeful. Yes. I'm a very vengeful person. So, in the future, don't fall into my hands. In short, since you've already chosen to follow old Zhao, then you have to do your part and fulfill your duty. Qin Feiyang said. This is between me and old Zhao. What does it have to do with you? What a busybody. The golden leopard said unhappily. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, Zhao Tai Lai is one of my people. Do you think it has anything to do with me? All right. I promise that I will wholeheartedly assist Zhao Tai Lai in maintaining world peace in the future. The golden divine leopard waved its claws and said impatiently. Maintaining world peace? Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This guy really knew how to talk nonsense. He didn't say anything else. He took out the Heart of Origin and helped the golden divine leopard remove the demon mark. What is this? Why is it such a divine artifact? The golden divine leopard looked at the Heart of Origin curiously. It's none of your business. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the Heart of Origin entered his glabella and went straight into his sea of consciousness. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. What's the big deal? The golden divine leopard pursed its lips and asked, Can you tell me where Zhao Tai Lai is now? Qin Feiyang said, He's at the entrance of the ancient world. The golden divine leopard's eyes lit up, and it urged, Hurry up and send me out. I've never been outside before. Qin Feiyang said, Answer me first. Can the hearts of pseudo-god divine beasts also remove the demon mark? The golden divine leopard was stunned and asked suspiciously, Who told you that? That's complete nonsense. Nonsense? Qin Feiyang frowned. Think about it yourself. We are also controlled by the demon mark. How can we use our hearts to remove the demon mark? The golden divine leopard said. Is the mysterious man lying to me? Qin Feiyang muttered. He looked at the golden divine leopard and asked, Then why does the python forbid anyone from harming pseudo-god divine beasts like you? This, the golden divine leopard stammered. Speak. Qin Feiyang shouted. Alas. The golden divine leopard sighed and said, We used to be the subordinates of the python. It forbade humans to hunt us in order to protect us. You are the subordinates of the python? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. The golden divine leopard nodded. Qin Feiyang asked suspiciously, Then why didn't it let you kill me when I went against it? Even it was no match for you, let alone us. If it let us kill you, wouldn't it be sending us to our deaths in vain? The golden divine leopard said. That's true. Qin Feiyang smiled. You're not modest at all. The golden divine leopard pouted. It's the truth. Why should I be modest? Qin Feiyang chuckled and asked, In other words, all the divine beasts in the black tortoise world used to be its subordinates. Yes. The golden divine leopard nodded. That old thing is indeed lying to me. Qin Feiyang muttered. Old thing? Who is it? The golden divine leopard asked curiously. Qin Feiyang said, The sealed divine artifact in the soul-sealing valley. It looked for you? The golden divine leopard was surprised. You know about it too? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. I've heard of it. According to the python, it used to be a great demon. Countless creatures died in its hands. It's a very terrifying existence. The golden divine leopard said. Qin Feiyang said, Then do you know why it was sealed in the soul-sealing valley? I think it's because it offended its creator. I'm not sure about the specific reason. However, you have to be careful. If this demon breaks the seal, I'm afraid we'll all be finished. The golden divine leopard said. I know that this guy doesn't have good intentions, so I haven't let it out. Qin Feiyang said. The golden divine leopard said, It's best to seal it there forever. Qin Feiyang nodded. Are you done? If you're done, send me out. It wasn't easy to get rid of the python. I have to go and have some fun. The golden divine leopard laughed. There's nothing in the ancient world. How are you going to have fun? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, the entrance to the ancient world is in the southeast. I'll warn you again. Don't go against me. The ancient city they were in was in the northwest, so the entrance was naturally in the southeast. Relax, relax. The golden divine leopard waved its claws and said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the golden divine leopard disappeared. Not long after, Tang Hai opened his eyes. His aura had already recovered to its peak state. Boom! What followed was a breakthrough. A phenomenon occurred, and heaven and earth rumbled. Not long after, Tang Hai successfully stepped into the war god realm. Is this the power of the war god? Feeling the surging power in his body that was many times stronger than before, Tang Hai couldn't help but feel excited. Congratulations. Qin Feiyang smiled. Tang Hai looked at Qin Feiyang, restrained his aura, knelt on one knee on the ground, and said respectfully, Tang Hai greets young master. Get up. There's a rule here. Qin Feiyang said. What rule? Tang Hai got up and looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said, after breaking through to the war god realm, you can subdue a divine beast as a mount. The divine leopard from before is Zhao Tailai's seat. Mount, Tang Hai murmured, and said, young master, if I really have to choose a mount, I will choose Yu Huang. Yu Huang? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Yes. Young master doesn't know, but I cultivate a divine art called the Nether God art. This Nether God art may not be as good as your Dragon God art, but it's not something an ordinary divine art can compare to. Tang Hai said. Nether God art, Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, and said, your strange speed is because of the Nether God art? Yes. The Nether God art can turn a person into a ghost-like existence. Even if I stand behind you and don't say anything, you won't be able to discover my existence. So, if other beasts follow me, not only will they not be able to help me, but they will also restrict me. But Yu Huang is different. It naturally has no aura. If we join forces, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Tang Hai said. Is that so? Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, I have no objection, but it depends on whether Yu Huang agrees or not. Why does it have to agree or not? Isn't it your spirit pet? Tang Hai said. It's my friend, not my spirit pet. From the beginning, I didn't use the enslavement seal to control it. Qin Feiyang said. I see. Tang Hai said. Qin Feiyang said, Yu Huang's character is extremely eccentric. It won't be easy to make it follow you willingly. I understand. This matter is not urgent. Let's take it slow. Tang Hai said. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, then, what's the grade of the dagger in your hand? Tang Hai said, it's the same grade as the divine phoenix blade. It also gave birth to a spirit? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. Tang Hai nodded. No wonder it can compete with the divine phoenix blade. Qin Feiyang murmured and said with a smile, very good. With you and old Zhao, Mu Tianyang can only run for his life when he sees me in the future. Although Mu Tianyang was once the god of war, he is headstrong and arrogant. It will be difficult for him to achieve great things. Tang Hai said coldly, full of disdain in his words. Don't say that. He must be extraordinary to be able to become a strong opponent of my ancestor. When facing him, it's better to be careful. Qin Feiyang reminded. This subordinate will remember. Tang Hai bowed and said. You've been in the ancient world for a while. Do you know what's here? Qin Feiyang asked. I don't know. When the giant python brought us to the ancient world, it ordered us not to run around. So, during this year, we have been in seclusion. Tang Hai said. Qin Feiyang said, I heard from the fire python that there are many divine objects hidden here. We have to go out and take a look. Divine objects? Fire python? Tang Hai was doubtful. The fire python is the giant python's child and is also the guardian of the miracle. Qin Feiyang said. The giant python's child? Why would it tell you this? Tang Hai was surprised. Not only did it tell me about the ancient world, but it also sent me here. This is a long story. Let's go out first and look for the divine objects while we talk. Qin Feiyang said. Yes. Chapter 1701. After leaving the Black Tortoise world, Qin Feiyang took Tang Hai to search aimlessly in the ancient world. At the same time, they were also looking for traces of Mu Tianyang and his group. Everywhere they went, it was a desolate scene. Staying in such a place for too long would make people unconsciously irritated and depressed. The ancient world at night was even more creepy. There was only darkness and dead silence. So that's how it is. Hearing Qin Feiyang's explanation, Tang Hai nodded in realization. He did not expect that so many things would happen after they left the Black Tortoise world. In a flash, 3 days had passed. Early in the morning, the two flew over a mountain ridge, and their eyes suddenly lit up. Hundreds of miles ahead, there was a very large ancient city. It was even several times larger than the ancient city where Mu Tianyang and the others were hiding. The broken city walls were 50 to 60 meters high, exuding a cold aura. The streets and the buildings on both sides were also dilapidated. But even so, it could not hide its former glory. Above the city gate, one could vaguely see 3 words stained with ruins. Sealed Moon City. The two flew over the city gate like lightning, and a rotten and desolate smell immediately hit them in the face. Tang Hai glanced at the deserted city and whispered, "Young master, be careful, I have an ominous feeling." "I have the same feeling," Qin Feiyang said. The two were especially vigilant, landing on a street in the city one after another, and walked towards the center of the city. The houses on both sides were all in ruins. Broken walls could be seen everywhere. The street where the two were was even more silent. Clang. Suddenly, an ear-piercing metallic sound rang out in a house next to them. It was like the sound of a sword being unsheathed. Tang Hai immediately looked at the house, and a shocking cold light flashed in his eyes. "Don't be impulsive," Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. But he was still a step too late. As he spoke, Tang Hai took a step forward and flew into the house. The inside of the house was also extremely dilapidated. The furniture was already rotten and covered with cobwebs. However, scanning the entire house, Tang Hai did not find anything suspicious. The metallic sound that suddenly sounded before did not appear again. After looking for a while, Tang Hai left the house without saying a word and returned to Qin Feiyang's side, shaking his head at Qin Feiyang. "It seems that there is indeed something unknown in this city." Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly and continued to move forward. Clang. After walking for about a dozen miles, the familiar metallic sound once again rang out from a house on the side of the street without any warning. Tang Hai immediately teleported and rushed into the house. However, still did not find anything. This strange situation made the two more vigilant. Next, every once in a while, the sound would again. However, no matter how fast Qin Feiyang and his companion were, they couldn't find the source of the sound. It was like a ghost haunting it. About an hour passed. Finally, the Tang Yi and Tang palaces. The palace was over 1,000 feet tall and had a total of over a dozen floors. It covered an area of about half a mile. The walls were riddled with holes and looked extremely dilapidated. Clang. However, just as the Tang Yi were about to enter the main hall, the familiar sound sounded again. And it came from the main hall in front of them. A cold light flashed in Tang Hai's eyes. His divine power rolled out and rushed toward the main hall. But at the same time, a sword chi swept out from the main hall. It was so sharp that it actually wiped out Tang Hai's divine power and slashed toward Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai. Qin Feiyang was surprised. Tang Hai was now the god of war. Even his divine power could be wiped out. One could imagine how terrifying this sword chi was. He immediately soared into the sky and looked down at the main hall. His brows were tightly knitted together. Tang Hai was also quite surprised. After coming back to his senses, he immediately waved his hand. Divine power roared out and blasted toward the sword chi. With a loud bang, an apocalyptic wave of energy surged out in all directions. In just a moment, the entire ancient city was razed to the ground. Billowing dust and smoke covered the sky. At the same time, Tang Hai was forced to take a few steps back. His eyes were extremely fierce. As he waved his hand, a gust of wind rose and the dust dissipated. Immediately, Tang Hai and Qin Feiyang were stunned. The main hall in front of them was still there. One had to know. The collision between divine power and sword chi destroyed the entire castle in an instant. The main hall should have been the first to be destroyed. But now, it was still standing in front of them. Above the main hall, there were wisps of sword chi, forming a boundary. It was this boundary that protected the main hall. Don't play tricks. Get out here. Tang Hai shouted. The black dagger appeared. Divine power surged into the dagger and the dagger glowed with black divine light. Streaks of world-destroying sharpness turned into a huge wave, surging toward the main hall from all directions. Clang! But at the same time, a wave of sword chi also surged out of the main hall. The sword chi and the light met again. Boom! The earth shattered and the void collapsed. This time, Tang Hai was forced to take a few steps back. His face was faintly pale. What the hell is inside? High up in the sky, Qin Feiyang's brows furrowed even more. The reason why he said it was something was because he did not sense the aura of humans or beasts in the main hall. The Netherworld sword. After suffering one loss after another, Tang Hai was really angry. He waved his big hand. With a roar of divine power, a pitch-black giant sword appeared in the air. The huge sword was more than 10,000 feet long. It was surrounded by black flames and had a destructive edge. This was a divine art. Destroy! With Tang Hai's shout, the Netherworld sword slashed toward the main hall. Clang! Another terrifying sword chi surged out of the main hall and rushed toward the Netherworld sword. Boom! The two were in a stalemate in the void. I want to see what kind of monster you are. Tang Hai's eyes flashed with killing intent. The dagger in his hand flew out and blasted toward the sword chi. Under the dual bombardment of the Netherworld sword and the dagger, the sword chi was instantly annihilated. Then, the Netherworld sword and the dagger blasted toward the main hall. Accompanied by an earth-shattering loud noise, the main hall was smashed into pieces. At that moment, a black broadsword appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai. The broadsword was suspended in the air. It was 3 feet long and 5 fingers wide. A divine artifact? The two were stunned. It was unbelievable. All this time, it was actually a divine artifact that was causing trouble in the dark. Wait! Suddenly, the two looked at the body of the broadsword. They found that the broadsword was actually incomplete. On the blade, not only were there more than a dozen wide openings, but there were also a few clear cracks on the body of the sword. It gave people the feeling that with a little force, the broadsword would be torn apart. Such a divine artifact was already considered a scrap. But at this moment, it could actually release such a terrifying sword chi? Furthermore, he didn't see anyone around. If there was no one, how could the broadsword show a state of recovery? Could it be, was it self-recovery? How dare you play tricks in front of me? See how I destroy you. Tang Hai glanced at the broadsword, and a cold light suddenly burst out from his eyes. The Netherworld sword and the dagger shattered the sky and slashed toward the broadsword. Clang! The broadsword trembled in the void and turned around to escape. Swish! But at the same time, Qin Feiyang used the move formula and stood in front of it. Clang! The broadsword did not retreat and directly slashed toward Qin Feiyang. The sharpness was extremely terrifying. You have guts to dare to attack me. It seems that a fake god like me can't enter your eyes. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly, took out the ancient castle, and faced it like a brick. Clang! Suddenly, sparks flew everywhere. The broadsword was torn apart immediately. At the same time, within the broadsword, there was a wail like that of a ghost. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Tang Hai's eyes were also full of surprise. Why was there a wail? Just as the two of them were stunned, a black light swept out from a fragment and fled into the distance without looking back. What is that? Is it an artifact spirit? Qin Feiyang looked at the black light, his eyes full of surprise. Tang Hai also came back to his senses. His figure flickered, and in a few breaths, he caught up with the black light with the dagger and the netherworld sword. Divine power surged and turned into a cage, imprisoning the black light inside. Boom! The black light frantically bombarded the cage. The cage was distorted. Seeing that it was about to break, Tang Hai controlled the netherworld sword and the dagger, and said, "If you dare to move again, I will destroy your soul." The black light immediately became obedient, floating in the cage, constantly trembling. It seemed to be trembling because of fear. Qin Feiyang put away the ancient castle and rushed to Tang Hai's side. Looking at the black light, his brows furrowed. Tang Hai said, "Young master, it should be the artifact spirit of that artifact." No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What do you mean? Tang Hai was stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang pondered and said, "Its aura is somewhat familiar." Familiar? Tang Hai frowned. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled, and said, "It's an undead." Undead? Tang Hai was shocked. Yes. The aura it emits is exactly the same as the undead in the desert of the Undead Mountain Range. Qin Feiyang said. Undead. Tang Hai looked up at the black light, his eyes full of disbelief. Qin Feiyang walked to the front of the cage, looked at the undead inside, and said, "I will ask you a few questions. As long as you answer me honestly, I will let you live." The undead seemed to understand Qin Feiyang's words and turned into a blurry black shadow. Although the appearance could not be seen clearly, from the outline, it should be a woman. Because the outline of its waist was very slender. There were also 2 bulges on its chest. Qin Feiyang said, "After we entered the city, you repeatedly made sounds. Are you warning us not to approach this hall?" The undead was silent for a while and nodded. "Why did you stop us?" "In the hall, there doesn't seem to be anything that interests us," Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the undead did not have any reaction. "Speak!" Tang Hai shouted, full of murderous intent. But the undead was still indifferent. "You're courting death." Tang Hai waved his hand, and the sword and dagger suddenly fell. "Don't do it first." Chapter 1702. Tang Hai hurriedly waved his hand, the netherworld sword and dagger immediately stopped, looking at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the undead. "Let's talk in another way. Are you guarding something here?" "Guarding?" Tang Hai was surprised and looked at the undead suspiciously. But the undead still didn't respond. Qin Feiyang said, "Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. As long as you're willing to tell me, I'll let you go right away." The undead didn't move. Qin Feiyang didn't rush it and just silently looked at it. A moment later, the undead finally nodded. Qin Feiyang was secretly happy and asked, "What are you guarding?" The undead pointed at the hall. Qin Feiyang hurriedly turned around to look. The hall was already shattered, and there was nothing left. "Wait a minute." Suddenly, Qin Feiyang glanced at the broken ground. Could it be, the thing it was guarding was underground? Thinking of this, he immediately said, "Tang Hai, quickly use your inner sight to search the underground. Tang Hai was surprised, then released his inner sight and rushed into the ground. Soon. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Qin Feiyang asked, "Did you find something?" "Yes, there's a secret room underground. In the secret room, there's a broken skeleton. Next to the skeleton is a chinkuan bag and a rusty axe," Tang Hai said. Qin Feiyang looked at the undead and asked, "Is this what you're guarding?" The undead nodded. Qin Feiyang asked, "Why are you guarding these things? Is it related to you?" The undead was silent for a while, then nodded again. "It's really related?" Qin Feiyang was surprised, then suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, "Could it be that the skeleton in the secret room is you?" The undead nodded. "No wonder you wanted to drive us away, so you didn't want us to destroy your body. Don't worry, we won't destroy your body. I'll keep my word and let you go." Qin Feiyang smiled at the undead, then turned to Tang Hai and said, "Let's go down." Tang Hai nodded. Divine power gushed out from his body as he brought Qin Feiyang straight underground. The cage that trapped the undead also dissipated. The undead immediately turned into a black shadow and rushed out of the city. At the same time, from the north, two silhouettes streaked across the sky like lightning. It was an old man and a young boy. The old man was in his 60s and his hair was mottled with white spots. He held a walking stick in his hand and his body was stooped. He wore black linen clothes and his aura was unfathomable. The younger one was a young man about 20 years old. He was about 1.8 meters tall and was also wearing a black linen robe. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were as cold as a sharp blade. The aura of the young man was extremely terrifying too. "What about the city?" The young man came to the outside of the ancient city. When he saw the destroyed city, his eyes were full of surprise. The old man scanned the void and said in a deep voice, "There are still obvious battle fluctuations here. It seems that someone has beaten us to it." "Bastard." The young man was flustered and exasperated. His eyebrows were full of hostility. Suddenly, at a certain spot in the void, he caught sight of a black shadow. That's right. It was the undead. The young man hurriedly pointed at the undead and shouted, "Second Grandpa, it's her." The black-clothed old man's eyes flashed. He took a step forward as if he had teleported. In a few breaths, he stood in front of the undead. Seeing the black-clothed old man, the undead was obviously a little panicked and quickly turned around to flee. "Humph." The black-clothed old man snorted coldly. The walking stick in his hand stamped on the void, and a terrifying divine power suddenly rushed toward the undead. "Second Grandpa, don't kill her." The young man hurriedly flew over. The black-clothed old man waved his hand, and the divine power immediately turned into a cage of more than 100 feet, imprisoning the undead. Then he looked at the young man who flew away and asked, "Why don't you kill her?" The young man landed beside the black-clothed old man and said with a sinister smile, 3 days ago, I almost died in her hands. How can I let her die so easily?" The black-clothed old man nodded, and the cage quickly shrank. Finally, the cage shrank to the size of a palm. The undead was trapped inside just like that. The young man stepped forward, grabbed the cage, and sneered, "When I get the treasures you left behind, I'll take care of you slowly." Finished. He looked at the black-clothed old man and urged, "Second Grandpa, let's hurry up. Don't let others beat us to it. Lead the way." The black-clothed old man said. The young man immediately led the black-clothed old man to the location of the main hall. Back to Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai. At this moment, the two were standing in front of a stone door. The stone door was 3 meters high and 1.5 meters wide, exuding a strong and ancient aura. The secret room that Tang Hai had explored before was behind this stone door. Tang Hai took out a black dagger and slashed at the stone door. Crack! The stone door was directly split into 2 halves. Everything inside immediately appeared in front of the two of them. The secret room was about 10 feet long. The skeleton was sitting cross-legged in the center of the secret room. On the ground beside it, there was a chinkuan bag and an axe. The axe, as Tang Hai said, was indeed rusty. Qin Feiyang was about to enter the secret room. But Tang Hai suddenly reached out to stop him. Qin Feiyang looked at Tang Hai suspiciously. Tang Hai, however, glanced at the secret room warily, then entered the secret room and carefully checked it. After confirming that there was no danger, he nodded to Qin Feiyang. This person is quite careful. Qin Feiyang muttered, entered the secret room, and went straight to the skeleton. The skeleton was missing an arm. Several bones on its back were also broken. Obviously, the skeleton was seriously injured before it died. Qin Feiyang carefully looked at the skeleton's sternum and pelvis, and nodded. This is indeed the skeleton of a woman. It seems that the undead did not lie to us, but who injured her? The skeleton of a woman and a man were different in some places, and it was easy to distinguish. It doesn't matter who injured her. What's important is the chinkuan bag and this axe. Tang Hai said, grabbing the chinkuan bag with one hand and the axe with the other. The axe was very small, about the size of an adult's palm. There was a skull on the handle. The whole axe was covered with a layer of rust, and there was no aura, nor any sharpness. It looked like an ordinary axe with rust. Qin Feiyang looked at the skeleton again, walked to Tang Hai, and said, "Let me see." Tang Hai handed the axe to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang grabbed the axe, carefully observed it for a while, and gently flicked the blade with his fingers. Immediately, Qin Feiyang's face was full of horror. With such a gentle flick, his finger was cut by the axe blade. Buzz! Clang! And at the same time, the axe blade trembled, vibrating with an extremely deep, metallic sound without any impurities. This sound, Tang Hai stared at the axe and Qin Feiyang's bleeding finger, his eyes full of surprise. One had to know. Qin Feiyang had the body of a pseudo-god. And it had been tempered by the essence of the divine flesh. The strength of his physical body could be said to be far beyond that of other pseudo-gods. Ordinary weapons could not hurt him at all. Not to mention, such a rusty axe. It was rusty, but it could still hurt Qin Feiyang. What did this mean? It meant this was not an ordinary axe at all. Whoosh! Just when the two of them were surprised, accompanied by the sound of breaking air, two figures rushed into the secret room. It was the young man and the old man in black. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai came back to their senses and looked up at the two. When they saw the imprisoned dead spirit in the young man's hands, their pupils suddenly shrank. They had personally experienced the strength of the dead spirit, which was comparable to a god of war, but it was actually captured by these two people. Qin Feiyang could see through the young man's cultivation at a glance. 9-star combat emperor at the peak realm. But Qin Feiyang could not see through the old man in black's cultivation. Tang Hai said telepathically, "I can't see through his cultivation either." What? Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Even Tang Hai could not see through it. Could it be that this old man was a god of war at the initial stage? The young man and the old man in black were also sizing up Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai at the same time. These two people are not simple. That young man has a pseudo-god, and the masked man is a god of war at the initial stage. The most important thing is that I have never seen them before. The old man in black said to himself. Pseudo-god, initial stage god of war, the young man murmured with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He looked at Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you steal this young master's treasure?" "Your treasure?" Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in a daze and said suspiciously, "Isn't this the dead spirit's? How did it become yours?" "If I say it's mine, then it's mine," the young man said proudly. "So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang suddenly smiled. He thought, this young man and old man might have some relationship with the dead spirit. But in the end, he was thinking too much. The young man was simply trying to snatch it by force. Qin Feiyang turned his gaze and looked at the old man in black. He cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Senior, we are all reasonable people. Everything should be based on first come, first served. This young master has long had his eyes on the things here. Now tell this young master, who came first and who came later?" The young man said. Qin Feiyang looked at the young man and said faintly, "There seems to be a difference between having your eyes on it and getting it." "What? Are you really going to take it for yourself in front of this young master?" The young man's eyes were cold, and he looked at Qin Feiyang playfully and asked. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. He looked at the old man in black and said with a smile, "Senior, is that what you mean? Who are you? Which force do you belong to? Why haven't this old man seen you before?" The old man in black didn't answer but asked instead. "Which force?" Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai looked at each other. What did he mean? Were there many people in this ancient world? Seeing Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai didn't speak for a long time, the old man in black raised his eyebrows slightly and shouted, "Speak." At the same time, divine power emerged and rushed toward Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai. "Give an inch and you want a mile." Tang Hai secretly snorted and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, he appeared in front of the young man. His big hand was like an eagle's claw, and he grabbed the young man's neck. "What? So fast?" The old man in black changed his expression. Chapter 1703. Tang Hai grabbed the young man and returned to Qin Feiyang's side. The black-clothed old man's face darkened, and he shouted, "Let him go. If I let him go just because you said so, how can I give you face? Actually, I've already given you enough face. Because at first, I didn't make a move, and I even respectfully called you senior. But what about you? Taking advantage of your seniority and arrogance. I want to ask, who the hell are you? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" Qin Feiyang sneered. This merciless humiliation made the black-clothed old man's face turn green and red. He said word by word, "Young man, don't be too arrogant." "Arrogant? I'm still considered low-key. You didn't see when I was even more arrogant." Qin Feiyang smiled disdainfully, looked at Tang Hai, and said, "Give me your dagger." Tang Hai handed the dagger in his hand to Qin Feiyang. Divine weapon. The black-clothed old man stared at the dagger, and his eyes trembled slightly. With his eyesight, he could tell at a glance that this dagger was extraordinary. He finally realized that something was wrong. This time, he might have kicked an iron plate. Qin Feiyang took the dagger, glanced at the black-clothed old man, and said with a faint smile, "You said I'm arrogant, right? Then I'll show you." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed at the young man's arm. The young man suddenly screamed, and his arm was cut off on the spot, and blood spurted out of the bowl-sized wound. The trapped undead also slipped out of his hand and fell to the ground. The young man roared, "How dare you cut off my arm, you're courting death." A cold light flashed in Tang Hai's eyes. He raised his other arm and slammed it on the young man's mouth. Crack. The young man's teeth were shattered on the spot. His mouth was also badly mutilated, and the pain was heart-wrenching. "You'd better shut up, or you won't even know how you died." Qin Feiyang looked at the young man contemptuously, then returned the dagger to Tang Hai. Then he bent down, picked up the imprisoned undead, and asked, "Are you okay?" The undead struggled madly in the cage. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the black-clothed old man. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as he said, "Let her go immediately." "You know her?" The black-clothed old man frowned. "No, I don't." Qin Feiyang said. "I don't know her. Why are you helping her?" The black-clothed old man didn't understand. "It's my pleasure." "What can you do about it?" Qin Feiyang grinned. The black-robed old man's face was gloomy as he said, "You'd better figure out who is standing in front of you right now." "Really? Then tell me, who are you?" Qin Feiyang was curious. An existence you can't afford to offend. The black-clothed old man said word by word. Can't afford to offend him? Huh. Qin Feiyang laughed loudly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, then I will also let you see the consequences of provoking me. Old Tang, cut off his other arm for me. How dare you? The black-clothed old man was furious. However, before his voice died away, the young man let out a painful scream. The other arm was cut off cleanly by Tang Hai. Then Tang Hai glanced at the black-clothed old man, his eyes full of ridicule. Second grandpa, listen to him. Let the undead go. The young man roared. It was too late for regrets. How could he be so unlucky to meet two people who were as good as him? You will pay the price. The black-clothed old man looked at Qin Feiyang with a grim expression. With a wave of his old arm, the cage was immediately shattered. The undead escaped and hid behind Qin Feiyang's back. Let him go. The black-clothed old man shouted. Let him go? Qin Feiyang raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, do you think I am an idiot? If I let him go, you will immediately attack us. What do you want? The black-clothed old man said in a deep voice. Tell me, who are you? Why are you in the ancient world? Qin Feiyang said. The black-clothed old man was stunned and said in surprise, you are not from the ancient world? Is there a difference? Qin Feiyang said calmly. The black-clothed old man looked at Qin Feiyang's expression and said in a deep voice, you are indeed not from the ancient world. Qin Feiyang said, I didn't say that. This is just your wishful thinking. Stop pretending. What kind of people have I not seen? You want to pretend in front of me? You are still too young. The black-clothed old man sneered. Qin Feiyang revealed an astonished expression. This old thing is quite perceptive. He smiled and said, it seems that you won't tell me. If that's the case, I can only use my own methods to obtain the answer I want. Finished. He formed a seal with both hands. A puppet imprint appeared and entered the young man's head like lightning. Boom! But when the puppet imprint entered the young man's head and rushed to his soul, it seemed to have touched some taboo. A terrifying killing intent suddenly rushed out from the young man's soul. The puppet imprint shattered on the spot. Qin Feiyang's body trembled and he suffered a backlash. The purple gold dragon blood in his mouth spurted out. What? It's actually the purple gold dragon blood. The black-clothed old man stared at the purple gold dragon blood in horror and roared, who are you to Qin Badian? Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned and said in surprise, how do you know Qin Badian? Boom! However, before he finished speaking, the killing intent in the young man's sea of consciousness suddenly emerged from between his eyebrows and rushed toward Tang Hai. At this moment, even Tang Hai felt the threat of death. Without any hesitation, he directly threw the young man away and took Qin Feiyang and the undead. He smashed the stone above the secret room with a punch and rushed to the ground like lightning. The black-clothed old man quickly went forward and caught the young man. He asked, are you okay? I'm fine. Second grandpa, we must not let them escape. The young man said resentfully. Don't worry, they can't escape. The black-clothed old man smiled and chased out like lightning. The killing intent also rushed into the young man's eyebrows and disappeared. Qin Feiyang. Tang Hai had already rushed to the ground with him and the undead. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, Tang Hai, what was that? That was the killing intent of a war god. And the owner of that killing intent was stronger than that old man. According to my estimation, he was at least a war god in the Deshang stage. Tang Hai said. War god in the Deshang stage. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. Who were these people? What secrets were hidden in this ancient world? Why did they recognize the ancestor? The fire python said that the ancestor was directly forced to the third floor and had never been to the ancient world. It was reasonable to say that the people here should not know the ancestor. What was going on? Boom! Just as Qin Feiyang was deep in thought, the black-clothed old man flew out from the ground with a murderous aura. Tang Hai's expression changed and he hurriedly said, "Young master, this person's strength is unfathomable. We can't fight him head-on. What are you afraid of?" Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and took out the ancient castle. "I want to understand all of this. Cripple him for me." When Tang Hai saw the ancient castle, his confidence soared. "Surrender immediately and I'll spare your lives." The black-clothed old man looked at Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai and shouted. His terrifying divine power rushed toward the two of them. "I'll return this sentence to you word for word." Tang Hai smiled coldly and grabbed the ancient castle. His god power surged into the castle like a tide. Boom! The ancient castle suddenly released a shocking power. The black-clothed old man's body trembled and he stared at the ancient castle in surprise. Tang Hai took a step forward and directly faced the black-clothed old man's divine power. The power of the ancient castle destroyed the world. With a boom, the divine power immediately collapsed. The black-clothed old man was dumbfounded. What kind of divine artifact was this? How could it contain such terrifying power? At this time, the young man also flew out. When he saw the ancient castle, an indescribable fear suddenly emerged in his heart. Even the guardian of the miracle doesn't dare to challenge the young master. Where did you borrow the courage from? With the ancient castle in hand, the world was mine. Tang Hai was in high spirits and unscrupulously charged toward the black-clothed old man. Guardian of the miracle. The black-clothed old man's face became even paler. He decisively turned around and fled with the young man. Qin Feiyang shouted, "You must not let them escape." "Yes." Tang Hai didn't even turn his head as he responded. His footsteps were strange as he chased after the two men. "Although I obtained the treasure you left behind when you were alive, I also saved your life just now. We can be considered even. In the future, you're on your own." Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the undead and said a few words. He then used the walk formula and chased after Tang Hai. The undead turned into a human figure, suspended in the void, as if watching Qin Feiyang's back. A moment later, the undead also turned into an afterimage and disappeared like lightning. His speed is really fast. In the sky above the desolate land, the black-clothed old man fled with the young man. The young man turned his head and looked at Tang Hai, who was chasing behind him, his face full of shock. The black-clothed old man said in a deep voice, "He should have mastered an extremely terrifying auxiliary divine art. Then can we escape?" The young man panicked. "Of course." The black-clothed old man smiled contemptuously and said, "Although his speed is very fast, this old man is not to be trifled with." But that young man really surprised this old man. "Young man? You mean the person with the purple gold dragon blood?" The young man said. "Who else could it be? The purple gold dragon blood is the rarest bloodline power in the world. It is said that only the descendants of the purple gold divine dragon have such bloodline power." The black-clothed old man said. "The descendant of the purple gold divine dragon? Could it be that he is the child of the purple gold divine dragon and a human?" The young man said. "Most likely. Otherwise, how could he have the bloodline power of the purple gold dragon blood? Do you still remember that there was a person called Qin Badian?" The black-clothed old man said. "I remember. Although I was very young at that time, many people were talking about him." The young man said. "Qin Badian also has the bloodline power of the purple gold dragon blood. These two people must have an unusual relationship. This person is very likely to be the descendant of Qin Badian." The black-clothed old man said. "So what if he is the descendant of Qin Badian?" The young man was puzzled. "You don't understand. Those who have the purple gold dragon blood have extraordinary talent and are all people with great luck. As long as they don't die prematurely, they will become great people. The most important thing is that when Qin Badian entered the ancient world, he offended many people. As the saying goes, the son pays the father's debt. If that person is really the descendant of Qin Batian, we can use him to achieve our goal. Chapter 1704. What purpose? The young man was surprised. The black-robed old man shook his head and said, "You are too weak now. There are some things you should not know. I am already a 9-star combat emperor at the peak of the martial emperor realm. I am 1 step away from the pseudo-god realm. Is this still too weak?" The young man was not convinced. Is a 9-star combat emperor at the peak of the martial emperor realm that great? Do you know how long that young man has been cultivating? According to this old man's observation, he has only cultivated for 100 or 200 years at most, but he has already stepped into the pseudo-god realm. Compared to him, you are still far behind. So don't be complacent. There are many people who are stronger than you. The black-robed old man reprimanded mercilessly. The young man pursed his lips and said, "He has the power of the purple gold dragon blood. Of course he is faster than me. That's not the point. Forget it. You have too little experience. You might not be able to understand some things even now." After the black-robed old man finished speaking, the divine light under his feet surged, and his speed suddenly soared. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from Tang Hai's sight. Tang Hai raised his eyebrows and stopped decisively. Soon. Qin Feiyang caught up, glanced at the void, and asked, "Where is he?" That old man's cultivation is higher than mine, and he also cultivated an auxiliary divine art. I can't catch up. Tang Hai shook his head. Damn it. Qin Feiyang cursed secretly. Tang Hai bowed and said, "Young master, please punish me. This is not your fault." "Why should I punish you?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at him, glanced around the land, and murmured, "This ancient world is really an interesting place." "I don't find it interesting. I just feel that danger is everywhere," Tang Hai said. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He looked at Tang Hai and said, "I am really curious. What kind of face is under your mask?" Tang Hai instinctively touched the mask below. It was broken. He was stunned. Then he remembered that it seemed to have broken when the third elder exploded. He immediately turned around, took out a brand new mask, and put it on his face. From the beginning to the end, he did not let Qin Feiyang see his real face. "You are not a woman. Why are you hiding it?" Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Tang Hai said, "My appearance is too scary. I'm afraid I'll scare you." Lame excuse. Qin Feiyang pursed his lips. Tang Hai did not seem to want to continue discussing this issue. He asked, "What are we going to do next?" "Wait. That old man knows the ancestor. When he sees that I also have purple gold dragon blood, he will definitely connect me to the ancestor. I think that if nothing unexpected happens, he will come looking for me again. However, the next time you come looking for me, there should be a large group of experts around you. Are you afraid?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Tang Hai looked at the castle in his hand and shook his head. Qin Feiyang smiled and took back the ancient castle from Tang Hai's hands. Then, he took out the Qinquan bag and the axe. "This axe is definitely not simple," Tang Hai said. "Check your cosmos sack." Qin Feiyang threw the cosmos sack to Tang Hai, then cut the tip of his index finger. Drops of purple gold dragon blood dripped onto the axe. However, the axe did not absorb the purple gold dragon blood. "What's going on?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Was this really just an ordinary axe? Because only in this way could it not be bound by blood. But earlier, the axe had indeed been able to easily cut through his skin. Tang Hai looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, "There are only some medicinal materials, elixirs, and gold coins in this cosmos sack. Nothing else?" Qin Feiyang frowned. "No." Tang Hai shook his head. But his expression suddenly froze, and he said, "Wait." Immediately after, he took out a jade box from the cosmos sack. The jade box was the size of a palm, dull in color, simple and unadorned. It looked extremely ordinary. However, Tang Hai, on the other hand, sensed a dense and mysterious energy from the jade box. He glanced at Qin Feiyang and opened the jade box. Boom! Immediately, a majestic energy roared out of the jade box. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai immediately felt as if they were bathing in a sea of essence. The pores all over their body opened involuntarily, and they felt extremely comfortable. The two lowered their heads and looked at the things in the jade box, their eyes full of surprise. Inside the jade box, there was a crystal stone lying quietly. The crystal stone was the size of a baby's fist. It was gray all over and exuded a hazy glow. That energy was emitted from this crystal stone. And the energy emitted by the crystal stone was full of divine essence. What is this? Tang Hai was suspicious. I don't know. I've never seen it before. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, but this energy seems to be absorbable. After the energy entered his body, he could clearly feel that it merged with the soul in his sea of consciousness. It can be absorbed. This energy seems to have the same effect as the spirit congealing pill. It can condense divine sense. No. To be exact, the energy is purer and more amazing than the spirit congealing pill. Tang Hai said. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and asked, you mean, this crystal stone is used for cultivation? It should be. Tang Hai took out the gray crystal stone and held it in the palm of his hand. Immediately, the energy in the crystal stone surged into his body. His body trembled slightly, and he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, I'm sure that this is used for cultivation, and the effect is better than the spirit congealing pill. I estimate that the energy contained in this crystal stone is comparable to hundreds of spirit congealing pills with 5 or 6 patterns. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Tang Hai was talking about the spirit congealing pills with 5 or 6 patterns. As an alchemist, he naturally knew what the concept of 5 or 6 patterns was. The energy contained in this crystal stone was actually comparable to hundreds of spirit congealing pills with 5 or 6 patterns? This was too surprising. What kind of treasure was it? Qin Feiyang took the crystal stone from Tang Hai's hand, and the majestic divine energy suddenly poured into his body, passing through his limbs and bones, and finally gathered in his sea of consciousness and poured into his soul. Sure enough, as Tang Hai said, the energy contained in the crystal stone was amazing and terrifying. And there were no impurities at all, and it was extremely pure. Even in this short period of time, 3 strands of divine sense were born in his sea of consciousness. Qin Feiyang reluctantly put the gray crystal stone into the jade box, and looked at Tang Hai and said, see if there are any more such crystal stones in your Qingkun bag? Tang Hai nodded, and after a careful search, he shook his head and said, no, this is the only one. Such a magical treasure should be something that can only be encountered by chance. Qin Feiyang sighed. Not necessarily. It's very magical in our eyes, but it may be just an ordinary thing in the eyes of others. After all, our understanding of the war god and above is too shallow. Why don't we look for it again? If we're lucky, maybe we can find a few relics left by the war god? Tang Hai suggested. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. If there were relics, there might be this magical gray crystal stone. However, what was the deal with this axe? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and looked at the axe. The edge of the axe was covered by rust, but it was certain that this was definitely a divine object. But why couldn't it recognize its owner by blood? Qin Feiyang's mind was full of doubts. He simply stopped thinking about it, put away the axe, and looked around. Let's go over there and look. Qin Feiyang pointed in the direction of the old man in black. First, look for the relics. Second, wait for the old man in black. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Swish. But suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of the two. It's you? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The one who came was the undead from before. Tang Hai looked at the undead warily and asked, why are you following us? What's your intention? The undead was silent. You don't want to say? Tang Hai's eyes suddenly surged with killing intent. The undead waved her hand, turned around without saying a word, and rushed to the west. What do you mean? Tang Hai was stunned. Qin Feiyang guessed, look at her, she should be taking us somewhere. Tang Hai frowned and said, we'd better stay away from this kind of damn thing. Qin Feiyang was stunned, looked at Tang Hai with a strange look, and said, can I understand that you are afraid of the undead? How is that possible? I am the god of war. Why would I be afraid of a mere undead? Tang Hai said angrily. You confessed without being pressed. If you are not afraid, why are you so agitated? Qin Feiyang smiled jokingly. Tang Hai lowered his head in embarrassment. Well, although the undead is an ominous thing, this one seems to have no malice. Let's follow and have a look. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. Tang Hai nodded. He could only bite the bullet, otherwise he would definitely be laughed at by Qin Feiyang. Tang Hai waved his hand and quickly caught up with the undead with Qin Feiyang. But they always kept a distance. Time flew by. Night fell. The whole ancient world gradually fell into deep darkness. Tang Hai also lost his patience. He looked at the undead and said, where are you taking us? The undead suddenly stopped. Tang Hai quivered and immediately stopped. He took Qin Feiyang and retreated a few steps. His expression was full of vigilance. The undead pointed to the left. Tang Hai and Qin Feiyang were stunned and looked in the same direction. Night shrouded the whole earth. There was dead silence all around. However, with the cultivation of Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai, they could clearly see through the darkness. And just a few hundred miles to the left, there was a huge valley. The valley was surrounded by mountains on three sides, towering into the clouds, and there was only one entrance. Looking from a distance, it was full of a mysterious and gloomy feeling. Qin Feiyang withdrew his gaze and looked at the undead, asking, the place you want to take us to is that valley? The undead nodded and continued to move forward. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai looked at each other and immediately followed. But in the face of the unknown valley, Qin Feiyang also began to be vigilant. A few hundred miles was nothing for the three of them. Soon, they landed in front of the entrance of the valley. The undead directly took the two of them into the valley. The valley was very large, estimated to be a few miles, but like the outside, there was no grass, only desolation. The undead did not stop and went straight to the center of the valley, then lowered his head and stared ahead. Chapter 1705. The pool was very small, only 4 or 5 meters in diameter. However, the water in the pool was very strange. It was actually black. There were no waves in the water, like a dead pool, revealing a bit of strangeness. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai looked at each other, walked to the pool, looked down for a moment, and found that the water was emitting an unusual stench. This stench went into the nostrils, making people feel dizzy. There's poison in the water. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly changed. Poison. Tang Hai was shocked, took a few steps back, picked up a stone under his feet, and threw it into the pool. Dong! Boom! A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The tranquil pond immediately surged with waves. At the same time, a cold and fierce aura, like a volcano, erupted from the bottom of the pool. Tang Hai shouted, young master, retreat. Qin Feiyang quickly retreated. But Tang Hai did not move, staring at the pool. The movement in the pool was getting louder and louder. The waves splashed. It was as if there was a terrible demon sealed in the pool, and at this moment, it was gradually awakening. Tang Hai became more and more vigilant. In the palm of his hand, divine power was surging, and he was already secretly accumulating power. Splash. Soon, as a column of water rose to the sky, a black shadow rushed out of the pool like lightning, going straight for Tang Hai's eyebrows. A strong sense of crisis swept over his heart. Tang Hai's eyes were cold, raised his arm, and slapped the black shadow. Ah! The black shadow immediately let out a shrill scream, and the figure suddenly collapsed. This is, Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. The black shadow collapsed, and there was no flesh and blood. It was obviously another undead. Could it be? He looked at the pool, and his eyes flashed. Could it be that there was also an ancient site left behind by the god of war under the pool? After the undead was defeated by Tang Hai's palm, it turned into a black mist that churned in the void. Release? The man's hideous laughter echoed in the night sky, like the roar of a ghost. Playing tricks, you're courting death. Tang Hai's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and divine power surged out, and the valley collapsed in an instant. It's a ghost, how can it be playing tricks? Qin Feiyang was speechless. But as soon as he spoke, he immediately attracted the undead's attention. The undead immediately avoided Tang Hai and fiercely rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was stunned and coldly shouted, "Do you think I'm easy to bully?" After saying that, he took out the ancient castle and smashed it on the ground. Ah! The undead wailed again and hurriedly fled in horror. However, at this moment, the female undead who had been standing motionlessly beside Qin Feiyang suddenly soared into the air and pounced at the undead. The two undead immediately became entangled in the void. But not long after, all the dead spirits in the pool were devoured by the female dead spirit. This, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. Tang Hai was also bewildered. The undead could actually devour the undead? Moreover, they also clearly sensed that after devouring the undead in the pool, the female undead's aura immediately increased. Although the improvement wasn't much, it was still there. In other words, the undead could become stronger by devouring other undead. Did you bring us here just to let us seriously injure this undead and give you a chance to devour it? Tang Hai raised his eyebrows. The undead shook its head. Then why? Tang Hai was suspicious. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "The reason is under the pool." Under the pool? Tang Hai was stunned. The undead also nodded and gave Qin Feiyang a thumbs up, as if to express its admiration for Qin Feiyang. Tang Hai looked at the pool again and suddenly seemed to think of something. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said, "You mean, there may also be an ancient site hidden in it?" Qin Feiyang nodded. Tang Hai's spirit was lifted. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the divine flame power emerged and poured into the pool. The water in the pool quickly evaporated. After a while, the bottom of the pool appeared in front of the two. The pool could be 50 or 60 meters deep. The bottom was full of mud, emitting a foul smell. A broken skeleton was lying quietly in the mud. The skeleton had obvious traces of decay. It was black and smelled foul. Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai entered the pool and stood above the skeleton. That's not right. Why is this skeleton black? Tang Hai was suspicious. It's poison. This person must have been poisoned when he was alive. After he died, his body decayed, and the poison settled in his bones. Over time, his bones turned black. I think the water in the pond turned black because of this deadly poison. Qin Feiyang said. Could it be that I smelled an unusual stench in the water earlier? It seems like it was emitted by this poison. Tang Hai murmured. Judging from the strength of the undead, this person must have been a war god when he was alive. Even a war god was poisoned to death. What kind of poison is this? It's so terrible. Qin Feiyang murmured. His heart was full of disbelief. A person at the level of a war god had already transcended the mortal world and was in existence above all things. Ordinary poisons could not pose a threat to them at all. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the female undead, wanting to get an answer from the female undead. But the female undead turned a blind eye to it. From the time they met until now, he had not seen her say a word. This made Qin Feiyang wonder if creatures like the undead could not speak. Seeing that the female undead did not respond for a long time, Qin Feiyang had to give up helplessly. Tang Hai walked around the skeleton for a while, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, he stretched out his arm, and his 5 fingers were like eagle claws, grabbing the air. Whoosh! Immediately, something covered in mud flew out of the mud. What's that? Qin Feiyang was curious. Tang Hai waved his hand again, and the mud was removed. A square iron box suddenly appeared in front of the two. Iron box? Qin Feiyang was slightly taken aback and was about to reach out to open the iron box. Don't move. Tang Hai hurriedly said. What's wrong? Qin Feiyang quickly retracted his arm and looked at him in surprise. There are also a lot of toxins on the surface of this iron black. You can't touch it with your hands. After Tang Hai said that, a wisp of divine power rushed towards the iron black. Then, with a slight movement of his fingers, the iron box opened with a clang. The moment Tai Hai opened the door, a majestic surge of energy surged out. This, Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai looked at each other. This energy was exactly the same as the energy emitted by the gray crystal. The two of them hurriedly lowered their heads to take a look, and their expressions immediately froze. Inside the iron black, there were actually 3 gray crystals. Whether it was the size or the color, they were the same as the gray crystal obtained in the ancient city. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, turned to look at the undead, and asked, You brought us here for these crystals? The undead nodded. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, Since you can understand what I'm saying, why don't you speak? Could it be that you were a mute when you were alive? The undead shook his head. If you're not a mute, then say something. This way, we can communicate better. Qin Feiyang said. The undead shook his head again. Qin Feiyang had a helpless look on his face. He really couldn't figure out what the undead was trying to say. While Qin Feiyang was asking the undead, Tang Hai also took out 3 gray crystals from the iron black. After confirming that these 3 crystals were not contaminated by toxins, he handed them to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang carefully put them away and looked at Tang Hai with a smile, including the one from before. We already have 4, but it's far from enough. Yes. Tang Hai nodded. Although the energy contained in the gray crystals was extremely huge, 4 of them were not enough for Qin Feiyang to break through to the war god realm. Tang Hai pondered for a while, then looked at the undead and said, Do you know where there are more of these crystals? The undead nodded. Tang Hai and Qin Feiyang looked at each other with a hint of joy in their eyes. Tang Hai urged, Take us there at once. Ahem. Qin Feiyang coughed and looked at Tang Hai. Old Tang, the undead also have dignity. When you ask her for help, you should be more polite. Tang Hai rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. If it weren't for the fact that she still has some value, I would have killed her long ago. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched. Couldn't he be more euphemistic? He looked at the undead, cupped his hands and smiled. Miss, I'm sorry, my friend's character is like this. Please don't take offense. Miss? Tang Hai was taken aback. He looked at Qin Feiyang with eyes full of contempt. The undead waved her hand to Qin Feiyang, rushed out of the pool without saying a word, and continued to rush forward. Keep up. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang hurriedly said to Tang Hai. Tang Hai rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang, then waved his hand, rolled up Qin Feiyang, and chased after the undead. Qin Feiyang wondered, Did I annoy you? Why do you always roll your eyes at me? Don't you think it's against your will to call her miss? Tang Hai said. Against my will? Qin Feiyang was stunned and puzzled. Isn't this basic courtesy? What do you mean by against your will? Okay. Then let's discuss it. Let's not talk about whether she is an undead or not. Just by her age, you can imagine that she must be an old monster who has lived for who knows how many years. And in order to get more crystal stones, you actually called her miss. Aren't you ashamed? The contempt in Tang Hai's eyes was even stronger. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he looked quite embarrassed. What's wrong? You have nothing to say. Hypocrite. Tang Hai snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang smiled. But suddenly, He turned his head and looked at Tang Hai strangely. Tang Hai didn't feel anything at first, but after a long time, he felt uncomfortable all over. He frowned and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I remember when I first met you, you were a man of few words. I even thought you were a mute. Why are you so talkative now?" Qin Feiyang said. Tang Hai was taken aback, and his expression immediately became indifferent. He coldly snorted and said, "I just don't like your way of doing things, so I said a few more words." Ahem. Anyway, you are my subordinate now. Pay attention to your words. Qin Feiyang said angrily. Tang Hai rolled his eyes at him again. Why don't I have any prestige at all? Qin Feiyang was quite helpless. In fact, in the beginning, Tang Hai was still very afraid of Qin Feiyang. However, after getting along with him for a few days, he slowly found that this person was quite easygoing. At least, he was not so serious and harsh to the people around him. So. Chapter 1706. Next, under the guidance of the undead, Qin Feiyang found 5 more ancient ruins one after another. Among them, there were a total of 26 gray crystal stones, plus the original 4, there were 30 in total. In addition, he also obtained 2 divine artifacts. The 2 divine artifacts were both battle swords. But their level was not high, and they could be considered the most ordinary divine artifacts. As for medicinal pills, medicinal herbs, gold coins, and other treasures, there were naturally countless of them. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. Fire Python is not lying. This ancient world is really a place full of opportunities. Qin Feiyang said with a smile as he stood in the air above a mountain ridge and scanned the boundless earth. But don't you think it's strange? Why did the undead bring us to find these ancient ruins? Tang Hai glanced at the undead next to him and transmitted his voice. Maybe it's because she wants to devour other undead. Qin Feiyang thought for a while and secretly said. The 5 ancient ruins that they found these days basically all had undead, and in the end, they were all devoured by this female undead. Her aura was also getting stronger and stronger. I don't think it's that simple. She devoured those undead, it should just be an illusion to paralyze us. Tang Hai said. Illusion? Qin Feiyang was taken aback and curiously asked, then tell me, what is her real purpose? How would I know? Tang Hai glared at him angrily and then fell silent. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the undead. Miss, let's continue. But the undead stared ahead motionlessly. Dozens of miles ahead, there was an endless mountain range. Layers upon layers of mountains, extremely steep. Some of the peaks were even more than 10,000 feet high, towering into the sky. What are you looking at? Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai looked up at the mountain range suspiciously. Suddenly, Tang Hai's eyes became extremely sharp, and he shouted, "Who's hiding over there? Get out!" There's someone? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He didn't notice at all, it seemed that the strength of the person in the dark was not simple. Whoosh! Not long after Tang Hai finished speaking, 2 figures flew out from a mountain stream and entered Qin Feiyang's line of sight, accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air. There really is someone. Qin Feiyang was shocked. But then, his expression froze as he looked at one of them and said in surprise, "It's you." That was an elder dressed in black clothes, holding a walking stick. His hair was white. That was right. It was the black-clothed old man who had appeared in the ancient city a few days ago. That's right, it's me. The black-clothed old man looked at Qin Feiyang from afar and replied coldly. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He glanced at the person beside the old man in black, and his pupils suddenly contracted. It was a middle-aged man. He was 7 feet tall. He was wearing a fitting black robe. His eyes were deep. His facial features were sharp, and there were strands of white hair at his temples. His expression was rather chilly, and he gave off an indifferent feeling that kept others 1,000 miles away. And it was this person who gave Qin Feiyang a great sense of uneasiness. Tang Hai said, his aura feels a little familiar. Familiar? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Sensing the middle-aged man's aura, his eyes trembled slightly. It was really familiar. Where had he seen it before? Tang Hai suddenly said, I remember, it's the murderous intent hidden in the young man's soul. That's right. Qin Feiyang also suddenly realized. At that time, the murderous intent that emerged from the young man's soul was exactly the same as the aura of this person. It meant the owner of the murderous intent was this person. The middle-aged man looked at Qin Feiyang, and a smile gradually appeared on his cold face. He said, You are indeed an extraordinary young man. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was surprised. This person didn't seem to have any malicious intent. The middle-aged man said, Little brother, may I know your name? Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said, My name is Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang, Qin Badian. The middle-aged man pondered for a while and said with a smile, So, you are really the descendant of Qin Badian? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. The middle-aged man looked excited. Qin Feiyang was surprised again. What was this man excited about? The middle-aged man flashed and teleported toward Qin Feiyang and the others. Tang Hai's face changed slightly, and he quickly stood in front of Qin Feiyang and shouted, Stop, don't come near us. The middle-aged man was stunned and stopped in the void hundreds of feet away. He looked at Tang Hai apologetically and said with a smile, I was impulsive, I hope brother can forgive me. Tang Hai said in a low voice, What do you want? This man's behavior was too abnormal. Logically speaking, when the young man and the black-clothed old man suffered losses in their hands, this man should be looking for trouble. But at this moment, this man was polite, as if he had met a benefactor. As the saying goes, there must be a demon when things are abnormal. Facing this man, he must not be careless. Looking at Tang Hai's vigilant look, the middle-aged man quickly said, Brother, don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions. Is that so? Tang Hai sneered. The middle-aged man nodded and said with a smile, Let me introduce myself first. My surname is Gua, and my name is Zixiong. This is Gua's second uncle, Gua Da. Gua Zixiong, Gua Da, Qin Feiyang murmured. He had never heard of these two names before. But judging from the seniority of the two, this Gua Zixiong should be the young man's father. Gua Zixiong looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, The reason why I came to you is that I have to confirm your identity in person. Confirm my identity? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. You probably don't know, in fact, Qin Badian and I are very good friends. Gua Zixiong said. What? You are a friend of my ancestor? Qin Feiyang was stunned. So Brother Badian is your ancestor. This is really a case of the Dragon King's temple being washed away by the flood. Gua Zixiong laughed loudly. What's going on? Qin Feiyang asked. Gua Zixiong seemed to be lost in his memories and was silent for a long time. After a long time, he sighed, Your ancestor is not only my friend, but also my benefactor. Benefactor? Qin Feiyang was stunned. This was really unexpected. Yes. Back then, I was surrounded by enemies and was about to die. In the end, your ancestor appeared and saved me from danger. Ever since then, your ancestor and I would often gather together and drink to our heart's content. Over time, the two of us became close friends. And we also had an agreement. Gua Zixiong said. What agreement? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. Gua Zixiong said, If one day, the descendants of the Qin clan enter the ancient world, if my Gua clan is still around, and if I give birth to a son or a daughter, our two clans will be united by marriage. United by marriage? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't a marriage alliance a marriage? Tang Hai was also stunned. He looked at Gua Zixiong and asked, Do you have a daughter now? Gua Zixiong said with a smile, I have a daughter more than 5,000 years ago. What the hell? More than 5,000 years ago? The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched fiercely. At this age, she could be his ancestor. Tang Hai was also extremely speechless. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang, cupped his hands, and said with a smile, "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations on having a fiancé." No, it's a fiancé. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. He glared at Tang Hai and looked at Guo Zixiong, saying, "You have no proof." "I can't believe you." Guo Zixiong said, "Who said I have no proof?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Guo Zixiong took out a long brocade box from his cosmos bag and said, "There is a marriage contract in here, written by your ancestor himself. It also has my and your ancestor's signatures." "What the hell? There's even a marriage contract?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at Tang Hai and said, "Go and get it. I'll verify it." "Yes." Tang Hai responded respectfully and walked to Guo Zixiong. Guo Zixiong did not hesitate and directly handed the brocade box to Tang Hai. Tang Hai held the brocade box and went back to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang opened the brocade box. There was indeed a piece of paper in it, folded neatly. "Ancestor, you're not joking with me, are you?" Qin Feiyang murmured, took out the paper, and slowly unfolded it. What entered his sight was the words, "Marriage Contract." Below, there were rows of small words. The content was similar to what Guo Zixiong had said before. It was roughly, "Today, I have made a promise with Brother Zixiong. If the descendants of the Qin clan enter the ancient world, regardless of whether they are men or women, as long as the Guo clan still exists, I will marry the Guo clan's descendants. This promise will be valid for life. My descendants will abide by it." This, Qin Feiyang was stunned. Tang Hai leaned over and looked at it carefully. Then, he transmitted his voice, "Young master, is this your ancestor's handwriting?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. Although he had never seen his ancestor, there were still many paintings of his ancestor in the library of the Imperial Palace. He had seen all of these paintings before. Thus, he was able to tell with a single glance that these paintings were indeed written by his ancestor. He looked at the paper and the ink on it. The paper had been specially treated and could be preserved for 10,000 years. As for the ink on it, it did not look like it was just written. Was this marriage contract real? Although the handwriting was his ancestor's, he still did not want to believe it. This was too absurd. His ancestor was such a wise person. How could he leave such a marriage contract in the ancient world? Moreover, he could not even be sure if his ancestor had been to the ancient world. Guo Zixiong smiled and said, "Little brother, I know it's hard for you to accept now, but this is the truth." Qin Feiyang frowned, put the marriage contract back into the brocade box, and asked Tang Hai to return it to Guo Zixiong. Guo Zixiong also immediately put it away. "To tell you the truth, although there is this marriage contract, I always thought that it would not be true. Because ordinary people can't enter the ancient world at all. But what I never expected was that after 10,000 years, you actually barged in, and even let Ji, Erin's second uncle meet you by accident. Say, isn't this fate?" Guo Zixiong smiled with relief. This fate came too suddenly. Qin Feiyang muttered. Tang Hai secretly asked, "Young master, what should we do?" "I must obey the ancestor's will, but," Qin Feiyang frowned. Chapter 1707. Wait. Qin Feiyang suddenly frowned. He seemed to have missed something. He thought carefully for a moment, and his eyes trembled slightly. He looked at Guo Zixiong and asked, "You just said that this marriage contract has existed for 10,000 years?" "Yes." Guo Zixiong nodded. Qin Feiyang said, "In other words, my ancestor appeared in the ancient world when the miracle opened last time?" Guo Zixiong thought for a moment and said, "According to the time, it seems to be after the miracle closed." "After the miracle closed?" Qin Feiyang looked at Tang Hai and said, "I remember the fire python clearly said that when my ancestor entered the miracle for the second time, he was directly forced to the third floor by the fire dragon. How could he appear in the ancient world? How would I know? Tang Hai said secretly. What is going on? Qin Feiyang was full of doubts. Little brother, do you think this is okay? It will be difficult for you to accept this marriage contract now. Why don't you come back with me first? As for the marriage contract, we can discuss it later. Guo Zixiong suggested. This, Qin Feiyang hesitated for a moment, turned to look at Guo De, and asked, do you know about the existence of this marriage contract? Yes. Why? Guo De looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. Qin Feiyang said, why didn't you tell me when we met in the ancient city a few days ago? Guo De suddenly understood and said with a hoarse smile, although I saw the purple gold dragon blood at that time, I couldn't confirm your identity, so I didn't mention it. What he said was reasonable and there was no flaw in it. Qin Feiyang was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, this is too sudden. I really don't know whether to believe you or not. Understandable. Guo Zixiong nodded and smiled. Guo De took out a gray crystal from his arms and asked with a smile, little brother, have you been looking for this crystal these days? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said in surprise, you have it too? Of course. This crystal is called a soul stone. It's a great help in condensing divine sense. My Guo clan has a large amount of soul stones. If you return with us, I guarantee that you will get a lot. Guo De smiled. How much is a lot? Qin Feiyang's heart moved as he asked. Guo De said, it's a number you can't imagine. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed as he said calmly, if that's the case, why don't you give me some now? This, Guo De hesitated. Little brother, you might not know this, but this soul stone is quite rare in the ancient realm. However, since little brother wants it, there's no harm in me giving you some now. Take it as my sincerity. Guo Zixiong smiled, took out a Qinquan bag and threw it to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang hastily grabbed the Qinquan bag and lowered his head to check it. Immediately, a look of shock crept onto his face. There were no less than 500 soul stones in this Qinquan bag. This was truly an unexpected gain. He raised his head and looked at Guo Zixiong and Yi Zichen. One had to be wary of others. But from beginning to end, he didn't find any trace of deceit in their expressions. Sigh. What's going on? Ancestor, can you give me a hint? Qin Feiyang sighed secretly. Little brother, there's no time to lose. Let's hurry back. I think my daughter would also like to meet you, her future husband. Guo Zixiong stepped aside and stretched out his hand with a smile. Tang Hai said calmly, young master, be careful of any tricks. Qin Feiyang was hesitant. Qin Feiyang, but at this moment, an anxious roar could be heard. Qin Feiyang was stunned. This seemed to be the voice of the golden leopard. Why did it come here? Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked up and saw a golden stream of light streaking across the sky like lightning and landing in front of Qin Feiyang. Who else could it be but the golden leopard? It was panting and its eyes were full of anxiety. Qin Feiyang suddenly had an uneasy premonition and asked, what happened? Something big has happened. Old Zhao is in danger. The golden divine leopard gasped for breath. What? Qin Feiyang's body trembled. Come with me quickly. After the golden leopard finished speaking, it turned around and began to return the way it came. Qin Feiyang's face darkened slightly. Looking at Guo Zixiong and Yi Zichen, he cupped his hands and said, I'm sorry, I have something urgent to deal with. I'll visit again when I have time. After that, Qin Feiyang looked at Tang Hai and urged, hurry up and follow the leopard. Tang Hai waved his hand, rolled up Qin Feiyang, and immediately chased after the golden leopard. The undead also immediately turned around and chased after Qin Feiyang and the others. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Looking at the backs of Qin Feiyang and the others, Guo De snorted coldly and turned to Guo Zixiong, asking, Patriarch, what do we do now? Guo Zixiong's eyes flashed and he said in a low voice, let's follow and take a look. Swish. Guo Zixiong waved his hand and the two disappeared without a trace. Junior Leopard, what happened? Back to Qin Feiyang. After catching up with the Golden Leopard, he immediately asked. That day, after leaving the Black Tortoise realm, I immediately rushed to meet up with old Zhao as you said. But on the second day after we met up, Mu Tianyang suddenly brought people out and even revived that blood blade. Although old Zhao broke through to the War God realm, he was suppressed by that blood blade. The Golden Leopard said. Tang Hai said angrily, what about you? Why didn't you help him? Who said I didn't help him? But that blood blade was too terrifying. In just one exchange, I was seriously injured. Old Zhao saw that the situation was not good, so he secretly told me to come find you. He tried his best to delay Mu Tianyang. The Golden Leopard said. Then how did you find us? Qin Feiyang asked. One had to know. Before the Golden Leopard left, he didn't say where he was going. The Golden Leopard said, it's all thanks to it that I was able to find you. Who? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. With a clang, the Divine Phoenix Blade flew out of the Golden Leopard's body. Divine Phoenix Blade. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The Divine Phoenix Blade absorbed your purple gold dragon blood and purple gold dragon chi, so it can sense your location. These days, it has been guiding me. The Golden Leopard said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang nodded his head in realization, but his expression suddenly changed, and said, I gave the Divine Phoenix Blade to old Zhao for him to protect himself, but you took the Divine Phoenix Blade away, then wouldn't he have no chance of winning against Mu Tianyang? It wasn't me who wanted to take it away, it was old Zhao who asked me to. Because he knew that even if he kept the Divine Phoenix Blade, he wouldn't be able to defeat Mu Tianyang. It's even possible that it would be destroyed by the Blood Blade. The Golden Leopard said. It would be a pity if a divine artifact that has given birth to a spirit artifact was destroyed. At this time, a familiar voice was heard. Qin Feiyang was startled. He turned his head and saw Guo Zixiong beside him. What are you doing? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Your ancestor and I are as close as brothers. You are his descendant, which means you are my descendant. If you are in trouble, how can I just stand by and watch? Guo Zixiong laughed. This, Qin Feiyang was hesitant. Tang Hai sent a sound transmission, young master, this Guo Zixiong's strength is unfathomable. Maybe he can really help us. Hearing that, Qin Feiyang looked at Guo Zixiong and laughed. Thank you, senior. Guo Zixiong said, calling me senior is too polite. If you don't mind, just call me Uncle Guo. Qin Feiyang was startled, and nodded, all right, but uncle can't always call me little brother in the future, it's really messing up the seniority. That makes sense. Then, from now on, I'll call you nephew. Guo Zixiong laughed. Nephew? Qin Feiyang was speechless. This was still messing up the seniority. The title of nephew was usually used by two parents who had a good relationship with their juniors. For example, if Guo Zixiong had a good relationship with his father, then it was natural for Guo Zixiong to call him nephew. But one had to know. Now, the people who had a good relationship with Guo Zixiong were not his father's generation, but his ancestors, who were several generations away. Logically speaking, in front of Guo Zixiong, he should still call him ancestor. This relationship was really complicated. Guo Zixiong seemed to see Qin Feiyang's depression, and laughed. We are us, it doesn't matter if it's your ancestors, you don't have to worry so much. Uncle is right. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Guo Zixiong said, your speed is too slow, we'll take you there, where is it? Qin Feiyang exhaled, threw away the distracting thoughts, put away the Divine Phoenix Blade, and said, the entrance of the ancient world. Entrance? Guo Zixiong and Guo De looked at each other, raised their eyebrows unnoticeably, and then Guo Zixiong led a group of people and disappeared into the sky like lightning. From the entrance to here, Qin Feiyang and Tang Hai took 7 or 8 days. But Guo Zixiong only took half a day to return to the entrance of the ancient world with a group of people. One could only imagine how strong Guo Zixiong's cultivation was. However, at this moment, there was only a lonely stone door at the entrance. There was not a single person in sight. The ground around the stone door was in ruins. Many bottomless abysses covered the land within a radius of tens of thousands of miles like a spider web. In the air, there were even faint fluctuations of battle. Guizhixiong looked around and frowned. There was indeed an exciting battle here, but it has already ended. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and sighed, I'm afraid that your subordinate is doomed. Damn it. Qin Feiyang clenched his hands and blamed himself. It's my fault, I shouldn't have let old Zhao stay here alone. Young master. But before he could finish, a joyful cry came from a chasm not far away. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked up and saw a figure rushing out of the abyss. Who else could it be but Zhao Tailai? Qin Feiyang hurriedly ran over, grabbed Zhao Tailai's shoulder, and said in surprise, You didn't die? I almost died. If I hadn't run away quickly, you would have seen a corpse now. Zhao Tailai sighed with lingering fear, and then knelt down in front of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was taken aback and frowned. What are you doing? Zhao Tailai lowered his head and said, It's my incompetence that I couldn't stop Mu Tianyang. Young master, please punish me. Why should I punish you? This is my fault. I know that Mu Tianyang has a blood blade, but I still let you guard here. This is simply sending you to your death. You should blame me. Get up quickly, as long as you're fine. Qin Feiyang bent over and helped Zhao Tailai up. Young master, Zhao Tailai murmured. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and said with a smile, Okay, don't be like a woman and be shy. Zhao Tailai smiled in relief. Chapter 1708. Zhao Tailai said, They have already left the ancient realm. Left the ancient realm? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. That's not right. Aren't they also entangled by the devil's mark? How would they dare to leave? Tang Hai said. Wang Yuanshan and the people from the Nether Hall are indeed entangled by the devil's mark, but Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing are not. Zhao Tailai said in a low voice. That's right. It hasn't even been half a year since the python took them out of the Black Tortoise realm. Qin Feiyang nodded. Tang Hai looked at Zhao Tailai and asked, Do you mean that only Mu Tianyang and Mu Qing have left the ancient realm and the others are still here? No. Originally, Mu Tianyang had planned to leave the others here. However, upon taking into consideration that we were still in the ancient realm, they did not dare to stay. Thus, they also left the ancient realm with Mu Tianyang. Zhao Tailai said. Aren't they courting death? Tang Hai was shocked. It's no different from courting death. However, although they are entangled by the devil's mark, they can still stay outside for 3 months. I believe young master knows this as well. Zhao Tailai said. I know. Back then, I met the willow tree at the miracle site and he told me all this. Qin Feiyang said. The golden leopard snorted. Although they can stay for 3 months, once the 3 months are up, they will definitely die. The others are not important. What's important is Mu Tianyang. His divine soul is about to condense. Once it appears, he will have the strength of a god of war. If we don't hurry to find him, when he enters the 2nd level, my cousin and the rest will definitely be killed. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice. Lu Jiajin, Old Qin, the mysterious lady and the master of the Dragon Phoenix House, Yi Shu, were all on the 2nd level. Therefore, he couldn't sit back and do nothing. Although he wanted to continue to stay in the ancient realm and investigate the matter of his ancestors, he had to prioritize everything. At present, dealing with Mu Tianyang was the most important thing. Uncle, this is an emergency. I have to leave the ancient realm first. We'll meet again. Qin Feiyang turned to Guizhixiong and cupped his hands. Then, he waved his hand and led Zhao Tailai and the others toward the stone door without looking back. Seeing this, the undead immediately followed. By the time Guizhixiong reacted, the group of humans and the undead had already entered the stone door. Guido was stunned. He turned to Guizhixiong and asked, what should we do? Guo Zixiong's eyes were also rather gloomy. Guo De looked at the stone door again. Qin Feiyang and the others had already disappeared. He said angrily, I really can't accept this. I actually let him leave just like that. There's nothing we can do about it. It's our fault for not being able to enter the divine ruins. However, don't worry. This Qin Feiyang will definitely come to the ancient world again. Guo Zixiong took a deep breath and said. How so? Guo De was taken aback and looked at him suspiciously. Although I haven't known him for long, I can see that Qin Badian is very important to him. Guo Zixiong sneered. You mean, after he finishes his business outside, he will come in again to inquire about Qin Badian? Guo De asked. Yes. Guo Zixiong nodded and said, let's go back first and then send someone to guard here. As soon as he appears, we will be able to know his whereabouts immediately. Guo De said, then this old man will guard here personally. I don't trust anyone else. This, Guo Zixiong hesitated and nodded. All right, then I'll have to trouble second uncle. As long as we can complete our great cause, it's worth it. Guo De smiled. Definitely. Guo Zixiong clenched his hands, and his deep eyes flashed with a determined light. Divine ruins. In the sky above a barren mountain. Qin Feiyang and the others descended out of thin air. This place is completely different from the place where we first entered the ancient world. It seems that the ancient world has indeed been drifting aimlessly. Qin Feiyang scanned the mountains below and said. Zhao Tailai smiled and said, to be honest, the ancient world is really a very magical place. Qin Feiyang nodded. Suddenly, he noticed the undead at the side and asked in surprise, why did you follow us out? Tang Hai and Shen Bao's eyes were also full of shock. They actually didn't notice that this guy had followed them out. It is? Zhao Tailai was surprised. Previously at the entrance, he had seen the undead, but at that time, he didn't pay attention to it carefully. Qin Feiyang said, she is the undead we met in the ancient world. Undead. Zhao Tailai was shocked, and his divine might suddenly erupted. Don't be nervous. She doesn't seem to have any malicious intentions towards us. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Zhao Tailai was stunned and asked suspiciously, then why is she following us? I don't know. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at the undead for a moment. Seeing that the undead didn't answer him, he gave up helplessly. Tang Hai glanced at the undead, looked at Qin Feiyang, and suddenly said, young master, you just ran out like this, what about your fiancé? What? Fiancé? Zhao Tailai and the golden leopard looked at each other and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Qin Feiyang glared at Tang Hai, looked at Zhao Tailai and the golden leopard, and said with a smile, don't listen to his nonsense, where did I get a fiancé? Tang Hai said indifferently, there is even a marriage contract, and you still don't admit it? I say, can you keep your mouth shut? Qin Feiyang was quite annoyed. He didn't expect this cold guy to be so gossipy. Old Tang, what's going on? We have only been separated for a few days, how did the young master get a fiancé? And the two people who came with you before, who are they? Zhao Tailai ran to Tang Hai's side and asked in a low voice. Those two people are even scarier. That middle-aged man is called Guo Zixiong, the future father-in-law of the young master. His cultivation is at least at the Desheng stage. And that old man is called Guo De, a war god at the small Qing stage, and the future second grandfather of our young master. Tang Hai said. Desheng stage, small Qing stage. Zhao Tailai and the divine leopard looked at each other, this was too scary. However, they still didn't understand, why did Qin Feiyang suddenly have a fiancé? It's like this, Tang Hai glanced at Qin Feiyang and whispered to Zhao Tailai and the divine leopard. Boring. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at the two men and one beast, turned his head to look in the direction of the ancient world, and there was a trace of doubt between his brows. Why didn't Guo Zixiong and Guo De come out? Could it be, they couldn't leave the ancient world? Then, He looked up at the sky again, and the doubt between his brows became even stronger. It had been so long, why didn't he see the power of rule force appear? Moreover, at this moment, they were standing in the void. One had to know. On the first floor of this miracle, even space-divine objects couldn't fly. Could it be that the fire python gave them special privileges? No. When they separated, the fire python didn't know about the existence of the golden divine leopard and Tang Hai. Not to mention this undead. In other words, even if it gave special privileges, it would be given to him and Zhao Tai Lai, and would never give it to Tang Hai, the divine leopard, and the undead. Then there was only one reason. The fire python was nearby. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, scanned the surroundings, and smiled. Brother Fire, long time no see, how have you been? Tang Hai, Zhao Tai Lai, and the divine leopard, upon hearing Qin Feiyang's words, couldn't help but look stunned. Who was he talking to? Accompanied by a hearty laugh, the shadow of a huge beast shot out from a mountain stream below at lightning speed. When it appeared in front of Qin Feiyang, who else could it be but the fire python? Greetings, Lord Guardian. Zhao Tai Lai hurriedly bowed. Shen Bao and Tang Hai's expressions were also extremely respectful. No need to be so polite. The fire python smiled, its attitude was very easygoing. Looking at Qin Feiyang, it shook its head and said helplessly, I originally wanted to give you a surprise, but before this emperor appeared, I was already discovered by you. It's really boring. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but laugh. The fire python asked, how was the trip to the ancient realm? Qin Feiyang sighed, just as Brother Fire said, the ancient realm is full of opportunities. The fire python nodded, its expression becoming serious, and said, actually, this emperor has been waiting for you here. Waiting for me? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. 3 days ago, this emperor suddenly sensed that someone had activated the power of the rules on the first level, so I immediately rushed over to check. In the end, I found that it was a group of humans. According to this emperor's interrogation, they are Mu Tianyang's group that you are looking for. The fire python said. Qin Feiyang asked, then where are they now? They are on the second level. It was Lord Beast God who brought them to the second level. Lord Beast God also helped the people of the Heavenly Sun Empire and the Nether Hall remove the demon mark. The fire python said. What? Why did it do that? Isn't it breaking the rules? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Rules? Most of the rules of this miracle were set by Lord Beast God. Do you think these rules are useful to it? The fire python sneered. Qin Feiyang fell silent. This emperor also asked Lord Beast God why it did this. Do you know what its answer was? The fire python's expression was full of helplessness. What's its answer? Qin Feiyang frowned. It said that you have removed the demon mark. If those people are still bound by the demon mark, then this show is not worth watching. The fire python said. Show? Qin Feiyang suddenly burned with anger. Zhao Tai Lai and Tang Hai were also indignant. The fire python glanced at the three of them and sighed, this emperor knows that you are very uncomfortable now, but in the eyes of Lord Beast God, this is just a game. It has such strength, so I dare not say anything. However, the removal of the demon imprint was obtained through my own efforts. Is it fair for it to do this? Qin Feiyang said angrily. The fire python said, fairness is built on the foundation of great strength. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed deeply and said, Brother Fire, how can I not know this? But in my heart, I feel a little uncomfortable. All right. Although Lord Beast God's method is unfair, isn't this emperor secretly helping you? Chapter 1709. Thank you, Brother Fire. Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and thanked him, but suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, Brother Fire, what did you say? Secretly help me? Yes. The Beast God has already learned of the relationship between this emperor and you, and strictly forbade this emperor from being involved with you. Fire Dragon sighed. This bastard small beast. Qin Feiyang gritted his teeth and asked, where is the Fire Dragon now? This emperor doesn't know. Since the beast god let it enter the third floor, it has never appeared again. Regarding this, Lord Beast God was also vague about it. Fire Python said. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, it can't be shielding the Fire Dragon, right? This emperor also thought so, but thinking back, even if the beast god is shielding it, what can this emperor do? Fire Python sighed, his expression full of helplessness. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed coldly, looking at Fire Python, and said word by word, don't worry, small beast won't kill it, I will help you kill it. This, Fire Python looked at Qin Feiyang in a daze. Although I am not small beast's opponent now, I am confident that I will be able to trample it under my feet in the future. Qin Feiyang said. Fire Python's expression suddenly changed, and he whispered, don't say this again in the future. If the beast god finds out, even this emperor can't protect you. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, I know what to do, don't worry. As long as you know what to do. Fire Python nodded and asked with a smile, do you have any plans now? Qin Feiyang said, of course to the second floor. To deal with Mu Tianyang? Fire Python asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. Fire Python looked at him deeply and said, well, this emperor will take you in now. Wait. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said. What? The Fire Python was suspicious. Qin Feiyang asked, there are humans in the ancient realm, do you know? There are humans? The Fire Python was slightly taken aback. It shook its head and said, this emperor really doesn't know. Are they strong? Very strong. I met two people, one is a war god of small completion stage, the other is a war god of Desheng stage. Qin Feiyang said solemnly. What? The Fire Python was shocked. A war god at the Desheng stage is rare even on the second level of the miracle. Only the beast emperors of the various territories have such strength. Qin Feiyang said, then do you know if there are any other entrances to the ancient realm? Other entrances? The Fire Python was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, for example, is there a passage to the ancient realm on the third level? The third floor, the Fire Python pondered for a while and shook its head. You also know that this emperor has just become a guardian not long ago and is not very clear about many places in the miracle. However, if what you said is true, then this emperor needs to make a trip to the ancient realm. You want to go to the ancient realm? Qin Feiyang said. The Fire Python smiled. Such a magical place. If there is a chance, I will definitely go and take a look. Qin Feiyang said, then if you find anything, remember to tell me. What do you want to know? The Fire Python was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, to tell you the truth, there are people in the ancient realm who know about the existence of my ancestor. How is this possible? Didn't your ancestor enter the third level? The Fire Python said. That's why I asked you if there is an entrance to the ancient realm on the third level. If there is, then everything makes sense. But if there isn't, then I really don't understand. How did my ancestor enter the ancient realm? Qin Feiyang said. I see. The Fire Python suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang pointed to the undead and said, also, help me send her back to the ancient realm. Hearing this, the undead immediately shook her head at Qin Feiyang. As if saying, don't send her back. It? The Fire Python looked at the undead. Qin Feiyang said, she is the undead of the ancient realm. I don't know why she came out with me. The undead of the ancient realm, the Fire Python murmured. Seeing the undead shaking her head desperately, it smiled and said, since she followed you, there must be a reason. Why don't you keep her by your side? Maybe at a critical moment, she can help you. Hearing this, the undead immediately nodded to Qin Feiyang. As if to say, I can help you. This, Qin Feiyang frowned and looked at the undead, hesitating. Suddenly, The undead ran to Qin Feiyang and grabbed Qin Feiyang's arm as if she was acting coquettishly. The fire python teased, "Brother Qin, it seems that your charm is not bad. Even the undead likes you." Qin Feiyang smiled helplessly and looked at the undead. Okay, you can follow me for the time being, but I have to say the ugly words first. Don't hurt anyone around me, or don't blame me for being ruthless." The undead nodded repeatedly. This undead is very interesting. And looking at her form, she must have been a woman when she was alive. Brother Qin's luck with women is not bad. The fire python laughed. "Brother Fire, why do you like to joke so much?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Is there anything else to do? If not, this emperor will send you to the second floor. The fire python said. Boss, let the fire python find Feng Ling Air and Zhao Shuang, Fatso's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Yeah, I actually forgot about them. Wait. There seems to be another acquaintance. Yes, it's Tan Wu. Qin Feiyang hurriedly looked at the fire python and said, "Help me check if these 3 people are still on the first floor." Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the shadows of Tan Wu and the other 2 condensed. Okay. The fire python closed its eyes, and its perception was infinitely magnified. Everything in the entire miracle was revealed in its eyes. A moment later, it opened its eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, "The man was found, and there was a hell god hound by his side, but the 2 women, this emperor did not find them." You didn't find them? Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly sank. Could it be that something had happened to Zhao Shuang, and Feng Ling Air? Inside the castle, Fatty's face was filled with bewilderment. Lu Hong said, "Fatso, quickly ask Feiyang, did he show the fire python their previous appearances or their current appearances? Before? Now?" Fatso was puzzled. Don't forget, their current identities are Zhao Yu and Feng Ranran. In the miracle, they will definitely maintain their current appearances like Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu. Lu Hong said. Yes, they must have changed their appearances now. Fatso suddenly realized and immediately transmitted his voice to Qin Feiyang. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he also suddenly realized. He condensed the changed appearances of Zhao Shuang, and Luo Qingzhu, and said to the fire python, "Then look again, can you find them?" The fire python closed its eyes again. Soon, it opened its eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smile. "There are them, they are together, and now they seem to be cultivating in a water source." Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What about the man? His situation is not very good." The fire python said. "What do you mean?" Qin Feiyang's heart tightened. "See for yourself." After the fire python finished speaking, the void in front of it distorted, and a picture quickly emerged. "Little scum, it's all your fault. I said from the beginning that we should go around and not provoke them, but you insisted on barging in. Let me tell you, if anything happens to this emperor will definitely not let you off." Immediately, as soon as the picture appeared, a voice like a shrew's cursing in the street echoed in the void. Qin Feiyang's face twitched. This voice was too familiar. As soon as he heard it, he knew that it was the cursing voice of the hellhound. And the little scum in the mouth of the hellhound was Tan Wu. It really hasn't changed at all. Even the rhythm of cursing is the same as before. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and raised his head to look at the picture. He saw the hellhound and Tan Wu fighting a bloody battle on a plain. Surrounding them was a group of black centipedes. Densely packed. Limitless. But that was not an ordinary centipede. It was a type of extremely poisonous, huge, and extremely ferocious blood-colored centipede. Some of them were even more than 10 meters long. Below their abdomens, 2 rows of tentacles were like steel blades, glowing with astonishing sharpness. The strongest one's cultivation had even reached the peak realm. From afar, Tan Wu and the hellhound surroundings were like waves of blood-colored waves surging. The number was too large, and it was impossible to count. As for Tan Wu and the Hellhound, their cultivation was not low either. They had both reached 8-star War Emperor. But at this moment, they were in an extremely sorry state. Not only were their bodies riddled with wounds, their lips and faces were also black. Obviously, they had all been poisoned. Oh my God, I've already killed for a day and a night. When will it end? Tan Wu, you bastard. If you want to kill me, I won't let you have an easy time. The Hellhound cursed angrily. Can you shut up? If I wanted to kill you, why would I follow you in? Tan Wu said angrily. The Hellhound roared, are you crazy? Otherwise, why would you run in? Zhao Tailai looked at the man and beast and asked suspiciously, young master, what's the situation between them? They are enemies. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly. Zhao Tailai said, you mean, this Hellhound is his spiritual pet? Not a spiritual pet, a partner. Qin Feiyang said. Then what are they arguing about? I thought they were opponents. Zhao Tailai was speechless. Just get used to it. Qin Feiyang said. Anyway, every time they met Tan Wu and the Hellhound, they were basically bickering endlessly. This way of getting along is really strange. Zhao Tailai shook his head. Qin Feiyang looked at the fire python and said with a smile, Brother Fire, let's go over and take a look. Okay. The fire python nodded. An invisible force emerged, and a group of people immediately descended in the sky above the plain. On the plain, corpses were everywhere. Fresh blood dyed the ground red. A pungent smell of blood assailed their nostrils. Qin Feiyang and the group scanned the plain. Even with their current strength and cultivation, they couldn't help but admire Tan Wu and the Hellhound. The ground was full of blood centipede corpses. These corpses were all combat emperors. There were even many who had reached 9-star combat emperor. As for Tan Wu and the Hellhound, relying on the cultivation of 8-star combat emperor, not only did they fight here for a day and a night, but they also killed so many blood centipedes. Their methods were really amazing. Chapter 17:10. I'll go and help them. The Golden Divine Leopard chuckled. Don't. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. What's wrong? Aren't they your friends? The Golden Divine Leopard was stunned. It's because they're my friends that I know them well. This little difficulty won't be a problem for them. Especially this Tan Wu. In some aspects, he's stronger than me. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is that so? The Golden Divine Leopard expressed its doubts. Tan Wu and the Hell Divine Hound were fully focused on fighting the bloody centipedes and didn't notice Qin Feiyang and the others in the sky. The Hell Divine Hound took a detoxification pill and crushed a bloody centipede with one foot, saying, Little scum, if this goes on, we'll all be finished. Tan Wu also smashed a bloody centipede with a punch and then took a detoxification pill. He nodded and said, You're right. If this goes on, you and I will be finished. A man and a beast looked at each other. The next moment, they each took out a pill and threw it into their mouths. What? Qin Feiyang's gaze suddenly trembled. Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, the Golden Divine Leopard, and the Fire Python were also in disbelief. Although Tan Wu and the Hell Divine Hound only took a moment from taking out the pills to taking them, they could clearly see that the two pills were surrounded by dragon-shaped pill chi. Dragon-shaped pill chi. In this world, only divine pills could give birth to dragon-shaped pill chi. In other words, Tan Wu and the Hell Divine Hound had taken 2 divine pills. Young master, am I seeing things? Zhao Tailai said. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. No, but how is this possible? Even Tang Hai and I have never seen divine pills. How could the 2 of them have them? Zhao Tailai said in disbelief. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said, I think it should be that old man who gave it to them. That old man? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were stunned and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, asking, which old man? The fire python was also very curious. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, "You wouldn't know even if I told you." Boom! Before he finished speaking, Tan Wu and the Hell Godhound's aura suddenly soared. This, Zhao Tai Lai and the others were shocked. Qin Feiyang said, "What they consumed before was the 5 Elements Universe pill. So it's this kind of pill." Zhao Tai Lai suddenly understood. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He turned to look at Zhao Tai Lai and asked in surprise, "You know about it too?" "Yes. We know about this elixir because of the Heavenly Sun Empire," Zhao Tai Lai said. "Heavenly Sun Empire," Qin Feiyang murmured. "That's right. I remember that during the last divine miracle, someone from the Tianyang Empire entered the Black Tortoise world and presented a manual called the Pill Mantra to the Emperor of the Tianyang Empire. There are many unheard of pill recipes recorded in this manual. However, our Vanga League in Fengtian Palace also received the news immediately. Because at that time, both of our forces had spies lurking around the Emperor. When we learned about this, we were also very shocked and wanted to take the pill mantra for ourselves. A bloody storm is about to begin. However, in the end, it was a situation where both sides suffered. The pill mantra was also destroyed in our battle," Zhao Tai Lai said. Qin Feiyang asked, "Do the people of the Tianyang Empire know about these pill recipes?" "They don't know either. Because our Vanga League in Fengtian Palace will not allow the Tianyang Empire to control these pill recipes. After all, these pills are too heaven-defying. If we let the Tianyang Empire continue to develop like this, it will inevitably threaten us. So, our 2 super forces joined forces to eliminate all the people of the Tianyang Empire who entered the Black Tortoise world. Moreover, we used the puppet technique to read the memories of the Emperor and the Divine Overlords. After confirming that they didn't know about the pill recipes, we let them go," Zhao Tai Lai said. "If even you don't know about the existence of the pill mantra, then how did Mu Tianyang obtain this pill mantra? When did he obtain it?" Qin Feiyang frowned. The pill mantra had always been a mystery. He wanted to find out, but he didn't know where to start. Zhao Tai Lai said in surprise, "You're saying that the pill mantra belongs to Mu Tianyang?" "Yes. But the original is now in my hands," Qin Feiyang said. "It's in your hands." Zhao Tai Lai and Tang Hai looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. As the Nether Hall's Hall Master, Tang Hai also knew about this. Both of them didn't expect that the original pill mantra that all forces fought over was in Qin Feiyang's hands. The fire python suddenly said, "Brother Qin, can you let me take a look at the pill mantra?" "Sure." Qin Feiyang nodded and entered the ancient castle to take out the pill mantra. The fire python looked at it for a while and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, you're so lucky. This was written by the creator himself." "The creator wrote it?" Zhao Tai Lai and Tang Hai's eyes trembled. "Yes. Look, this is the name of the creator." The fire python erected the pill mantra. The 2 of them raised their heads and looked. On the cover of the pill mantra, there was indeed the word "skyless." Qin Feiyang asked, "Then does Brother Huan know why this pill mantra fell into Mu Tianyang's hands?" The fire python shook its head and said, "I don't know. I've never seen this thing before. Maybe my father knows, but, speaking of which..." A trace of grief immediately crept up on the fire python's face. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I reminded you of something sad." "It's okay." The fire python smiled and returned the pill mantra to Qin Feiyang, exhorting, "You must treasure this thing well. After all, it belongs to the creator. Maybe in the future, it will be of great help to you." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded and returned to the castle with the pill mantra, placing it in the iron box of the 6-word divine arts. Hiding here was safer than anywhere else. Because even Chang Shui couldn't break this iron box. When he appeared outside again, Tan Wu and the Hell Godhound's cultivation had already broken through to the 9-star War Emperor. The man and the beast were in high spirits. The Hell Godhound shouted, "Little slag, let's compete and see who kills more. Don't always call me little slag, little slag. How am I worse than you? In the past, your cultivation was so much higher than mine. Now that I've caught up to you, you're the little slag. Tan Wu snorted coldly. TSK. If it weren't for old Master Qin helping you, would you be able to catch up to this emperor? I said you're a little slag, but you still don't admit it. The Hell God Hound's 6 heads and 12 eyes were filled with disdain. Cut the crap. If you want to compete, then compete. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Tan Wu was furious. Boom. An ancient peak the size of a palm appeared. Its entire body was black and emitted a strong black light. Following closely, an obscure power surged out in all directions like an avalanche. The surrounding blood-colored centipedes immediately slowed down. What is this? The golden divine leopard said in shock. His innate ability. This innate ability is called the gravity domain. Anyone who enters the domain will have their speed suppressed. Back then, under this gravity domain, I also suffered a lot. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The past surfaced in his mind like a tide. He also didn't expect that the former enemy would actually become friends. As soon as the gravity domain began, Tan Wu was like a god descending, killing in all directions. Even the blood centipedes at the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm had no power to resist in front of him. Qin Feiyang watched for a while, then turned to look at the fire python and said with a smile, the outcome has been decided. Let's go. Go? Not bringing them along? The fire python was stunned. I understand Tan Wu. He is a person with ambition and pride. Even if I want to take him away, he won't follow me. Let's go take a look at those 2 women. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. The fire python nodded and brought Qin Feiyang and the group of people to the sky above an oasis without making a sound. Below, the mountains and rivers were beautiful, and the scenery was pleasant. In front of a lake, 2 women sat cross-legged, their long hair dancing in the wind. Although their appearances were very ordinary, their temperaments were extremely outstanding. Of course, this was just a fake face. Their true appearances were all heavenly beauties. Because they were Feng Ling Er and Zhao Shuang Er. The golden divine leopard muttered, their cultivation has already reached the peak of the 9-star War Emperor realm. Is there still a need to cultivate? They are already comprehending the profound meaning of becoming a god. Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai frowned and said, comprehending here seems to be a little dangerous. The fire python suddenly said, wait, there's another person here. There's another person? Qin Feiyang and the others were surprised and asked, where? The fire python brought Qin Feiyang and the others and quietly appeared above a mountain peak, saying, he's down there. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and scanned the mountain peak. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a big tree by the cliff. Beside the big tree stood a young man in black. How is this possible? Why is he at the miracle site? When he saw the face of the young man in black, Qin Feiyang's face was immediately filled with surprise and doubt. The young man in black was about 1.9 meters tall and his body was quite strong. The black robe on his body was very fitting, and his thick black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, filled with a wild aura. The lake where Zhao Shuang and the young man in black were not far from the giant peak where the young man in black was. At this moment, the young man in black lowered his head without saying a word. Looking at Zhao Shuang and the young man in black, his dark eyes flickered with wisps of light. Look at his eyes, they are a little unfriendly. Young master, do you know him? Zhao Tailai transmitted his voice. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded, his brows tightly knitted together. Who is it? Zhao Tailai asked. Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said, he can be considered an opponent and also a friend. An opponent and also a friend? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other. Why did it sound so contradictory? Why is he at the miracle site? I remember that when I entered the miracle site, I didn't see him. Qin Feiyang muttered to himself with a puzzled expression. Chapter 17:11. Then who exactly is he? Seeing Qin Feiyang's incredulous face, Zhao Tailai and the others were even more surprised. His surname is Dong Zhengyang. Qin Feiyang said. That's right. The black-clothed youth was Dong Zhengyang. He was naturally very familiar with Dong Zhengyang. How long had it been? He had actually broken through to the peak of the 9-star combat emperor realm. It was also unbelievable. What had Dong Zhengyang experienced in these few years? Whoosh! Suddenly, Dong Zhengyang rushed down the mountain. His aura was restrained to the extreme, like a ghost walking in the night. What does he want to do? Zhao Tailai was suspicious. But then, his face changed, and he transmitted his voice. Young master, he seems to be going for the two women. Qin Feiyang looked at Dong Zhengyang, then looked at Zhao Shuang, and the other person by the lake, and could not help but frown. What did Dong Zhengyang want to do? Whoosh! Tang Hai suddenly rushed toward Dong Zhengyang without saying a word, and his eyes flashed with a shocking cold light. Qin Feiyang was stunned, and hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Don't hurt him." Got it. Tang Hai did not even turn his head as he responded. Let's go and take a look. Qin Feiyang said to Zhao Tailai, and rushed toward the lake. Zhao Tailai, Fire Python, and the Golden Divine Leopard looked at each other and quickly followed. Very quickly. Dong Zhengyang lurked near Zhao Shuang, and the other person, hiding behind a bush, watching the two of them. As for Dong Zhengyang, who was hiding in the dark, Zhao Shuang and the other person were completely unaware. These two women are really careless, daring to cultivate in seclusion in such a place. Qin Feiyang was quite annoyed. The water source was a miracle. It could be said to be heaven, but it was also hell. Because in such a place, there were all kinds of hidden dangers. Crash. All of a sudden, Dong Zhengyang activated his fighting soul. A pitch-black iron chain appeared. It was as thick as an arm, and it was like a viper as it rushed towards Zhao Shuanger and her companion. Not good. Qin Feiyang's heart sank. What is it? Zhao Tailai looked at him suspiciously. Qin Feiyang said in a low voice, his fighting soul can freeze people in the void. Fixed in the void? Zhao Tailai was stunned. That's right. As long as they are bound by the iron chains, Zhao Shuanger and her brother will not be able to move. They will be like fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Qin Feiyang said. So scary? Zhao Tailai was surprised and asked, are we going to save them? Wait a moment. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. I've been waiting for you. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Shuanger and the other man suddenly opened their eyes. Their gazes swept directly toward Dong Zhengyang, their eyes flashing with intense cold light. Are they deliberately waiting for Dong Zhengyang? What's the situation? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Clang. Accompanied by an ear-piercing metal sound, a pocket-sized sword swept out from behind Zhao Shuanger. It was crystal clear, like a crystal, exuding a hazy luster. This seems to be her fighting soul, the heart of the divine sword. Qin Feiyang muttered. Innate magical ability, sword domain. Zhao Shuanger shouted again. The pocket-sized sword suddenly trembled, blooming with a brilliant light. Following closely, strands of sword chi emerged and shot out in all directions. In just a moment, a sword chi boundary of thousands of feet appeared out of nowhere. You guys are really difficult to deal with. Dong Zhengyang frowned. You know that we are difficult to deal with, but you still linger around? Zhao Shuanger snorted coldly. Inside the boundary, countless battle swords appeared. Each battle sword was 3 feet long, 3 fingers wide, and seemed to be cast from cold iron, exuding a world-destroying sharpness. In the blink of an eye, Dong Zhengyang's fighting soul rushed into the boundary. Clang! Seeing this, Zhao Shuang'er waved her jade-like hand. The battle swords in the boundary suddenly swarmed forward. Accompanied by a loud clang, the iron chain was cut into pieces in a short while. It felt that those battle swords were like a meat grinder. Anything that entered the boundary would be smashed into pieces. With his fighting soul destroyed, Dong Zhengyang's body trembled slightly. A trace of blood immediately overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was a little pale. Did you see that? You are not our opponent at all, Zhao Shuang'er said proudly. Feng Ling stood aside and did not make a move from beginning to end. Looking at Dong Zhengyang on the opposite side, there was a hint of ridicule on her face. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Shuang'er and murmured, "This little girl, she used to be a little playful. How did she become so tough now?" Zhao Shuang'er was the first person he met in Iron Ox Town besides Lin Yi. Therefore, he was very clear about Zhao Shuang'er's character. Not to say that she was gentle and lovely, but she could also be said to be a beautiful woman. But now, he could only see a barbaric force in her. This is not right. I am not your opponent, Dong Zhengyang murmured, looking at Zhao Shuang'er and Feng Ling. His eyes gradually became dead silent. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying aura rushed out of his body. What? As soon as this aura appeared, not only Qin Feiyang, but even Zhao Tailai and the others also changed their expressions. Because this was the aura of a beast. It seemed that in Dong Zhengyang's body, there was a terrifying beast sleeping. At this moment, Dong Zhengyang was awakening it. The aura was getting stronger and stronger. Zhao Shuang and Feng Ling looked at Dong Zhengyang, and their expressions gradually became dignified. Roar! After about a few breaths, Dong Zhengyang raised his head and let out a roar. It was really like a beast roaring. At this moment, his whole body was also filled with an amazing murderous aura. Following closely, an even more amazing scene appeared. They saw that Dong Zhengyang's body was crazily growing bigger. The clothes on his body were torn to pieces. His muscles were bulging high. In less than 3 breaths, he became a giant of more than 10 meters tall. The terrifying aura, with him as the center, rolled in all directions. The entire water source was raised to the ground in an instant. What the hell is this? Zhao Shuang and Feng Ling looked at each other, and their faces were a little pale. Not your opponent? I don't know where you guys got the courage to say such disdainful words to me. Dong Zhengyang roared, his black hair fluttering. His fist, which was as big as a millstone, smashed toward Zhao Shuang'er and Feng Ling. Sacred Sword Judgment. Zhao Shuang'er snorted coldly, and her battle aura surged. A battle sword appeared and slashed on Dong Zhengyang's fist. Crack! However, in an instant, the battle sword shattered. Zhao Shuang'er's delicate body trembled, and blood gushed from the corner of her mouth. So strong? Qin Feiyang was shocked. One had to know. The sacred sword judgment that Zhao Shuang'er evolved was also a perfect battle art, but it was actually shattered by Dong Zhengyang's punch? Black demon body, invincible demon body, destroy it for me. Dong Zhengyang roared again, and a fist smashed toward the two. The terrifying power even distorted the void. Don't be arrogant, one sword to break the soul. Zhao Shuang'er was not convinced, and a light flashed across the sky, tearing the earth. Dong Zhengyang's eyes were full of disdain, and he directly punched out. The light instantly collapsed, without any resistance. How is this possible? Zhao Shuang'er was dumbfounded. His black demon body is a divine art. Feng Ling suddenly said. Divine art. Zhao Shuang'er's eyes trembled. Let me experience how terrifying your black demon body is. Feng Ling stepped out, and her body suddenly emitted lightning. That's right. That was the lightning, golden in color. The wisps of golden lightning flashed on her body, exuding a destructive aura. Even her eyes had turned golden, and at this moment, they were also bursting with lightning. Then, Her 5 fingers suddenly clenched, raised her arm, and punched Dong Jingyang's fist. Her body did not change. So her fist was the same size as an ordinary person. Under Dong Jingyang's millstone-sized fist, her fist was as small as an ant. However, when the 2 fists, one big and one small, met, the 2 were actually forced back a few steps at the same time, showing a situation of being evenly matched. This meant that the strength of Feng Ling Er's fist was not inferior to Dong Jingyang's at all. Sister, amazing. Zhao Shuang ran to Feng Ling Er's side and giggled. Feng Ling Er smiled proudly and said, "Of course, I can't let you steal all the limelight alone. Luodan, Feng Ran, when I was in the temple, why didn't I realize that you were so outstanding?" Dong Jingyang opened his mouth. His voice was like a bell, deafening. "That's because we keep a low profile." Zhao Shuang raised her head, like a proud little princess. Zhao Tailai was stunned, looked at Qin Feiyang, and transmitted his voice, "Young master, they knew each other before?" "Yes. We all entered the temple together. However, Dong Jingyang probably doesn't know their true identities yet." Qin Feiyang said. "Keep a low profile?" Dong Jingyang raised his head and laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Zhao Shuang was dissatisfied. Dong Jingyang stopped laughing, looked down at the 2 of them, and said, "Your strength is indeed very strong, but what?" Feng Ling Er raised her eyebrows. "Body of the heavenly devil." Dong Jingyang did not answer. With a roar, a bloody aura gushed out of his body like a tide. His long hair and eyes were instantly blood red. His aura was even more shocking. Boom! Without saying a word, he threw a punch at the 2 of them again. Feng Ling Er did not shrink back. She took a step forward, and golden lightning shattered the earth. Boom! 2 fists, one big and one small, collided once again. Puff! Feng Ling Er immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a meteorite, she smashed into the ground behind her. Her whole body suddenly seemed to fall apart, and her face was pale. Zhao Shuang was dumbfounded. This strength was too frightening, wasn't it? If you only have this strength, then this is the end. Dong Jingyang laughed. His blood-red hair danced behind him, as if a peerless heavenly devil had descended, and his murderous aura was monstrous. This guy is getting more and more terrifying. I'm really looking forward to the battle with him. Qin Feiyang muttered. Zhao Tailai was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Which battle?" "Because of certain reasons, there will be a battle between him and me sooner or later." Qin Feiyang smiled. "I see." Zhao Tailai suddenly understood and said to himself, "Although his strength is indeed not bad, compared to you, there is still a big gap. There is no suspense about his crushing defeat. Time will slowly change everything. How strong will he be in the future? No one can imagine. So it is too early to make a conclusion now. It's time to stop them. Otherwise, someone will definitely die." Chapter 17:12. Looking at Qin Feiyang, who suddenly appeared, the 3 of them were slightly stunned. Qin Feiyang looked up at Dong Jingyang and said with a smile, "Old friend, long time no see." "It's really you?" Dong Jingyang looked at Qin Feiyang, whose body was constantly shrinking, and his bloody eyes and bloody hair gradually returned to normal. "Yes, it's me." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Why are you here?" Dong Jingyang took out a shirt, put it on, and asked suspiciously. "I just happened to pass by. I didn't expect to meet you." Qin Feiyang said with a smile. Dong Jingyang was stunned and shook his head. "I don't think there would be such a coincidence." "All right. I admit, I've been here for a long time, but I didn't show up," Qin Feiyang said. Dong Jingyang nodded, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He looked at Qin Feiyang for a moment and said in surprise, "Your cultivation?" "That's right. I've already broken through to the pseudo-god realm." Qin Feiyang nodded. "So fast, Dong Xingyang was stunned. This guy has already broken through to the pseudo-god realm? Zhao Shuang and Feng Ling Er were also shocked. Feng Ling Er said, "Be careful, don't reveal any flaws and let him find out our identities." "I know." Zhao Shuang nodded without a trace. After Dong Xingyang came back to his senses, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Let me test your strength." Boom! As soon as he finished, he took a step forward, his battle qi rolling out, and punched towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang smiled, raised his arm, stretched out his index finger, and gently pressed the tip of his finger on Dong Xingyang's fist. At that moment, Dong Xingyang's arm stopped in midair. No matter how much force he exerted, he could not advance even half an inch. He felt that Qin Feiyang's fingertips were like an insurmountable mountain in front of his fist. Dong Xingyang decisively retracted his arm and said with a smile, "The strength of a fake god is indeed terrifying. Your current strength is also not bad. However, there's something I can't figure out. How did you enter the divine sight? I didn't see you at that time." Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Dong Xingyang sighed, "It's a long story. I entered the divine sight by following the imperial preceptor." "Mingling with the imperial tutor?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Yes. I killed a law enforcer from the law enforcement hall and disguised myself as that law enforcer to sneak in." Dong Xingyang said. "I see." Qin Feiyang came to a sudden realization and said with a smile, "It's rare for us to meet. Shall we get together?" When Dong Xingyang heard this, he fell silent. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "There's still time in the future. Let's meet again in the future. For now, you step aside. I'm going to deal with the two of them." Dong Xingyang pointed at Feng Ling Er and Dong Xingyang, murderous intent surging in his eyes. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look at the two of them. He looked at Dong Xingyang and asked in confusion, "Back in the 9 underworlds, they fought side by side with us. They could be considered as old friends. Why did you kill them?" Dong Xingyang did not answer, and the murderous intent in his eyes was even stronger than before. "Brother Dong, what's going on?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Dong Xingyang's eyes flickered. Suddenly, he turned around and left without saying a word. Qin Feiyang was stunned. What was going on? "Qin Feiyang, there are many things that I can't tell you now. But there's one thing you have to remember. When you face me in the future, you must be careful," Dong Xingyang said without looking back. Then, he sped up and disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight like lightning. "Be careful? What does that mean?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Dong Xingyang's behavior today seemed a little abnormal. At this moment, Zhao Shuang and Feng Ling Er looked at each other, then turned around and sneaked away. "Stop." Qin Feiyang turned around and looked at the two of them. The two of them froze. "Where are you going?" Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them playfully. The two of them turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang. Feng Ling Er smiled and said, "To even be able to meet here, we're really fated." "Still pretending?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said jokingly, "Yes, it's a coincidence. Why don't we go together?" "No, no." The two of them quickly waved their hands. "You don't want to see me? Have I done anything wrong to you before?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. "No, no. We just have some private matters to deal with. It's not convenient for us to go with you." The two of them laughed. "I see." Qin Feiyang nodded and said, "Then answer me first. How did you provoke Dong Xingyang?" "We didn't provoke him," Zhao Shuang said. "You didn't provoke him?" Qin Feiyang was stunned and said suspiciously, "Then why did he want to kill you?" "We don't know. It seems that half a year ago, we met him by accident. We wanted to say that we were old acquaintances and we should go together. But this guy, I don't know what's wrong with him. He actually attacked us. Later, he even chased after us. The two of them said. You didn't tell the truth. I know Dong Xingyang. He would never attack you for no reason. There must be a reason. Qin Feiyang frowned and said. Why don't you believe me? I swear to God in the name of my grandfather. If there is half a lie, let God punish me and I will never be reincarnated. Feng Ling'er said. Qin Feiyang suddenly frowned. This woman dared to swear in the name of her grandfather? Feng Ling'er's grandfather was Feng Cheng. He took good care of Qin Feiyang in the early years. When Feng Cheng died, Qin Feiyang was sad for a long time. And before Feng Cheng died, he told him to take good care of Feng Ling'er. And Feng Cheng was Feng Ling'er's most respected and loved person. Feng Ling'er swore in the name of Feng Cheng, so what she said was absolutely true. However, what was the reason? He also knew Dong Xingyang. He was a very upright and admirable opponent. But this time, why did he want to kill Feng Ling'er and Yizichen for no reason? Just as Qin Feiyang was pondering, Feng Ling'er wanted to sneak away again. But suddenly, Tang Hai was like a ghost, blocking in front of them. Who is it? The two of them suddenly changed their faces. This was because they could feel an unprecedented sense of danger from Tang Hai. At that moment, they turned and fled in the other direction, but Zhao Tailai appeared in front of them again. The two of them looked at each other and immediately turned and fled in the other direction. Do you think I don't exist? Accompanied by a cackle, the golden divine leopard stood up from a patch of grass. The two of them turned pale. Even though Tang Hai, Zhao Tailai, and the golden leopard were concealing their auras, they were still divine gods of battle and false god realm. Their gazes alone were enough to make Feng Ling'er and Qin Nan feel despair. Zhao Tailai rolled his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang, saying, Young master, Meng Er's death has always been a pain in this subordinate's heart. Why don't you bestow them to this subordinate and let them give birth to a son or daughter for this subordinate? Old bastard, you're shameless. When Zhao Shuang heard this, her beautiful face suddenly turned pale. Qin Feiyang was also slightly stunned. When he saw Zhao Tailai's slightly playful eyes, he smiled and nodded, yes, but what? Zhao Tailai was suspicious. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Shuang and Zhao Tailai, frowning and said, the two of them are so ugly. What if they give birth to an ugly monster? Yes. I really didn't think of this. Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang, you bastard. We fought side by side. How can you treat us like this? Are you still human? Besides, how are we ugly? Zhao Shuang and Zhao Tailai gnashed their teeth and cursed. Qin Feiyang said, usually, ugly people won't admit it. The two of them were so angry that they trembled. Zhao Tailai said, although a little ugly, it's okay. I don't mind. We don't mind you, okay? The two of them hurriedly said. You don't mind me? Zhao Tailai pointed at his nose with a face of disbelief. Cough cough. You too, although old Zhao is a little old, he's more than enough for you too. Qin Feiyang coughed dryly. Young master is right. I am a war god. The two of you marrying me is a blessing that you can't cultivate for several lifetimes. Zhao Tailai said proudly. War god. Zhao Shuang and Zhao Tailai looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. That's right. I am a war god. I am the real deal. Zhao Tailai said. The two of them couldn't speak clearly. Why does this bastard have a war god beside him? And he even called him young master. Tang Hai suddenly said, since old Zhao likes it, then let's cut the crap. It's decided happily. Who's decided happily with you? Bastard, you're a war god and a false god, bullying two women like us. What kind of men are you? Zhao Shuang and Zhao Tailai suddenly became anxious. You're wrong. Not a false god, a war god. It's two war gods, a false god, and a false god beast. Tang Hai said expressionlessly. What? Their eyes widened as they looked at Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai. Then, their gazes shifted to the golden leopard and Tang Hai. This emperor is the false god beast, he said. The golden leopard grinned. Tang Hai also said, I'm also another war god. This, what the hell is going on? The two of them were scared silly. Two war gods, a divine beast. When did this Qin Feiyang have so many terrifying guys around him? You two are just peak 9-star war emperors. In front of us, you're not enough, so be obedient. Qin Feiyang laughed. Don't, Qin Feiyang, you, the two of them were extremely anxious. Say what you want to say. Qin Feiyang said. The two of them stammered. Qin Feiyang was speechless. He had already scared them like this, and they still didn't take the initiative to confess? If that's the case, then let's be a little more ruthless. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Tailai and said, Old Zhao, I'll make the decision now. You two get married immediately. Feng Ling Heir suddenly became angry and said angrily, You bastard, are you looking for a beating? Aya, that's quite fierce. Old Zhao, can you subdue them? Qin Feiyang said. Don't worry, it's just two women. What's the big deal? Watch how I make them obedient. Chapter 17:13. Don't come over. Feng Ling Heir quickly waved her hand at Zhao Tailai. At the same time, she protected Zhao Shuang behind her. From this, it could be seen that the two were as close as sisters. And Feng Ling Heir was older than Zhao Shuang. So, she was protecting her younger sister as an elder sister. But Zhao Tailai turned a deaf ear. Feng Ling Heir was really anxious. She looked at Qin Feiyang and said angrily, Bastard, tell him to stop. Why? Qin Feiyang said lightly. Because I am Feng Ling Heir, and she is Zhao Shuang. Feng Ling Heir could no longer hold back the fear in her heart and reported her true identity. Feng Ling Heir? Zhao Shuang? Qin Feiyang was stunned. He looked at the two and shook his head. Do you think I am an idiot? The two of them are long dead. Besides, they are much prettier than the two of you. It is really us. Feng Ling Heir was anxious. Humph. Don't think I am so easy to fool. Originally, I just wanted you to marry old Zhao, but you actually dared to pretend to be Ling, and Shuang, It is unforgivable. Old Zhao, execute them on the spot. Qin Feiyang shouted. Yes. Zhao Tailai nodded. Feng Ling Heir shouted, I am not lying to you. We are really Feng Ling Heir and Zhao Shuang, Feiyang, do you still remember when you were framed by Lin Bailey in Iron Ox Town and were surrounded by Pill Hall, Martial Arts Hall, Lin family, and my Zhang family? Zhao Shuang, also quickly said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. He reached out and said, Old Zhao, stop first. Zhao Tailai stopped in front of the two. Are you really Feng Ling Heir and Zhao Shuang, Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. The two nodded. Since you are them, why have you been hiding your identities from me? Besides, I personally witnessed them dying before my eyes. Qin Feiyang said angrily. The two of them stuttered. This brat, if this goes on, it will definitely drive them crazy. The fire python, who was hiding in the dark, shook its head and laughed. Speak. Qin Feiyang shouted. The two of them looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. Alas. Feng Ling Heir let out a long sigh. She looked at Zhao Shuang and said, Let's restore our true appearances first. Zhao Shuang nodded. The two of them took out a facial restoration pill and threw it into their mouths. A short while later, two stunning faces appeared before everyone's eyes. Zhao Shuang, slim and graceful. Her jet-black hair draped over her shoulders, fluttering in the wind. Her eyes were as clear as a mirror, and she exuded a unique aura. Feng Ling had a pair of white legs that were long and slender. Her figure was exquisite, and her waist was small. There was no extra fat. Her skin was as smooth as cream, shiny and beautiful. Is it really you? Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them in a daze. But he was sighing in his heart. After not seeing each other for so many years, the two naive and ignorant girls had become goddess-like existences. Especially Feng Ling Air, her figure was excellent. Of course. Zhao Shuang'er was also impatient. It was just that some parts were not as exaggerated as Feng Ling Air's. It's us. Zhao Shuang'er smiled. You are really not dead. Qin Feiyang had a very excited look on his face. What? Do you really want us to die? Feng Ling Air snorted coldly. No. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Feng Ling Air roared, now, do you still want us to marry your subordinate? If you want to marry, I won't stop you. Qin Feiyang smiled. Bastard. Feng Ling Air was furious. She stepped forward and twisted Qin Feiyang's ear, gnashing her teeth and saying, Is it because I haven't beaten you for a long time that your skin is itchy? The nature of this tigress was revealed. Qin Feiyang secretly complained. Feng Ling Air had been very rough and barbaric since she was a child. He had suffered a lot in front of this woman before. Seeing this, Zhao Shuang'er quickly grabbed Feng Ling Air's wrist and said, Sister Ling Air, don't be angry. He must be joking. Humph. If it weren't for Sister Shuang'er's face, would have castrated you today. Feng Ling Air snorted coldly and finally let go of the devil's claws. Qin Feiyang rubbed his ear and muttered, After so many years, your personality hasn't changed at all. Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to get married? What did you say? Feng Ling Air raised her eyebrows. Nothing. Qin Feiyang quickly waved his hand. Zhao Tailai walked to Qin Feiyang's side, glanced at Feng Ling Air, and said, Young master, even a woman is so afraid of you, you are a little, don't say it, it's all a shadow left from childhood. Qin Feiyang sighed helplessly. Zhao Tailai was speechless and secretly said, Then do we still have to confess to them later? Confess to what? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Of course, we already knew their identity. Were we just teasing them? Zhao Tailai said. We can't confess. If they know this, I'm afraid even Zhao Shuang'er will fall out with me, let alone Feng Ling Air with a fiery temper. Qin Feiyang quickly said. Then how do you plan to end this? You have to know that Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu are cultivating in another castle. When they see Ling Yunfei and Luo Qingzhu, they will immediately know that you are teasing them. Zhao Tailai secretly said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Seeing this, Zhao Tailai laughed and said, Is this considered going for wool and coming home shorn? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Originally, he wanted to tease the two girls, but now he was in an awkward situation. Zhao Shuang'er looked at Qin Feiyang and said apologetically, Sorry, we lied to you for so long. It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. But he had been thinking about how to end this. Just as Qin Feiyang was racking his brains to think of a way, Tang Hai suddenly said, In fact, the one who should apologize is the young master, because he already knew your identity. Tang Hai, you. Qin Feiyang immediately stared at Tang Hai. Zhao Tailai and the Golden Leopard decisively retreated to the side, ready to watch the show. As for Tang Hai, he also turned a blind eye to Qin Feiyang's gaze and silently retreated to Zhao Tailai's side. He revealed an aloof expression as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Qin Feiyang secretly said angrily, You bastard, can't you say a few words less? However, Tang Hai looked as if he didn't hear it. At the same time, Zhao Shuang'er and the Golden Leopard were also frozen in place. Already knew? Since he knew, why did he have to pretend that he didn't know? Wait. This bastard was teasing them. Qin Feiyang. The next moment, the two gritted their teeth and stared at Qin Feiyang, like two tigresses that were about to explode. It was extremely scary. This. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and retreated. How do you still want to quibble? The two rubbed their fists and walked toward Qin Feiyang step by step, their eyes full of anger. Qin Feiyang pointed to Zhao Tailai and the others and said, "It was their idea. It has nothing to do with me." Two people and one beast saw that Qin Feiyang was ready to shift the blame to someone else. They directly turned their heads and put on an expression that said it had nothing to do with them. Qin Feiyang said angrily, "Old Zhao, tell me the truth. If you didn't suddenly say that you wanted to marry them, would I tease them?" "Young master, that's not right. You're clearly the one who instigated this. At most, I can only be regarded as your accomplice." Zhao Tailai said lightly. "Yes. If you didn't secretly instruct us, would we dare to tease them like this? Although you are our young master, you can't slander others and be unreasonable." The golden mythological beast said. "I'm slandering others?" Qin Feiyang was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "You should take responsibility for your own actions. Don't drag us down with you." Tang Hai said coldly. "Shut up. You're the worst." Qin Feiyang glared at Tang Hai. Although this guy didn't talk much, every time he opened his mouth, it would kill. "You are the one who should shut up." Feng Ling couldn't bear it anymore. She bared her fangs and brandished her claws as she pounced at Qin Feiyang. Zhao Shuanger also looked angry. No, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Two heroines, please spare me." Qin Feiyang quickly begged for mercy. He couldn't fight back against two women. Therefore, he could only take the initiative to admit his mistake and compromise. Shen Bao looked at Qin Feiyang with schadenfreude and said telepathically, "Old Tang, you did it on purpose, right?" "No." Tang Hai shook his head. "Stop pretending. You definitely don't like our young master, so you did it on purpose." Shen Bao smiled sinisterly. "Don't talk nonsense. He is our young master. Even if we don't like him, we can't dislike him." Tang Hai said secretly. Still not admitting? "Old Zhao, say something fair. Did old Tang do it on purpose?" Shen Bao asked telepathically. "This is not important. The important thing is that it is very pleasing to see our young master being abused." Zhao Tailai smiled secretly. "Hee, it is indeed pleasing to the eye." Shen Bao smiled sinisterly. After a mournful wail, Feng Ling and Zhao Shuanger finally let go of Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang awkwardly tidied up his clothes and rolled up his sleeves. His arms were full of bruises caused by Feng Ling and Zhao Shuanger. The sharp pain made him grimace. He looked at the two women with dissatisfaction and said, "You are too cruel." "Serves you right." Feng Ling rolled her eyes and asked, "How did you know our identity?" "Ling Yunfei and Qingzhu told me." Qin Feiyang rubbed his arms and said. Zhao Shuanger said in surprise, "They have met up with you?" "Yes. Not long after entering the divine site, I met them in Kunpeng. I was wondering why you hid it from me." Qin Feiyang frowned. Zhao Shuanger said helplessly, "We didn't want to, but this is the old master's order. We can only do it." Qin Feiyang said, "Then the barbaric character you showed before? It was also faked. I was just afraid that if I spent too much time with you, you would notice something." "How is it? I'm good at faking it, right?" Zhao Shuanger smiled playfully. "Very good. However, I still like the original you. In the future, don't be like some tigress. No one dares to marry you." Qin Feiyang glanced at Feng Ling and said. "Who are you talking about?" Feng Ling immediately frowned. "I didn't name you. Why are you so agitated?" Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. Feng Ling Er was angry again. Sister Ling Er, calm down, calm down. We've tortured him enough just now. Don't bother with him. Chapter 17:14. Feng Ling Er stared at Qin Feiyang, her beautiful eyes flashing coldly. The atmosphere at the scene was quite solemn. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Feiyang decisively sent the two of them into Ling Yunfei's space divine object. The golden divine leopard joked, "Young master, I didn't expect you to be afraid of someone." Shut up. Qin Feiyang glared at it angrily, then looked at Tang Hai and snorted coldly, "You'd better not speak again in the future. Just be a mute." "Yes." Tang Hai replied respectfully. Qin Feiyang was speechless. Why wasn't it so obedient before? "Brother Qin, have you forgotten?" At this time, the fire python appeared and asked. Qin Feiyang nodded, thought for a while, and said, "Brother Fire, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Tan Wu and the Cerberus. Your friends are my friends. I'll tell the griffin not to make things difficult for them." The fire python laughed. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang was grateful. Suddenly, he thought of Dong Xingyang and said, "And Dong Xingyang, please take care of him too." Dong Xingyang? The fire python was slightly stunned and said, "I feel that this person is not a good person. Are you sure you want to help him? I feel that he seems to be hiding something in his heart. And it's related to me. Before I figure it out, I don't want him to die." Qin Feiyang said. "Okay." The fire python nodded. An invisible force surged out. The bodies of Qin Feiyang and the others became light, and they immediately appeared on an ancient plaza. The square was not big, and there was a stone door in the middle. All around, the mountains and rivers were beautiful, and the grass and trees were lush. The aura of fierce beasts permeated every corner of the earth. "This is the second floor?" Tang Hai and the golden divine leopard looked at all this in surprise. "Yes." The fire python nodded, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, then we'll meet again. See you." Qin Feiyang cupped his hands and smiled. Whoosh. The next moment, the fire python disappeared before their eyes. Zhao Tailai turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, "Young master, why don't you ask Fire Python to help find Mu Tianyang's current location? And your eldest cousin and the others?" Shen Bao added. "We can't rely on it too much. Moreover, it knows why we came to the second level. If it doesn't have any concerns, it will definitely help us." Qin Feiyang said. "You mean, what is it worried about?" Zhao Tailai asked. "When we met it, didn't it say that small beast was not allowed to help us anymore? For it to be able to help us so much on the first floor, it's already very loyal. As friends, we can't make things difficult for it. If it angers the small beast, it will be in danger. Facing a powerful small beast, we can't help it at all. So, if you can avoid bothering it now, try not to." Qin Feiyang said. Zhao Tailai nodded and said, "Young master, you're really thoughtful. I'm ashamed." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly as he looked at the golden divine leopard and said, "There are countless divine beasts on the second floor. You won't be of much help outside. Go and cultivate in the castle first." Castle. Golden divine leopard's eyes lit up. It hadn't entered the castle before and didn't know if it was as magical as Zhao Tailai said. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and the golden divine beast disappeared instantly. Zhao Tailai tried to fly and found that he could. If he could fly, could he send messages? He immediately suggested Qin Feiyang to try. Qin Feiyang also tried to send messages to Lu Jiajin, the mysterious lady and old Qin, but there was no response at all. Obviously, although they could fly on the second level, they could still use the image crystal. Zhao Tailai said, "Try the portal again." Qin Feiyang nodded and took out a portal, but it couldn't be opened. "It seems that we can only fly here," Zhao Tailai said regretfully. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, "It's good enough to be able to fly, but there will be some trouble." "What trouble?" Zhao Tailai looked at him suspiciously. "Space divine object. We can fly, so can the space divine object. In this way, it will undoubtedly be more difficult for us to kill Mu Tianyang." Qin Feiyang said. "That's true." Zhao Tailai nodded. "Don't think too much." Qin Feiyang shook his head and ordered, "You guys split up and search the vicinity to see if there are any traces of humans. 3 days later, regardless of whether you find them or not, you all have to come back here and meet me." "Yes." The two responded respectfully and quickly disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight, one to the east and the other to the west. Qin Feiyang retracted his gaze, looked at the undead next to him, and said with a smile, "Since you are following me, shouldn't you also contribute?" The undead glanced around and flew to the north without saying a word. "You have quite a character." Qin Feiyang shook his head with a smile and followed into the castle. The golden divine leopard wandered around the castle, his eyes full of suspicion. When he saw Qin Feiyang appear, he transmitted his voice, "Your castle is so small?" He transmitted his voice because he was afraid of disturbing everyone who was in seclusion. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "It's really hard to imagine that such a small broken place actually has a time formation." The golden divine leopard muttered. "Broken place?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. He had no idea how many people were drooling over his ancient castle, yet this guy was still looking down on it. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Qin Feiyang was stunned and hurriedly turned his head to look. He saw Lu Zhang's long hair fluttering in the wind, his clothes ragged, and his aura crazily soaring. "I finally broke through," Qin Feiyang murmured. Boom! The next moment, Lu Zhang's aura rose to the peak state. "Huh, little cousin, how is it? You stepped into the peak state so quickly. Your brother is awesome, right?" Lu Zhang also opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang with a smug smile. "Tisk. Qin Feiyang is already a pseudo-god. You are just a peak 9-star combat emperor. What is there to be proud of?" Before Qin Feiyang could speak, the golden divine leopard scorned. "Ah." Lu Zhang was stunned, looked at the golden divine leopard, and said angrily, "Where did this kitten come from?" "Kitten? Kid, do I look like a kitten to you?" The golden divine leopard suddenly became angry. Lu Zhang ignored it and looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Where are we now?" "The second floor," Qin Feiyang said. "Then hurry up and find my brother," Lu Zhang said. He was quite worried. "I know." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then send me to Ling Yunfei's space divine item. I have to step into the immortal state as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will be laughed at by some people who look down on me." Lu Zhang glanced at the golden divine leopard and snorted coldly. "Who are you scolding?" The golden divine leopard was furious and pounced on Lu Zhang with bared fangs and brandished claws. But before it pounced, Lu Zhang asked Qin Feiyang to send it to Ling Yunfei's castle. The golden divine leopard shouted unhappily, "Kid, ask him to come out. Let's fight for 300 rounds." Bang! Qin Feiyang immediately smacked the golden divine leopard's head fiercely. Junior leopard was in so much pain that it grimaced. Qin Feiyang looked down at the golden divine leopard and frowned. "Why do I find that you are not easy to deal with? You only found out now?" The golden divine leopard snorted through its nose. "You are not ashamed, but proud of it?" Qin Feiyang was speechless. He ignored it and took out the axe. The golden divine leopard went up. When it saw that it was a rusty axe, it immediately mocked, "Young master, are you crazy? How can you keep a rusty axe like a treasure?" "Rusty," Qin Feiyang murmured. A sly look flashed in his eyes. He handed the axe to the golden divine leopard and said with a smile, "Then do you dare to touch the blade of this broken axe?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" The golden divine leopard smiled disdainfully. It stretched out its claws and pressed against the blade of the axe. In order to prove how awesome it was, it used extra strength. But when it touched the blade of the axe, it realized that something was wrong. It was too late for regrets. Its claws were cut in half. It felt a sharp pain. It hurriedly retracted its claws. It was almost cut off. At that moment, it looked down at the axe, no longer looking down on it. Its eyes were filled with shock. How could a rusty axe be so sharp? How is it? Do you still dare to look down on it? Qin Feiyang looked at the golden divine leopard mockingly. The golden divine leopard glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "You deliberately played with me. Didn't you look down on it? Of course, I have to let you see its power." Qin Feiyang laughed. "Bastard." The golden divine leopard cursed. "Some things can't be seen on the surface." Qin Feiyang glanced at it and then looked down at the axe. The axe was still stained with the golden divine leopard's blood. But, just like before, the axe did not absorb the golden divine leopard's blood. The blood dripped down the rust and onto the floor of the ancient castle. And the rust on it did not disappear at all. The golden divine leopard said in a deep voice, "This axe is not simple. Did you find it in the ancient world?" "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded and took out a dagger, wanting to scrape off the rust on the axe. But he was shocked to find that these rust stains seemed to be fixed on the axe and could not be removed. What's going on? Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and tried all kinds of methods, but he could not remove the rust on the axe. If Chang Shui was still here, it would definitely be able to remove these rust stains. What a pity, Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Chang Shui had fallen into the hands of small beast. How could he get it back? Temporarily putting away the axe, he took out a Qinkuan bag. It was the Qinkuan bag that Guizixiong gave him. With a wave of his hand, pieces of soul stones immediately flew out of the Qinkuan bag and piled up on the ground. After a careful count, there were actually a total of 570 soul stones. In addition to the 30 he found himself, there were a total of 600 soul stones. What is this? The golden divine leopard glanced at the soul stones in surprise. Qin Feiyang hurriedly said, "This is called a soul stone. It has the effect of condensing divine sense. The energy of this soul stone is comparable to hundreds of spirit congealing pills with 5 or 6 veins." What? Chapter 17:15. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang immediately kicked it. The golden leopard immediately flew out and hit the wall behind it with a bang. It immediately felt dizzy. It got up, shook its head and glared at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "Let me tell you, don't even think about getting a single one of these soul stones." The golden leopard's face immediately changed and its eyes were full of flattery. "Young master, you see, stop, stop, stop." Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and rubbed his forehead. He looked at Junior Leopard unhappily and said, "At most 50. If he didn't give it to it, it would definitely pester him endlessly." Okay. Thank you, young master. If you need any help in the future, just let me know. I'll definitely do my best." The golden leopard laughed and quickly ran up to grab the 50 soul stones. It was overjoyed. "Don't give me empty promises. Breaking through to the war god realm as soon as possible is the greatest help you can give me," Qin Feiyang said. "Don't worry. I'll definitely cultivate in seclusion seriously." The golden divine leopard stood up and patted his chest as he vowed solemnly. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly and put away all the soul stones. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a soul stone. He held it in his hand and began to refine and absorb it. The majestic energy was like a torrent that flowed through his palm and arm and into his sea of consciousness. Strands of brand new divine consciousness were born immediately. This energy is indeed amazing, the golden leopard suddenly exclaimed. Qin Feiyang opened his eyes and turned his head. He saw the golden leopard sitting cross-legged like a human. That funny look made him want to laugh. Immediately, He calmed down and continued to refine. Time passed by slowly. An hour later. The soul stone in his hands suddenly shattered. The energy inside had been completely absorbed by him. The golden leopard also refined the first soul stone. Its eyebrows were full of surprise and it immediately began to refine the second one. Qin Feiyang was deep in thought. After refining the first soul stone, he finally came to the conclusion that this soul stone would allow him to form 100 strands of divine sense. This result made him both happy and worried. What made him happy was that he still had 550 soul stones after giving the golden divine leopard 50 soul stones. One could condense 100 strands of divine consciousness. 550 soul stones could condense 55,000 strands of divine consciousness. In other words, as long as he finished refining these soul stones, he would be able to step into the 5th stage of the false god realm. What worried him the most was that 550 soul stones were far from enough for him to step into the war god realm. This was because in order to step into the war god realm, one had to condense 100,000 strands of divine sense. In other words, even if he refined these 550 soul stones, he would still need more than 40,000 strands of divine consciousness, which was almost half of the total. He could not help but feel a little regretful. Why didn't he ask Guo Zixiong to get more? He pondered for a moment. Qin Feiyang suddenly raised his head and looked at Willow Tree, Li Jian, Cui Li, the 6 elders, and Yu Huang, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Willow Tree had said before that he was still at the 2nd stage of the false god realm. These soul stones were not enough for him to directly step into the war god realm. Li Jian had just broken into the false god realm and was only at the 1st stage. It was even more impossible. As for Yu Huang, although he did not say which stage his cultivation was at, according to the Golden Wolf King, he had just broken through, so it was definitely not enough. That left only the 6 elders, Cui Li, and Junior Leopard. That's right. He wanted the person with the highest cultivation to refine these soul stones. Because this way, he could create another war god in the shortest amount of time. Qin Feiyang said, 6 elders, Cui Li, Junior Leopard, tell me, which stage of the false god realm are you at? The golden divine leopard opened his eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously, asking, what are you trying to do? The 6 elders and Cui Li also opened their eyes and looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. Qin Feiyang glared at Junior Leopard and said angrily, I asked you to speak, so speak. What's with all this nonsense? The golden divine leopard said, my cultivation is at stage 8. Stage 8. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He did not realize that Junior Leopard was so strong. Stage 8 meant that Junior Leopard had already condensed 80,000 strands of divine consciousness. Qin Feiyang asked, how many strands of divine consciousness do you have? More than 88,000 strands. The golden divine leopard said. More than 88,000 strands, Qin Feiyang murmured. In other words, Junior Leopard only needed to refine 120 soul stones to step into the war god realm. This was really an unexpected surprise. What about you guys? Qin Feiyang looked at Cui Li and the 6 elders. One of the elders said, the 6 of us are between stage 2 and stage 4. Not enough. Qin Feiyang shook his head and looked at Cui Li. Cui Li said, I'm at stage 6. I have 64,000 strands of divine consciousness. Stage 6. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Then, a trace of joy appeared on his face. 64,000 strands of divine consciousness. In other words, Cui Li still needed 36,000 strands of divine consciousness. In other words, Cui Li only needed to refine 360 soul stones to step into the war god realm. He had a total of 600 soul stones in his hands, including the one he had refined before. Cui Li had 360 soul stones and Junior Leopard had 120 soul stones. In total, he only had 480 soul stones. In other words, even if he gave them to Cui Li and Junior Leopard, he would still have more than 100 left. He could actually create 2 war gods. This was a result that he never expected. Qin Feiyang was pleasantly surprised. But suddenly, he frowned slightly. Would the soul stone's effect become weaker and weaker as he refined it? Qin Feiyang looked at Junior Leopard and asked, "How much divine consciousness did you condense after refining the first soul stone?" "A total of 100 strands. In the past, it would take me at least half a year to condense a strand of divine consciousness. But now, in this short period of time, I condensed 100 strands. The energy of this soul stone is really beyond my imagination." Junior Leopard said, extremely excited. 100 strands, same as me. The effect of the soul stone did not weaken. Qin Feiyang muttered and decisively took out another 70 soul stones and threw them to Junior Leopard. "What do you mean?" The golden divine leopard was stunned. Qin Feiyang said, "Nonsense, of course it's for you to break through the war god realm." The golden divine leopard was stunned. What was going on? Previously, he didn't even want to give it one soul stone. Now, he actually gave it 70 at once? Was his head kicked by a donkey? But here, there were many beasts, but no donkeys. Qin Feiyang counted 360 soul stones and gave them to Cui Li. Cui Li also froze on the spot. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would actually give him soul stones. The 6 elders and Li Jian also looked at each other. What was going on? Although they had been cultivating, they had already heard the conversation between Qin Feiyang and Junior Leopard from the beginning. At that time, they also thought of asking Qin Feiyang for some soul stones to cultivate. But then again, soul stones were so precious. Qin Feiyang probably wouldn't give them to them. Moreover, it was also because of Qin Feiyang that they were able to break free from the shackles of the evil devil's mark and once again step on the path of cultivation. So they were too embarrassed to ask Qin Feiyang. But unexpectedly, now, Qin Feiyang actually took out a large number of soul stones and gave them to Cui Li and Junior Leopard. He himself only had a little more than 100 left. "Young master, what are you doing? These soul stones can only be found by chance. How would I dare to take them? You should keep them for yourself to refine." Cui Li came back to his senses and quickly looked at Qin Feiyang. "Idiot, don't you understand young master's good intentions?" Willow Tree suddenly opened his eyes, looked at Cui Li and Junior Leopard, and snorted coldly. Cui Li and Junior Leopard looked at Willow Tree in confusion. "Why didn't young master give me, Yu Huang, Li Jian, and the 6 elders the soul stones, but only the 2 of you?" "This is because the 2 of you can use the energy of the soul stones to break through to the war god level. And me, Yu Huang, Li Jian, and the 6 elders don't have enough cultivation. Even if we refine all the soul stones, we won't be able to step into the war god level. In short, young master gave the soul stones to the 2 of you because he wants you to step into the war god level first," Willow Tree said. "So it's like this." Cui Li and Junior Leopard finally understood. Cui Li stood up and bowed. "Young master, thank you for your trust in me. I will work hard and strive to step into the war god level as soon as possible." Junior Leopard hesitated and also looked at Qin Feiyang. "I won't say any flattering words. I will only say one thing, I would rather betray the world than betray you." I didn't expect that a beast like you could say something so profound." Willow Tree looked at Junior Leopard in surprise. Betray the world than betray you, the meaning of these words was very obvious. It would rather betray everyone in the world than betray Qin Feiyang. It could be said that no words could express loyalty better than these words. Of course. And Junior Leopard's determination. It was swearing, declaring that it would truly submit to Qin Feiyang and integrate into this small team. Subsequently, Cui Li and Junior Leopard began to concentrate on refining the soul stones. Qin Feiyang still had 119 soul stones left in his hands. After thinking for a while, he simply gave them to Willow Tree and Yu Huang. Willow Tree and Yu Huang were the first to follow him after he entered the miracle, other than the Crocodile Emperor and a few other beasts. It could be said that Willow Tree and Yu Huang had made great contributions to him along the way. Since there were benefits, he naturally couldn't forget them. Willow Tree looked at the soul stones in front of it and frowned. Young master, what about you? You becoming stronger is equivalent to me becoming stronger. Is there a difference? Qin Feiyang laughed and got up to leave the ancient castle. He concealed his aura and swept towards the south like a ghost. Zhao Tai-Lai and the other two went to the east, west, and north respectively. Naturally, he could only go to the south. At the same time, in the ancient castle, Willow Tree and Yu Huang looked down at the soul stones in front of them and couldn't calm down for a long time. After a while, Willow Tree looked up at Shui Li, Junior Leopard, Li Jian, and the 6 elders and said in a deep voice, "Young master is good to everyone. I believe you all have a deep understanding now. I hope that you all will never repay kindness with enmity. Willow Tree is right. If I find out in the future that anyone dares to go against me or even betray Boss Qin, I will be the first to not let him off." Yu Huang followed with a strong murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 17-16. Let's talk about Qin Feiyang. Along the way to the south, he saw too many beasts. And in 10 beasts, at least 2 were pseudo-god level beasts. And the beast emperors in each area were all war god level existences. Every time he encountered such a beast emperor, Qin Feiyang would take a detour. Not to mention beast emperors, even if he encountered a pseudo-god level beast, he didn't dare to provoke it. Because once a beast discovered him, then the beast emperor would also receive the news very quickly. However, although there were constant dangers along the way, he also encountered a lot of medicinal herbs. Each medicinal herb was more than 10,000 years old. There were even some that were more than 100,000 years old. Even the most ordinary medicinal herb, if taken to the outside world, could be auctioned for an astonishing price. Qin Feiyang naturally wouldn't miss it. As long as he saw it, he would immediately think of ways to take it away and plant it in Ling Yunfei's spatial divine item. In fact, he also thought about opening up a medicinal field in the Black Tortoise world, but he had been hesitating. After all, the population of the Black Tortoise world was more than 100 million. And there were even pseudo-gods. No one could predict what would happen in the future. Even if he wanted to open up a medicinal field, he had to find a hidden place. In a flash, 2 days passed. On the morning of the 3rd day, Qin Feiyang wandered around in a mountain range and was ready to return the way he came. But suddenly, an invisible aura caught his attention. This aura was invisible and colorless, and it filled the void, making him feel very familiar. He found a commanding height, closed his eyes, and carefully sensed for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This was the energy emitted by the tree of creation. It came from the front left. However, in the forest in the front left, he also sensed a terrifying fierce power. It was the fierce power of a war god level beast. Obviously, this mountain range was the territory of a divine beast. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and said, "How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den?" He immediately activated the concealment technique and followed the direction of the tree of creation's energy. Soon, he came to the sky above the forest. There were groups of trees and vines. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dead branches and rotten leaves, emitting a rotten smell. Within the forest, one could occasionally find traces of ferocious beasts. There were warlord-level beasts. There were also battle saint-level beasts. Of course, there must be demigod-ranked dire beasts as well. Some of them were looking for food. Some of them were lying on rocks, basking in the sun comfortably. There were also some ferocious beasts sleeping soundly. However, none of the beasts discovered the existence of Qin Feiyang. Even when Qin Feiyang passed by them, they didn't notice him at all. A short while later, Qin Feiyang finally arrived at the central area of the jungle and held his breath. Directly below, there was a pool of water that was more than 100 feet wide. The pond water was as clear as a mirror. Under the gentle breeze, the waves rippled. Beside the pond, a giant python was lying on its stomach. The giant python's body was more than 10 meters long. Its entire body was black, and it exuded a despairing aura. The divine beast aura that Qin Feiyang had sensed before originated from this giant python. It was obvious. It was the emperor of this mountain range. A warlord-level divine python. And more than 10 meters away from the giant python, there was a tree of good fortune. The trunk of the tree of good fortune was as thick as a thigh, swaying in the wind. On the branches, there were more than 10 fruits of good fortune hanging. These fruits of good fortune had already matured. Between the grass on the ground, there were 5 or 6 rotten fruits of good fortune. What a waste of natural resources. Qin Feiyang looked at this scene and shook his head. Casually taking out a fruit of fortune would cause a bloodbath. But this divine python was like garbage, letting it rot on the ground. Qin Feiyang looked at the divine python again. Suddenly, a trace of surprise crept into his eyes. He didn't notice before that there were 2 black horns on both sides of the divine python's head. This isn't a giant python? Qin Feiyang was startled. He changed his direction and looked at the python's abdomen. To his astonishment, he discovered 4 jet-black sharp claws. Moreover, he also found pieces of black scales that were shaped like dragon scales on the divine python's body. This is a flood dragon. Qin Feiyang's eyes trembled. With horns on the head, claws on the belly, and a body like a snake, this was a black flood dragon. What a headache. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. The strength of a flood dragon was naturally stronger than that of a python. Not to mention that it was a warlord-level flood dragon. Of course. It didn't mean that all pythons were inferior to flood dragons. For example, Yu Huang. As a different kind of snake, it was not inferior to a flood dragon. And he also sensed that there was a faint aura of divine power in the void around the tree of good fortune. He guessed. The black flood dragon should have set up an invisible divine power boundary around the tree of good fortune. If there was really a boundary, then he wouldn't be able to get close to the tree of good fortune without anyone noticing. In other words, now he had to first confirm whether there was a divine power boundary around the tree of good fortune. He tiptoed towards the tree of good fortune. Buzz! Before he got close, suddenly, a boundary appeared. The black flood dragon that was lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes, its divine sense emerged and rushed towards the tree of good fortune. There really is a boundary. Qin Feiyang was shocked and entered the black tortoise boundary without hesitation. The ancient castle couldn't hide from the divine sense, but the black tortoise boundary could. Why is there a reaction from the boundary? The black flood dragon couldn't find Qin Feiyang, nor did it find any ferocious beasts nearby. It couldn't help but feel suspicious. But soon, it retracted its divine sense and went back to sleep. The boundary also quickly disappeared into the void. Qin Feiyang also appeared again. He glanced at the tree of good fortune, then looked at the black flood dragon. It seemed that he had to think of a way to escape unscathed. Suddenly, he patted his head lightly. Wouldn't it be fine to trick the black flood dragon away? As long as the black flood dragon left, he would have time to use the ancient castle to break the boundary. Immediately, he stretched out his hands. With a thought, Yu Huang immediately appeared in his palms. When Yu Huang was in the ancient castle, its body would usually shrink to half a meter or half a foot long. Sensing the black flood dragon's aura, its pupils suddenly shrank. It sent a voice transmission. What are you doing? Do you see that tree of good fortune? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. Yu Huang glanced at the tree of good fortune and said secretly, Are you crazy? You actually dare to have ideas about it. Do you know that your current actions are like pulling a tooth from a tiger's mouth? Qin Feiyang sent a voice transmission. It's not like we haven't done this before. What are you afraid of? How can the past be the same as now? You have to know that it's not a battle emperor, nor a false god. It's a battle god level flood dragon. If we're caught by it, we'll definitely die. Yu Huang said secretly. Don't make me look down on you. Qin Feiyang sent a voice transmission. A row of black lines appeared on Yu Huang's forehead. It said snappily, "Fine, fine, fine. For the sake of my face, I'll accompany you in your madness. What do you want me to do?" Qin Feiyang explained the situation briefly. Then, he said, "Go somewhere far away and make some noise to lure it over." "What the hell? Aren't you asking me to be the bait?" "Definitely not." Yu Huang shook its head like it was pounding garlic. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, "Aren't you able to turn invisible?" "What are you afraid of?" "I'm not turning invisible. I'm just changing the color of my skin. There's no way I can escape from this fellow's divine consciousness." Yu Huang said secretly. "What a headache." "Fine, then you stay here. I'll go lure it away. But you have to promise that you'll get the Tree of Good Fortune." Qin Feiyang sent a voice transmission. Yu Huang said confidently, "As long as you can lure it away, the Tree of Good Fortune will be ours." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. He quietly took Yu Huang and retreated a distance, then entered the forest and handed the castle to Yu Huang. After Baiming, Yu Huang kept the ancient castle. She entered a patch of grass and vanished from sight. Qin Feiyang rose into the air again and retreated to the edge of the forest. Then, without saying a word, he waved his hand and a pseudo-god force rushed out and blasted into a giant mountain next to him. The giant mountain, which was more than 1,000 feet high, suddenly collapsed, and the rumbling sound echoed in all directions. Roar! Immediately, a series of beast roars sounded in the forest. Several pseudo-god level beasts immediately rushed out of the forest and floated in the air, looking at the collapsed giant mountain. Their eyes were full of surprise. One of the pseudo-god level beasts shouted angrily, "Who is so reckless to dare to make trouble in our territory?" Boom! Immediately after, divine consciousness emerged and rolled toward the collapsed giant mountain. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang immediately entered the Black Tortoise world. The castle couldn't escape the search of divine consciousness, but the Black Tortoise world could. He stood in the Black Tortoise world and looked at the scene outside, waiting for the Black Dragon to arrive. But after waiting for a while, the Black Dragon didn't appear. What's going on? Qin Feiyang was stunned. After failing to find anything, the demigod realm beasts also gradually dispersed. Qin Feiyang left the Black Tortoise world and quickly rushed to the place where he separated from Yu Huang. He whispered, "Yu Huang, where are you?" Before his voice faded, Qin Feiyang saw Yu Huang climb up from the grass. This place wasn't far from the Black Dragon. He could clearly see the Black Dragon situation. What's going on? Qin Feiyang grabbed Yu Huang and transmitted his voice. I don't know either. Just now, it did hear the commotion, but it only raised its head to take a look before continuing to sleep. Yu Huang thought. Seems like the commotion wasn't big enough. Qin Feiyang mumbled. Why go through so much trouble? Let's just run over and destroy the barrier in front of it, steal the Tree of Fortune, then enter the Black Tortoise world and leave. What can it do to us? Yu Huang coldly snorted. No, no. These beasts have lived here for a long time. The beast emperors must be very familiar with each other. If it knows that we stole the Tree of Fortune, it will join forces with the other beast emperors to hunt us down. Then we can only hide in the Black Tortoise world. Qin Feiyang said. Yu Huang frowned and helplessly said, All right then, go and make a bigger commotion. Qin Feiyang nodded and quietly retreated, crazily bombarding the surrounding mountains. Rumble. Crack. Mountains collapsed one after another, and the deafening sound shook the surroundings. Bastard. There's no end to this, is there? Accompanied by a series of angry roars, ferocious beasts charged out one after another, their divine senses enveloping the world. The pseudo-god level beasts that appeared before were among them. But after scanning every corner with their divine sense, they didn't find any suspicious aura. Who's behind this? Chapter 1717. Boom. At the same time, in the central area of the forest, a terrifying divine aura erupted. Whoosh! Immediately after, a beast shadow teleported over at lightning speed. It was Wu Jiao. Lord Wu Jiao. The beasts that gathered above the forest immediately prostrated themselves respectfully in the void. You're finally here. The Black Tortoise whirled. Looking at Wu Jiao, Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and immediately controlled the Black Tortoise world to quietly rush towards the central area. What's going on? Outside. Wu Jiao glanced at the devastated land with a dissatisfied look. I don't know. As soon as we heard the commotion, we immediately came out and used our divine sense to search, but we didn't find anything. The beasts shook their heads. Wu Jiao heard this and his eyes became even more terrifying. He shouted loudly, "Stop hiding, I've already found you, get out quickly." Where is it? The group of beasts was stunned and quickly scanned their surroundings. They also admired Wu Jiao very much. They had searched for a long time but found nothing. But Wu Jiao found the other party's trace as soon as he arrived. As a beast emperor, he was indeed different. At the same time, hearing Wu Jiao's shout, Qin Feiyang also revealed a look of surprise. How could he be discovered? One had to know. His divine sense couldn't capture the Black Tortoise world at all. Moreover, Wu Jiao didn't release his divine sense just now. He waved his hand and the scene changed. Wu Jiao immediately entered the scene. Immediately. His expression was one of astonishment. Wu Jiao was actually behind his back. If he was really discovered, shouldn't he be facing him now? Immediately. He immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that Wu Jiao was tricking him. He was quite smart. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He controlled the Black Tortoise world and continued to rush towards the Tree of Creation. Boom! About 5 or 6 minutes later. In the central area of the forest, a deafening loud noise suddenly sounded. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed. Obviously, Yu Huang had already made his move. Wu Jiao naturally also heard it. He turned around and looked at the central area in surprise. Not good. This is a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Its expression changed abruptly, and it immediately used teleportation to fly toward the central area. The other ferocious beasts looked at each other and followed. Simultaneously. Beside the Tree of Creation. The barrier of Wu Jiao's divine power had been shattered by the ancient castle. Yu Huang floated at the side, his eyes shining. When this Wu Jiao comes back and sees that the Tree of Fortune is still there, he will definitely be so angry that he will vomit blood. It laughed evilly, and the power of a fake god surged, pouncing toward the fortune tree. Whoosh! At this moment, a white figure appeared out of nowhere. Yu Huang chuckled and said, "You're pretty quick. You came here so quickly." But when it finished speaking, it realized that it was not Qin Feiyang, but a white-haired old man. "Who are you?" Yu Huang suddenly shouted. However, the white-haired elder did not say a word. He grabbed the Tree of Fortune and uprooted it. "How dare you?" Yu Huang turned pale with fright. "How dare you snatch something from me? You're courting death." In an instant, Baiming Yu Huang revealed her true form. His body that was a few hundred feet tall was like a mountain ridge, exuding a shocking ferocious aura. What's going on? Qin Feiyang sensed Yu Huang's aura and his face was filled with shock. Wu Jiao's eyes were also extremely gloomy. "Old fart, put down the Tree of Fortune." Yu Huang roared and raised its gigantic tail, smashing it toward the white-haired elder. Humph. The white-haired elder snorted coldly, raised his old arm, and slapped Yu Huang's gigantic tail. Boom! Yu Huang was sent flying by the elder's slap. Yu Huang was shocked and furious. This person's strength was far stronger than it had expected. However, the white-haired elder did not continue fighting. After sending Yu Huang flying, he immediately disappeared with the Tree of Fortune. Yu Huang raised his brows and his spirit consciousness surged. In an instant, he captured a space divine item in the void. He immediately prepared to chase after it. However, right then. Boom! A terrifying divine might descended. Yu Huang was immediately imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Wu Jiao had arrived above Yu Huang before Qin Feiyang with an extremely sinister gaze. So fast? Qin Feiyang was surprised. However, on second thought, he understood. Even though he had arrived here earlier than Wu Jiao, it had to be known that Wu Jiao was a true divine beast, and its speed was several times faster than his. Yu Huang became nervous when he saw Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao lowered its head and scanned the ground. There was only a pit left where the tree of fortune used to be. It looked at Yu Huang and said coldly, "So, you're the one behind this. Hand over the tree of fortune." Yu Huang hurriedly said, "Brother, this is a misunderstanding. I just happened to pass by here." The one who took the tree of fortune was an old man. Old man? Wu Jiao raised his brows. At this moment, Qin Feiyang also rushed over. He placed the black tortoise realm beside Baiming Yu Huang and stared at the surroundings as he furrowed his brows. "Why is there an old man here?" Yu Huang urged. "He has a space divine item. Quickly release your spirit consciousness. It's not too late to chase after him." Seeing that Yu Huang did not seem to be lying, Wu Jiao immediately released his spirit consciousness in all directions. Immediately. Wu Jiao was stunned. There really is a space divine item? The next moment. Its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Then, it brought Yu Huang with it and flickered in the void. In a few breaths, they appeared thousands of miles away. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang hurriedly controlled the black tortoise realm and chased after them. Behind them, the group of pseudo-god level beasts also followed. Yu Huang said anxiously, "Brother, I'm really just a passerby. Can you let me go?" Wu Jiao said, "When I find out that you are indeed innocent, I will let you go." Although he didn't release Baiming Yu Huang, the pressure binding Baiming Yu Huang weakened by a lot. Yu Huang was helpless. He also hated the white-robed old man in his heart. If it wasn't for this old man, how could he have fallen into Wu Jiao's hands? "Damn old man, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red." Yu Huang snorted in his heart. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. 10 breaths later. Wu Jiao's body shook violently. A terrifying divine power appeared and turned into a huge barrier that shrouded the void in front of them. When the barrier fell, Wu Jiao also stopped outside of it with Yu Huang. Yu Huang released his divine sense and immediately captured the spatial divine item inside the barrier. He sneered, "Why don't you keep running?" However, the white-haired old man did not appear. No sound came out. Yu Huang raised his eyebrows and turned to Wu Jiao, asking, "Brother, with your strength, you should be able to break open that spatial divine item, right? Don't call me brother all the time. Am I close to you? Besides, with your strength, what right do you have to call me brother? Call me Lord Jiao Emperor from now on. Understand?" Wu Jiao said. "Yes, yes." Yu Huang nodded. A wise man knows when to retreat. Wu Jiao nodded in satisfaction and looked up at the barrier. His eyes flashed coldly. His divine sense had been locked on to the spatial divine item. "Do you think I can't do anything to you if you hide in there?" Wu Jiao suddenly sneered. Clang! Accompanied by a loud sound, a golden scale flew out of Wu Jiao's body. The scale was the size of an adult's palm and looked as if it was cast in gold. Furthermore, once the scales appeared, a world-destroying sharpness enveloped the entire region. Yu Huang, who was at the side, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of fear in her heart when she sensed the terrifying sharpness. He looked up at the scale and his eyes flashed. This was not an ordinary scale. It was a dragon scale. Because he could clearly feel a wisp of extremely pure dragon force on the scale. And this was a dragon scale that had been forged into a divine artifact. A reverse scale and a normal dragon scale were two completely different concepts. Dragon scales. Every dragon had quite a few of them. However, every mystical dragon only had one reverse scale. The toughness and hardness of the reverse scale were also far superior to other dragon scales. Yu Huang's previous divine artifact was also a scale. Therefore, he could determine that the reverse dragon scale in Wu Jiao's hand was at least several times more powerful than the one he had before. Boom! Divine power surged out and poured into the reverse scale. Whether it was the aura or the dragon force, they all soared in an instant, showing a scene of destruction. Qin Feiyang and the group of pseudo-god-level ferocious beasts also caught up. Looking at the reverse scale, there was fear in their eyes that could not be dispelled. Wu Jiao looked at the barrier and shouted, "I'll give you one last chance. Come out and accept your death." "Who is it?" Qin Feiyang looked around and scanned the void inside the barrier. He had been secretly observing for so long and did not notice anyone hiding in the dark. This person must have had his eyes on the tree of creation. And if he was not wrong, he had discovered the tree of creation before him. Inside the barrier, there was no movement. However, just as the reverse scale rushed into the barrier, the white-haired old man appeared out of thin air. How could it be him? Qin Feiyang's face was full of astonishment. Yu Huang also shouted at the same time. "It's him." Wu Jiao looked at the white-haired old man. Originally, its expression was filled with disdain. However, when his eyes met the white-haired old man, his pupils suddenly shrank slightly. Whoosh! The white-haired old man glanced at Yu Huang and Wu Jiao, then took a step forward and easily avoided the attack of the reverse scale. Immediately after, he slapped the barrier with his palm, and with a crack, the barrier was immediately shattered. So strong? Yu Huang was dumbfounded. The strength displayed by the white-haired old man was even more terrifying than before. He broke the barrier set up by Wu Jiao with one palm. Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He looked at Wu Jiao again. His expression was also quite solemn. After the white-haired old man smashed the barrier, he did not stop and left without looking back. Yu Huang murmured, "Lord Jiao Huang, he can't be a war god, right?" "He is a war god," Wu Jiao said in a deep voice. "Damn." Yu Huang broke out in cold sweat for a moment. Fortunately, when he was fighting for the tree of creation, this old man did not kill him. Otherwise, he would have become a corpse by now. But even if he is a war god, he can't take anything from me. Wu Jiao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Yes. How dare he steal from you, Lord Jiao Huang? He is simply courting death. I support you mentally. Go. Chapter 17-18. It couldn't wait for Wu Jiao and the white-haired old man to fight. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were not here. It was almost impossible for Wu Jiao and Qin Feiyang to take back the tree of creation from the white-haired old man. So, it fanned the flames and instigated Wu Jiao. Only when Wu Jiao and the white-haired old man fought would Wu Jiao and Qin Feiyang have a chance. Wu Jiao glanced at Tanhei, then turned to the group of pseudo-god-level beasts and shouted, "Come here and watch him. If he escapes, I'll hold you responsible." Yes. The group of ferocious beasts nodded and surrounded Yu Huang. Yu Huang looked a little flustered, but his heart was full of disdain. A group of pseudo-god-level beasts wanted to watch him? Dream on. Whoosh! Wu Jiao immediately rushed toward the white-haired old man with the reverse scale. The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Wu Jiao. Is it necessary for a tree of creation? It's not about the tree of creation anymore, it's about dignity. You broke into my territory and took the tree of creation in front of everyone. If I let you leave like this, where will I put my face in the future? Wu Jiao shouted coldly. The reverse scale glowed brightly and charged toward the white-haired old man with a shocking sharpness. Its aura was firmly locked onto the white-haired old man. In other words, the white-haired old man could no longer hide. Because no matter where he hid, the reverse scale would follow. And he didn't dare to enter the space divine item again. Because the reverse scale's sharpness was enough to destroy a low-level space divine item in an instant. The white-haired old man's eyes darkened and he snorted. I just happen to be lacking a mount. You're quite suitable. You're courting death. Wu Jiao was furious. For a war god level ferocious beast like it, the word mount was a blatant insult to it. You're the one courting death, not me. The white-haired old man sneered and waved his hand. With a loud clang, a 3-foot sword appeared out of thin air. The sword was 3 fingers wide. It was pure white as if it was made of divine jade. It was quite beautiful. But at the same time, it was also very terrifying. The terrifying sharpness had yet to recover, but it was already tearing the void apart. Divine artifact. Yo Huang's eyes shone even brighter than before. Clang. The white-haired old man grabbed the sword and the false divinity surged into it. The sword was instantly awakened. He slashed with his sword. Clang. The moment the blade and the reverse scale collided, dazzling sparks burst out. Streaks of destructive sword chi and sharpness rushed out in all directions with an earth-shattering momentum. Seeing this, Yu Huang turned to the group of semi-divinity realm beasts and barked, "Why aren't you running? Do you want to die?" The group of ferocious beasts quivered and immediately turned to run. Just as they turned around, Qin Feiyang appeared, grabbed Yu Huang, and returned to the Black Tortoise realm. By the time those ferocious beasts reacted, Yu Huang was already long gone. This bastard is really cunning. Quick, look for him. Does he also have a spatial divine item? Although they were a little careless before, Yu Huang definitely couldn't have escaped in such a short time. He must be hiding somewhere. And a spatial divine item was the best place to hide. However, when they released their divine senses to search the surrounding void and every corner of the ground below, they still couldn't find any trace of Yu Huang or the spatial divine item. A bunch of idiots. When Wu Jiao discovered that Yu Huang had taken the opportunity to escape, it immediately roared at the group of semi-divinity realm beasts. But now, it didn't have the time to look for Yu Huang. Clang. Divine power surged, and the reverse scale of the dragon rapidly recovered. The white-haired old man didn't fall behind at all. The battle sword in his hand was extremely sharp. One man and one beast controlled the 2 divine artifacts as they charged into the sky. The void collapsed and the sky shattered. Terrifying destructive fluctuations enveloped the entire world like a torrent of beasts. Not a single ferocious beast could get close to them. But the Black Tortoise realm was floating in the void not far away from them. I didn't expect that after all these years, not only did he break through to the divine war realm on the 2nd floor, but he also obtained a divine artifact comparable to the divine phoenix blade. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-haired old man in the image and sighed. You know him? Yu Huang was surprised. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said speechlessly, the people on the 2nd floor are the same as me. They came from the outside. Is it strange that I know him? Of course. When you entered the divine site, you were just a little divine war god. And this old man was on the 2nd floor as soon as he came in, which means that he must be a semi-divinity realm cultivator. A semi-divinity realm cultivator and a semi-divinity realm cultivator are worlds apart. Isn't it strange that you know him? Yu Huang said. Qin Feiyang said, let me tell you, not only do I know him, but I'm also very familiar with him. Is that so? Yu Huang was startled and asked, then who exactly is this old bastard? How dare he steal something from us? I really want to kill him and his 19 generations of ancestors. Qin Feiyang's face darkened and gave Yu Huang a hard knock on the head. Why did you hit me? Yu Huang said angrily. Qin Feiyang said unhappily, you can scold him, but don't scold his 19 generations of ancestors. Yu Huang said unhappily, I didn't scold you. Why are you so agitated? If you scold his ancestors, that means you're scolding my ancestors too. Don't you think it's related? Qin Feiyang said angrily. His ancestor is your ancestor? What do you mean? Yu Huang was confused. Qin Feiyang looked at the white-haired old man and said with a sigh, "He's my great-grandfather." Great-grandfather? Yu Huang was startled and asked, "Biological?" "Biological." Qin Feiyang nodded. Yu Huang was stunned. Great-grandfather? Wasn't he family with Qin Feiyang? Wait. Shouldn't you be happy to meet your great-grandfather? But why do you look like you don't like him? Yu Huang looked at Qin Feiyang in confusion. It's a long story. Although he's my relative, I don't have a good relationship with him. That's why I didn't go out to meet him. Qin Feiyang said. What's going on between you two? One is your great-grandfather, and the other is your great-grandson. Why are you acting like your enemies? Yu Huang was quite depressed. Once, when I learned that my great-grandfather was still alive, I was very happy, but, when Qin Feiyang spoke up to hear, his words stopped abruptly, and there was a strand of sorrow that couldn't be dispersed between his brows. But what? Yu Huang asked. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and said with a faint smile, I don't want to talk about these things anymore. When you have time, you can ask Fatso and the others. All right. Yu Huang nodded. Outside. That's right. The white-haired old man was Emperor Hong. The fierce battle between one man and one beast had already entered its climax. Although Emperor Hong had stepped into the war god realm and the battle sword in his hand was comparable to the divine phoenix blade, Wu Jiao's strength was not inferior to him at all. The power of that reverse scale was also on par with the battle sword. Clang. Rumble. One man and one beast were constantly injured in the fierce battle. The tree of good fortune is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. You're just a beast. What qualifications do you have to occupy such a treasure? Emperor Hong snorted coldly. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, a huge divine dragon roared out from behind. This world was suddenly shrouded in a mighty dragon aura. Wu Jiao's eyes suddenly had a trace of fear. As a flood dragon, it was born to be afraid of divine dragons. This was a kind of instinct and had nothing to do with strength. And the battle soul that Emperor Hong summoned was a 5-clawed golden dragon. Its body was like a mountain ridge, and its eyes were like stars. A strong dragon aura covered the sky and earth. Emperor Divine Prison. Following closely. Emperor Hong opened his mouth and shouted. His words were law. A huge domain instantly appeared. Wu Jiao was immediately imprisoned in the domain, unable to move at all. Yu Huang said in surprise, his innate ability, why is it also the Emperor Divine Prison? Not only us, even my father's innate ability is also the Emperor Divine Prison. This may have something to do with our bloodline. Qin Feiyang said. It must be related to your bloodline. Otherwise, how could you all activate such innate abilities? Yu Huang said with certainty. Emperor Hong took a step forward, standing above the 5-clawed golden dragon's head against the wind. Like an emperor descending to the world, he looked down at Wu Jiao condescendingly and said, Submit to this old man, and I'll spare your life. In your dreams. Wu Jiao roared, divine power rolling out, bombarding the Emperor Divine Prison crazily. However, the Emperor Divine Prison was indestructible. No matter what method Wu Jiao used, he couldn't break the shackles of the Divine Prison. How can it be so strong? Wu Jiao's eyes were filled with disbelief. Quickly submit. Emperor Hong shouted. An astonishing emperor's aura rushed towards Wu Jiao. At this moment, Emperor Hong seemed to have returned to the past, looking down on the common people and controlling all things in the world. Domineering, majestic. Under the pressure of the emperor's aura, Wu Jiao couldn't control his body and slowly lay down in the void. Even Wu Jiao can't resist at all. This great-grandfather of yours is also quite a terrifying person. Yu Huang said in shock. Isn't that nonsense? Do you know his other identity? The son of the ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. What? Yu Huang was taken aback, and said in surprise, he said, he is Qin Baishan's son. Qin Feiyang nodded. No wonder. It's said that a tiger father will not beget a dog son. As the son of Emperor Qin, how can he be a commoner? Yu Huang sighed. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, since you guys don't get along, then now, we can't watch him subdue Wu Jiao. Emperor Hong's strength was already terrifying enough. If he let him subdue Wu Jiao, wouldn't it be like adding wings to a tiger? Qin Feiyang was stunned and asked suspiciously, what do you want to do? Aren't you asking the obvious? This emperor doesn't believe that with your brain, you can't guess what this emperor is thinking right now? Yu Huang rolled his eyes at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said with a smile, since you said so. Then let's go out and play with him. I knew you would agree. Yu Huang laughed and took out the ancient castle. Boom! The power of one man and one beast immediately rushed towards the ancient castle. Outside, Wu Jiao had been forced to lie down in the void by Emperor Hong's Emperor's aura. There were 10,000 unwillingness in its heart. However, no matter what it did, it couldn't get rid of the oppression of the Emperor's aura. Chapter 1719. This old man is the son of the Qin Emperor. To be able to follow this old man is your great fortune. Emperor Hong smiled proudly and formed a seal with both hands. Soon, a blood-colored mark appeared. This was the blood soul technique. The blood soul technique was not a rare secret technique. As the former emperor of Great Qin and the son of the Qin Emperor, it was not strange for him to know the cultivation method of the blood soul technique. The son of the Qin Emperor, at the same time. Hearing Emperor Hong's words, Wu Jiao's eyes flashed with a hint of suspicion. Why does this name sound so familiar? Suddenly, its eyes trembled, and it said in surprise, the Qin Emperor you are talking about, is it Qin Badian? Emperor Hong was taken aback for a moment and said in surprise, I didn't expect that a mere beast like you actually knows the name of my late father. Wu Jiao said, you are the son of the Qin Emperor, then who is Qin Feiyang to you? N? How do you know Qin Feiyang? Could it be that he has entered the second level? Emperor Hong frowned. That's right. At this time, a cold voice sounded. Not far away in the void, Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang appeared out of thin air with the castle. Emperor Hong immediately raised his eyebrows. Yu Huang, shatter the Emperor Divine Prison for me. Qin Feiyang shouted, his face incomparably cold. Yes. Beiming Yu Huang laughed. She immediately brought the ancient castle and entered the divine prison. With a loud bang, the Emperor Divine Prison shattered on the spot. After escaping, Wu Jiao quickly retreated to Qin Feiyang's side. Emperor Hong was so angry that he glared and shouted, you evil creature, in front of this old man, you dare to be presumptuous. Evil creature, Qin Feiyang murmured. In his eyes, there was a fierce light. You actually dare to scold Boss Qin, old bastard, are you looking for death? Beiming Yu Huang was enraged. She brought the ancient castle and rushed towards the clear emperor. Even your master doesn't dare to do anything to this old man, who do you think you are? Emperor Hong snorted coldly. The five-clawed golden dragon under his feet opened its wide mouth and rushed towards Yu Huang. Who am I? You'll know soon enough. Yu Huang cackled, and the ancient castle flew towards the five-clawed golden dragon. With a loud wail, the five-clawed golden dragon dissipated. Immediately after, the ancient castle streaked across the sky, slamming into Emperor Hong's chest. Puff! Emperor Hong immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. Like a meteor, he flew out horizontally, his old face pale. His chest had caved in and was badly mutilated. This was under the condition that Yu Huang showed mercy. If it didn't hold back and revive the castle, this instant would be enough to shatter Emperor Hong's bones. Do you still dare to scold Boss Qin? Yu Huang recalled the ancient castle, looked coldly at Emperor Hong, and said. Emperor Hong's face darkened. After stabilizing his body, he ignored Yu Huang and looked directly at Qin Feiyang. He angrily rebuked, condoning your own subordinate to attack your great-grandfather, aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? What? This man is Qin Feiyang's great-grandfather? Wu Jiao was stunned. Great-grandfather? Heavenly moat? Qin Feiyang muttered to himself and sneered, to be honest, I have never admired a person as much as I admire you. If it was me, I would never say such a thing, but you can say it so matter-of-factly. I want to ask you, where is your face? Emperor Hong's 10 fingers clenched tightly together. Also, Yu Huang is not my subordinate, and I am not his master. We are brothers, friends. Even though you are my relative, I will not allow you to humiliate him. Qin Feiyang said again. He, calling a ferocious beast brother, yet not acknowledging his own great-grandfather. The rumors of the world are indeed true. You are an unrighteous, unfaithful, and unrighteous beast. Emperor Hong sneered again and again. I am unrighteous? I am unfaithful and unrighteous? Qin Feiyang raised his head and laughed out loud. He wasn't laughing at Emperor Hong. He was laughing at himself. After paying so much, what he got in return was unrighteous, unfaithful, and unfilial. Boom! All of a sudden, a monstrous divine might roared out from his body. Pseudo-god. Emperor Hong's pupils shrank. That's right. You all want me to die, but not only did I not die, but I also broke through to the pseudo-god realm. So, the heavens are fair. Although it has made me lose a lot, it has also made me gain a lot. As for you, hand over the tree of good fortune immediately and get out of my sight. Qin Feiyang shouted. You, Emperor Hong glared at him. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold, and he said word by word, I don't want to say it a second time. If you want the tree of good fortune, come and get it yourself. This old man wants to see if you have the ability to do so. Emperor Hong didn't compromise at all. As you wish. Qin Feiyang soared into the air. When he brushed shoulders with Baiming Yu Huang, he grabbed the ancient castle and rushed towards the clear emperor. You think you can do whatever you want after breaking through to the pseudo-god realm? Let me tell you, don't be too naive. Emperor Hong shouted angrily, his aura surging as he slammed his palm into the air. Boom! A wave of divine power emerged, turning into a huge wave, carrying a shocking killing intent as it rushed towards Qin Feiyang. It's you who is naive. Killing you is as easy as turning my hand. Just now, if it weren't for my face, Yu Huang would have already ended your old life. Qin Feiyang's eyes were cold to the extreme, 3 kinds of pseudo-god power poured out and poured into the castle. Clang! The ancient castle's divine power erupted like a volcano. He didn't retreat at all and directly faced it head-on. The ancient castle attacked. Boom! Emperor Hong's divine power instantly disintegrated. However, the impact of the collision between the ancient castle and the divine power also made his body tremble violently, and purple gold dragon blood spurted out wildly. But he didn't take a step back. Unfolding the walk character, he appeared behind Emperor Hong in an instant, holding the ancient castle, and smashed it towards Emperor Hong's head. What? So fast. Emperor Hong was shocked, and without hesitation, he controlled the battle sword and slashed towards the ancient castle. Seeing this, Qin Feiyang's eyes were full of ridicule. Opening the armor, he grabbed the battle sword. Clang! The armor and the battle sword rubbed against each other, creating dazzling sparks. Even Qin Feiyang could clearly feel that the armor on his palm had been cut open by the battle sword. This meant that the level of the battle sword was indeed higher than the armor. Thank you for your gift, I will accept it. Qin Feiyang smiled coldly and directly put the battle sword into the castle. Damn it! As soon as the battle sword entered the castle, Emperor Hong lost contact with the battle sword. This made him both shocked and angry. At the same time, Qin Feiyang stepped out of the walk character again and appeared in front of Emperor Hong. Raising his hand, he slapped Emperor Hong's face fiercely. A blood-red palm print suddenly emerged. A trace of divine blood overflowed from the corner of Emperor Hong's mouth. He touched his red and swollen face, looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief, and said, "You actually dare to slap this old man?" Qin Feiyang took a few steps back, and said indifferently, "This slap is for my ancestor. To have a son like you, from my ancestor, is a very sad thing." "Shut up. You disgraceful beast, the name of my late father is a humiliation from your mouth." Emperor Hong roared. "Whatever you say, I'm too lazy to bother with you." "No. To be exact, I disdain to bother with people like you. Hand over the tree of good fortune immediately, and I'll spare your life." Qin Feiyang said. "If you have the ability, then kill me. Let's see how the world will curse you." Emperor Hong shouted. "Do you think I care about this? Do you really think I don't dare to make a move against you?" Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed, took out the Phoenix Divine Blade, and slashed out like lightning. Emperor Hong did not expect that Qin Feiyang really dared to make a move. In a panic, he hurriedly dodged to the side. Kacha! With one slash, blood splashed into the sky. An arm was chopped off. Qin Feiyang sneered and said, "Aren't you not afraid of death? What are you hiding for?" Emperor Hong's face was gloomy. He took out the tree of good fortune and threw it to Qin Feiyang, saying, "One day, you will be punished by the heavens. Just you wait." "I'll wait," Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Emperor Hong gave Qin Feiyang a dark look, then turned around and left dejectedly. Yu Huang and Wu Jiao rushed to Qin Feiyang's side, looked at Emperor Hong's back, and then looked at Qin Feiyang. Just what was the relationship between these two people? Why was it so hard to understand? A moment later, Qin Feiyang let out a long sigh, retracted his gaze, turned his head to look at Wu Jiao suspiciously, and said, "How do you know me?" Wu Jiao hurriedly said, "It's what Lord Guardian said." "Brother Hua?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. "He's actually brothers with Lord Guardian?" Wu Jiao's heart trembled, and his expression became even more respectful as he said, "Some time ago, Lord Guardian personally issued an order. The Beast Emperor on the second floor, no matter who sees you, is not allowed to make things difficult for you or hurt you. So that's how it is." Qin Feiyang came to a realization and said with a smile, "Then wouldn't I be able to run amok on the second floor now?" Wu Jiao was stunned, and said with a wry smile, "Although these words sound uncomfortable, it's also the truth. This fire python is really good to you. With this order, it will be much more convenient for us to do things on the second floor in the future." Yu Huang thought to himself. "Yeah. In the past, I was still worried that when it found out that its father was related to me, it would find trouble with me. But now, it has already become a guardian, and its methods can be said to be heaven-defying. However, not only did it not make things difficult for me, it even helped me in every way. From this point, it shows that you beasts are indeed easier to get along with than some humans." Qin Feiyang sighed. Wu Jiao was slightly taken aback, and said to Yu Huang through voice transmission, "Is Qin Feiyang not having a good time in the human world? Aren't you asking the obvious? Look at how his great-grandfather treats him, let alone other humans." Yu Huang thought to himself. "Why is that? Although I just met him and know nothing about him, to be able to call Lord Guardian brother is enough to show that his character is definitely not a problem." Wu Jiao was puzzled. "I'm not sure either." Yu Huang thought to himself. Wu Jiao pondered for a while, and suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Looking at Yu Huang and Qin Feiyang, he asked, "The movement over there just now, was it caused by you too?" This, Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang looked quite embarrassed. "It's really you too." Wu Jiao shook his head helplessly and said, "If you want the tree of creation, just say it. For the sake of Lord Guardian, I'll give it to you. Why do you have to come up with so many tricks? Isn't it boring?" Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang smiled bitterly. It was indeed boring. But there was no other way. Because before this, they did not know that the fire python had told the beast emperors on the second floor in advance. Chapter 1720. Yu Huang glanced at Wu Jiao, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Since Lord Jiao Emperor has said so, shall we accept it? It's hard to refuse such kindness." "Of course." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "You're really not polite." Upon seeing Qin Feiyang and Yu Huang singing the same tune, a look of disdain appeared in Wu Jiao's eyes. Qin Feiyang chuckled and sent the Tree of Creation to Ling Yunfei's castle. Then, he looked at Wu Jiao and asked, "Have you seen other humans in the past 2 years?" "Other humans?" Wu Jiao pondered for a while and shook his head. "Other than you and your great-grandfather, I haven't seen anyone else." "Great-grandfather," Qin Feiyang murmured. Wu Jiao asked suspiciously, "Brother Qin, what's the situation between you and your great-grandfather?" Qin Feiyang remained silent. "Boss Qin, I'm going to say something that I shouldn't say. Although you seem to hate your great-grandfather on the surface, you still miss him in your heart." Yu Huang said. "How could that be?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. "Don't deny it. If you really don't miss him, why did you let him go earlier? You should know that you had a chance to kill him just now." Yu Huang said. Wu Jiao raised his eyebrows and said telepathically, "It's good that you know it. Why do you have to expose it?" Yu Huang was stunned. He quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Just pretend that I didn't say anything." Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I admit that I actually still have a trace of hope." Yu Huang and Wu Jiao looked at each other, then looked at Qin Feiyang and waited for him to continue. "You don't know what I've been through. You don't know how much I want to have a complete family. However, these things are very common in the eyes of ordinary people, but to me, they are a kind of extravagant hope. Therefore, even though Emperor Hong was heartless to me, I still respect him from the bottom of my heart. I hope he can see my intentions. I don't expect him to treat me like family, but at least he doesn't treat me like an enemy." Qin Feiyang sighed. Upon hearing this, Yu Huang and Wu Jiao could not help but let out a long sigh in their hearts. "Let's not talk about these things." Qin Feiyang waved his hand. He looked at Wu Jiao and asked, "I heard you mention my ancestor's name. Do you know him?" Wu Jiao said emotionally, "Who in the second floor doesn't know the name of Qin Badian? Wait. I remember Brother was saying that back then, the fire dragon joined forces with the ferocious beasts on the second level to deal with my ancestor. Could it be that you're also involved?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Wu Jiao went silent for a moment, then said, "To tell you the truth, this emperor was indeed involved." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists, a cold glint in his eyes. "Boss Qin, don't be rash. Wu Jiao is only following orders. The fire dragon is the real culprit." Yu Huang saw that the situation was bad and hurriedly sent his voice to calm him down. "Brother Qin, I know you want to kill me right now. But you have to understand that I have my own difficulties. A ferocious beast like me is nothing in this miracle. But then again, your ancestor was truly an amazing person. Back then, all the beast emperors on the second floor were mobilized, but they still couldn't kill him. If he hadn't used his thaumaturgy to save his subordinates and lost his cultivation, I'm afraid we would have been killed by him." Wu Jiao shook his head and sighed. Thinking of that battle back then, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. That was truly thrilling. After living for so many years, this was the first time he saw such a terrifying human. Huff. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and nodded. "I can understand your situation and the other beast emperor's situation back then. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. Don't worry, I won't cause trouble for you. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Qin." Wu Jiao said gratefully. Qin Feiyang said, "Tell me about what happened to my ancestor back then." Wu Jiao had personally experienced that battle back then, so he definitely knew more than the fire python. "Okay." Wu Jiao nodded and recounted the events of that year in detail. Time flew. That afternoon, Qin Feiyang said goodbye to Wu Jiao and returned with Yu Huang. "Boss Qin, I didn't expect your ancestor to be such a person. He's so great and admirable." Yu Huang said with admiration. "Yeah. As his descendant, I'm honored. Qin Feiyang nodded. In fact, what Wu Jiao said was roughly the same as what the fire python said, but it was more detailed and specific. In short, the culprit was the fire dragon. Yu Huang asked, then should we prepare to enter the third level? Enter the third level? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Back then, your ancestor led his subordinates into the third level, so I think he must have left some clues there. If you want to find him, you have to follow these clues and continue to search. Yu Huang said. Qin Feiyang said, but didn't he appear in the ancient world again? This is what we're looking for. How did he enter the ancient world? Why did he enter the ancient world? Yu Huang said. Qin Feiyang pondered. After a while, Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, there's no hurry to find my ancestor for now. The first thing we have to deal with is the threat of Great Qin. Mu Tianyang? Yu Huang asked. Not only Mu Tianyang, but also Zhuge Mingyang. And even the so-called demon ancestor behind Zhuge Mingyang. Only by dealing with these people can I be at ease to find my ancestor. Qin Feiyang said. Yu Huang nodded. Suddenly, its eyes turned and stopped in the void, looking at Qin Feiyang and said, I suddenly remembered something, you go and meet up with old Zhao and the others first. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Feiyang's response, it turned and flew away. Qin Feiyang was stunned, turned to Yu Huang, and asked, what's the matter? It has nothing to do with you. Yu Huang didn't even turn her head as she spoke. Qin Feiyang said angrily, then you have to tell me, when are you coming back? I'll go back when I'm done. It shouldn't take long. After Yu Huang finished speaking, he disappeared from Qin Feiyang's sight. What's going on? Qin Feiyang scratched his head, looking puzzled. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Qin Feiyang finally returned to the square, landed in front of the stone gate, and glanced around, a trace of suspicion in his eyes. Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, where are the undead? Didn't they say they would meet here? Why is there no one here now? In his heart, he couldn't help but worry. Although Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai have both stepped into the war god realm, but on the second floor of the miracle, these two early-stage war gods are nothing at all. As for the undead, he was not too worried. It was not that he had no feelings for the undead and did not care about her life or death. It was because the strength of the undead was originally very strong, coupled with her undead body. I'm afraid that even a low-stage war god may not be able to hurt her. Wait. Isn't there an enslavement seal? Qin Feiyang suddenly patted his head, closed his eyes, and quickly sensed Tang Hai's position through the enslavement seal. Soon, he sensed Tang Hai's position. The west. Being able to sense the position proved that he was fine. And Tang Hai was still rushing here at this moment. Since Tang Hai was fine, then Zhao Tailai should also be fine. After all, Zhao Tailai was also a very cautious person. Calm down. He took out that battle sword. 3 feet long, 3 fingers wide battle sword, as white as jade, exuding a threatening edge. The blood contract of this battle sword was still there. With his cultivation base, he definitely couldn't erase it. After all, Emperor Hong had stepped into the war god realm. So he could only wait for Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai to come back. But he had to admit that his luck this time was really good. Not only did he get a tree of good fortune, but he also got a divine weapon comparable to the divine phoenix blade. On the contrary, his great-grandfather, this time it could be said that he suffered a double loss. Not only did he not get the tree of good fortune, but he also lost a powerful divine weapon. And he got it. Probably now, somewhere, he was vomiting blood and anger. Buzz. But suddenly, the battle sword in his hand buzzed and trembled, trying to break free and fly away. At the same time, strands of astonishing sword chi shot out. Qin Feiyang was shocked. He hurriedly opened his armor and held the battle sword tightly. He lowered his head and looked at the battle sword, his eyes full of surprise. How could this battle sword be revived? No. He quivered and hurriedly sent the battle sword to the castle. Following closely. Divine sense rolled out, pouncing in all directions. Immediately. He turned around abruptly and looked at the forest in front of him to the right. There. He caught a spatial divine object. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, "Come out." Swish. Not long after his voice fell. An old figure appeared out of thin air. Who else could it be but Emperor Hong? Qin Feiyang sneered, the dignified Emperor Hong, actually sneaking behind a junior, don't you find it shameful? Emperor Hong said, "Give me back the heavenly great sword." So it's called heavenly great sword, Qin Feiyang muttered and sneered, do you think it's possible? Emperor Hong said coldly, you have no choice. No choice? Qin Feiyang was stunned. Emperor Hong shouted, I'm your great-grandfather, this is an order. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he immediately burned with anger and roared, don't mention anything about great-grandfather to me, ask yourself honestly, have you ever treated me as your great-grandson? Emperor Hong said expressionlessly, this is your own fault, you can't blame this old man. I only have myself to blame. Then I'd like to ask, what exactly did I do wrong? Qin Feiyang was so angry that he laughed instead, and said, you've done so many heartless things in the imperial capital, and even killed your own brother. Isn't this your own fault? If you hadn't done this, would this old man not recognize you as my great-grandson? Emperor Hong said. Hee hee, haha, Qin Feiyang laughed out loud, looking a little crazy. What's wrong? I have nothing to say. Emperor Hong sneered. Since you've already said so much, what else can I say? I might as well tell you directly, heavenly great sword, don't even think about it. If you have the ability, come and snatch it yourself. The corner of Qin Feiyang's mouth lifted, his eyes full of contempt. All right. Don't regret it. A cold light flashed in Emperor Hong's eyes, and his divine might erupted. Chapter 1721. Following closely. A surge of divine power emerged, carrying an astonishing murderous aura, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang looked at the surging divine power and did not move at all. It was as if he was waiting for death. What do you mean? Emperor Hong raised his eyebrows. Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear, his hands tightly clenched together. Boom! That divine power, without any pause, directly blasted onto Qin Feiyang's body. The terrifying destructive power instantly drowned him. You actually didn't fight back, are you looking down on this old man? Emperor Hong immediately said angrily. When the dust settled, he saw Qin Feiyang still standing on the ground, motionless. But the armor on his body had been shattered. His whole body was full of shocking wounds, bleeding non-stop. If it wasn't for the armor to help him block the bombardment of divine power, he would have died by now. His face. It was also soaked in blood. However, it couldn't hide his expression at this moment. It was a touch of self-deprecation. He lowered his head, and his clenched hands were also bleeding. But these injuries couldn't be compared to the pain in his heart at this moment. He shook his head with a smile, looked up at Emperor Hong, and said, I didn't fight back, not because I looked down on you. Then why? Emperor Hong said angrily. Actually, I have always had fantasies about you. I wanted to see if you would really kill me. The result is obvious, it's my wishful thinking. If it wasn't for the armor, I would be lying on the ground now. It was you who buried it with your own hands, my last bit of respect for you. You were also the one who personally shattered the last bit of hope I had left. Qin Feiyang murmured. His voice was very small. Rather than saying that he was talking to Emperor Hong, it was better to say that he was talking to himself. Emperor Hong sneered, then are you heartbroken now? Heartbroken? A little. But more than that, I was heartbroken. Qin Feiyang sighed. Emperor Hong shouted angrily, I don't care if you're heartbroken or not, quickly hand over the heavenly great sword. You still want the heavenly great sword now? The corners of Qin Feiyang's mouth slowly curled up. He pursed his lips into a mocking smile and said, "You'd better think about how you're going to endure my wrath first. Without the help of that spirit snake, what are you?" Emperor Hong said disdainfully. "All right. Then, let's settle the grudge between you and me in the way of enemies and enemies. Battle formula, activate." Qin Feiyang suddenly roared. His hair and eyes instantly turned blood red. A monstrous battle intent roared out, shaking the clouds. Clang! He directly brought out the ancient castle, his feet stepping on the walk character, rushing into the sky, attacking Emperor Hong. "How disgraceful!" Emperor Hong roared. A golden square seal appeared in the sky. The square seal could be as big as a palm, as if it was cast in gold. There was a 5-clawed golden dragon carved at the bottom. It was lifelike and exuded an astonishing dragon's might. "This is the golden dragon seal. This old man created it based on the divine dragon seal. Today, I'll let you die with understanding." Emperor Hong's old hand suddenly waved. The golden dragon seal soared into the sky. In an instant, it was like a great mountain, carrying the power to destroy the world. It blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang's eyes were like lightning. Raising his arm, he threw it out of the ancient castle. Accompanied by a loud rumble, the ancient castle and the golden dragon seal collided fiercely. The golden dragon seal was immediately shattered. "Just a so-so." Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously. He grabbed the ancient castle and continued to attack Emperor Hong. The divine art was broken. Emperor Hong spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Qin Feiyang. "I really didn't expect that the ancient castle would be strong to this extent. There are still many things you can't imagine." A hint of killing intent flashed across Qin Feiyang's eyes. The ancient castle mercilessly smashed towards Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong laughed and said, "The world is unpredictable. There are indeed many things you and I can't imagine." "En? Why are you still laughing?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Not good." A fatal crisis came from behind. Qin Feiyang's body and mind tightened, and he wanted to enter the ancient castle without hesitation. However, it was still a step too late. A huge force blasted on his back. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, smashing into the ground below like a meteorite. Boom! A huge pit appeared. And at this moment, there was one more person beside Emperor Hong. It was also an old man. His aura was on par with Emperor Hong. Qin Feiyang got up with difficulty. The bones in his back were broken, and his internal organs were also severely injured. However, the vitality of the cedar was helping him repair his injuries. Last time. In order to help him, the cedar had almost exhausted its vitality. But after this period of recuperation, the cedar had already recovered a lot of vitality. Of course. In the face of a sudden sneak attack, he was able to survive not only by relying on the cedar, but also the battle character's secret art. Seeing that Qin Feiyang could still get up, Emperor Hong's expression was rather surprised, and said, "You're not dead even like this, you're really lucky." "That's right. I just can't die, are you in a hurry?" Qin Feiyang laughed mockingly, got up and looked up. At that moment, as if he had seen something incredible, his face was instantly filled with bewilderment. The old man beside Emperor Hong, whether it was height, body shape, or perhaps cultivation, was exactly the same as Emperor Hong. It was as if they were carved from the same mold. The only difference was that the old man had a head of blood hair, and his eyes were also blood red. His entire body was emitting an astonishing aura of hostility. He was too familiar with this kind of hostility. It was the inner demons. "You actually..." Qin Feiyang looked at Emperor Hong, swallowed his saliva, and said in shock, "You actually have inner demons too?" "That's right. This old man also has inner demons. He is this old man's inner demons. But he is different from your inner demons." Emperor Hong said. "How is it different?" Qin Feiyang frowned. Emperor Hong said, he is already an independent person, with flesh and blood. Flesh and blood. Qin Feiyang was shocked by the Inner Demon's Emperor Hong. Inner Demon's Emperor Hong looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. You are his great-grandson, which is also my great-grandson. Are you satisfied with this greeting gift? Satisfied, very satisfied. Qin Feiyang stepped into the sky step by step, his aura becoming more and more terrifying. This sovereign, Emperor Hong, this inner demons, has indeed become an independent person. In other words, they are now two war gods. You have to be careful. The voice of the inner demons suddenly sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang thought, inner demons can condense flesh and blood? Yes. When you break through to war god, I can also condense flesh and blood, but I have to go through the baptism of heavenly tribulation. Inner demon said. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang muttered. Forget it, let me come out and fight side by side with you. After saying that, the inner demons immediately appeared beside Qin Feiyang. Yeah. Seeing Qin Feiyang's inner demons also appear, a trace of surprise crawled up Emperor Hong's face, and said, since there are both inner demons, then let's fight this sovereign, inner demons against this sovereign. With that, the inner demon's Emperor Hong immediately charged towards the inner demon's Qin Feiyang. I'll accompany you to the end. This sovereign, give me the ancient castle. The inner demon snatched the ancient castle from Qin Feiyang's hands and charged towards the inner demon's Emperor Hong without retreating. Boom! The two met in an instant. Although the inner demon's Emperor Hong had the cultivation of war god, the inner demon's Qin Feiyang also had the ancient castle, and overall, he was still suppressing the inner demon's Emperor Hong. Let's begin. Without the ancient castle now, let's see how you can fight this old man. Emperor Hong looked at Qin Feiyang, killing intent surging in his old eyes. Then let's try. Without the ancient castle, he was indeed not Emperor Hong's opponent, but he would definitely not back down. Clang! He took out the divine phoenix blade and faced Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong swept his gaze over the phoenix divine saber and said in surprise, not bad, this divine artifact can virtually contend with the heavenly grand sword. However, if you think that by relying on it, you can defeat this old man, then you're gravely mistaken. Emperor Hong waved his hand, and divine power roared, sweeping through heaven and earth, shattering the void. Slash! Qin Feiyang roared, 3 types of false god power madly poured into the divine phoenix blade, and the divine phoenix blade's divine power sword. He raised the divine phoenix blade high and slashed down. Blade light after blade light shattered mountains and rivers. Boom! The divine power disintegrated bit by bit. The divine phoenix blade was also trembling violently. Qin Feiyang's hands almost couldn't hold it, the web between his thumb and index finger was cracked, blood flowing. One could imagine how great was the force of the collision between the divine power and the divine phoenix blade. Finally, Qin Feiyang spat out a mouthful of blood, flying out horizontally. Emperor Hong waved his hand, and that terrifying divine power rushed towards Qin Feiyang like an avalanche. I don't believe that I, who have a heaven-defying divine art, am still not your opponent. Qin Feiyang was uncomfortable, and raised his hand to slap. Golden light burst out, drowning the sky, and collided with the divine power. Return. Boom. The two were in a deadlock in the void for a moment, and that divine power suddenly turned in the air, drowning Emperor Hong who was caught off guard. Ah, a painful scream immediately resounded through the sky. Qin Feiyang was stunned. It could really reflect divine power? Sure enough, it was a heaven-defying divine art. He took advantage of the victory to pursue, the divine phoenix blade crazily recovered, and slashed in the air. Swoosh! Immediately, a shocking blade light cut through the sky, and slashed towards Emperor Hong's head. Roar! In a moment of life and death, Emperor Hong activated his battle soul. The 5-clawed golden dragon rushed out from behind, very powerful, and instantly tore the blade light apart. Immediately after, The golden dragon roared in the sky, and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. Humph! A mere battle soul, and you dare to be presumptuous in front of me. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily, and the return appeared again. Roar! Boom! The golden light and the five-clawed claw collided in the sky, in a deadlock. Emperor Hong came out of the golden light, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Your strength really surprises this old man more and more." His whole body was already dripping with blood. After that, his hands quickly formed a seal, the golden dragon seal appeared, and the divine power rolled, suppressing Qin Feiyang. Surprised now? Then wait, don't be scared out of your wits. Qin Feiyang smiled sinisterly. Beside him, one by one, Qin Feiyang continued to appear. 3,000 incarnations. In an instant, 100 incarnations appeared, and roared in unison, "Return, kill." 100 incarnations, activating the return at the same time. What kind of scene was this? Golden light illuminated the sky, like a golden sea, rolling towards Emperor Hong. Boom! Gotcha! That golden dragon seal, without the slightest resistance, was instantly reflected back. Boom! The golden dragon seal also blasted on Emperor Hong's body in an instant, and blood splashed across the sky. Emperor Hong's whole body was a mess of flesh and blood, and the wound was so deep that bones could be seen. The golden light was like a tide, unstoppable. Seeing this scene, Emperor Hong finally couldn't help but change his expression, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1722. So what if you broke through to the war god realm? I'll still kill you. Qin Feiyang's blood-red hair fluttered. That golden wave was unstoppable. Don't be arrogant. Golden dragon roar. Emperor Hong was also bristling with anger. He was actually defeated in the hands of a junior one after another. His self-esteem took a serious blow. Accompanied by a deafening dragon roar, a golden dragon appeared out of nowhere. It was more than 10,000 feet long, and it kept roaring towards the sky. Invisible sound waves shattered the void and earth, pouncing towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. This move seemed to be similar to the second move of the Divine Dragon's secret art, Divine Dragon Roar. Rumble. The sound wave and the golden wave met, and the sky changed color. Destructive air waves, with the two as the center, flooded out in all directions. Tens of thousands of miles away, they were all affected. What happened? One by one, fierce beasts rose into the air, looking at the sky above the entrance. Among these fierce beasts, there were many beast emperors. Isn't that Qin Feiyang? It seems to be him. His appearance is almost exactly the same as what Lord Guardian described. Wait a minute, his opponent is actually an initial stage god of war. This human brat is indeed powerful, to be able to fight so fiercely with a war god. No wonder even Lord Guardian calls him brother. The group of beast emperors were shocked. Should we go and help? Lord Guardian has instructed that if this Qin Feiyang encounters trouble, we have to try our best to help him. A beast emperor said. Looking at the current situation, it seems that we don't need to take action. Let's wait and see. When he's really no match, it won't be too late for us to take action. Another beast emperor said. Puff. Above the entrance. After a moment of stalemate, the sound waves were finally no match for the heaven-defying divine art. They all changed sides and pounced on Emperor Hong. Emperor Hong once again suffered a devastating blow. This old man refuses to accept this. Emperor Hong was now somewhat flustered and exasperated. Rumble. A golden statue of a deity appeared in the clouds. The statue's figure and appearance were exactly the same as Emperor Hong. You are truly shameless. You actually used your own appearance as the form of the deity technique. Do you want to be like your ancestor, leaving behind an ancient legacy for the people of the world to admire and worship? Unfortunately, you can't do it. You will only go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Qin Feiyang sneered. Cut the crap. Today, I will take your life. Emperor Hong roared. The golden statue was like a giant mountain as it rushed towards Qin Feiyang. The world-destroying divine might shattered the void and the earth. Want to take my life? Very good. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Qin Feiyang's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand in the air. The 100 incarnations waved their arms as well. The return formula appeared once again. Dazzling golden light flooded the void. Rumble. The moment the two met, a deafening sound immediately exploded in this world. Amazing, truly amazing. The surrounding ferocious beasts were dumbfounded. A mere false god was actually able to suppress an elementary stage war god. In the world, there was probably only this child. After more than 10 breaths. The statue was also no match for the return formula. Emperor Hong was once again fatally injured. Both arms were shattered. On his body, there were 2 or 3 bloody holes, penetrating from the front to the back, and blood flowed like a stream. Now, do you think I have the ability to kill you? Qin Feiyang stood proudly. The 100 incarnations were like a rainbow, as if a war god had descended to the world, causing countless ferocious beasts to tremble in fear. Looking at the current Qin Feiyang, Emperor Hong finally couldn't help but change his expression, and a hint of panic flashed in his old eyes. Seeing this, the inner demon's Emperor Hong transmitted his voice, "Deity, the situation is not good, quickly retreat." Retreat? Aren't you telling me to escape? I am the son of the Qin Emperor, and the great-grandfather of this little beast. You want me to escape in front of him? If this spreads out in the future, how can I face others? Emperor Hong said angrily. If you don't escape, you will die. Your choice. The inner demon's Emperor Hong snorted coldly. Emperor Hong's eyes were gloomy. Qin Feiyang looked deeply at Emperor Hong and sighed, "It's time to end this. I will let you die in front of the ancestors, as my last respect for you." Boom! Purple gold dragon Qi appeared. One statue after another appeared. 100 incarnations, 100 statues. Including Qin Feiyang himself, there was a total of 101 statues. 101 statues, lying in the sky, their purple gold divine light illuminated the sky. The entire world was shrouded in a terrifying emperor's aura and divine aura. The emperor. Below the Qin emperor, all were ants. That's Qin Baishan's statue. The beast emperors also recognized the statue at a glance, their eyes filled with fear. Father, Emperor Hong looked up at the 101 statues, his heart uncontrollably filled with awe. This is the true inheritance of the ancestors. Then your golden dragon seal, golden dragon roar, they are just appearances. Accept your death. Qin Feiyang spoke, his tone was emotionless, as if he was judging someone unrelated to him. Clang. The 101 statues raised their broken swords at the same time, their sharpness exploding and sweeping in all directions. Facing the Qin Emperor's statue, Emperor Hong was trembling, forgetting to counterattack, even forgetting to run for his life. Kill! Qin Feiyang roared. 101 god statues immediately charged towards Emperor Hong. From afar, it looked like a group of divine soldiers descending from the heavens, menacing and terrifying. The inner demon's Emperor Hong was also panicking, ignoring the inner demon's Qin Feiyang. He rushed at Emperor Hong. Aren't you arrogant? The inner demon's Qin Feiyang chuckled, then threw out the ancient castle. With a bang, the ancient castle smashed into the back of the inner demon's Emperor Hong's head. The inner demon's Emperor Hong immediately let out a miserable howl, his head almost shattered, blood gushing out. However, he ignored it and continued to teleport, rushing towards Emperor Hong. The inner demons laughed sinisterly, grabbed the ancient castle, and chased after him. Seeing that Emperor Hong was about to lose his life under the broken swords of the 101 statues, an old man suddenly appeared behind Qin Feiyang. And in his hand, he was holding a bone-chilling dagger. The one who will die today is not Emperor Hong, but you. The old man smiled sinisterly, and the dagger suddenly pierced into Qin Feiyang's back, entering his Qi Si. Qin Feiyang's Qi Si was destroyed on the spot. With the Qi Si destroyed, the 100 incarnations immediately dissipated. The 101 statues also disintegrated one after another. This sudden turn of events not only caught Qin Feiyang and the inner demons off guard, but even Emperor Hong and the inner demons did not expect it at all. When they came back to their senses, they hurriedly looked over. "It's you." The inner demons' expression immediately changed. Emperor Hong and the inner demons, on the other hand, revealed looks of joy. The old man glanced at the two of them, then looked at the inner demons, Qin Feiyang, and said, "That's right, it's Imperial Tutor." Right. The person who suddenly ran out to ambush Qin Feiyang was the current Imperial Tutor. After the Imperial Tutor finished speaking, he pulled out the dagger in his hand and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. He grabbed Qin Feiyang's neck and sneered, "You didn't expect it, right? Imperial Tutor is also here. I really didn't expect it. However, you, one Emperor Hong, one Imperial Tutor, actually like to do this kind of sneak attack. How laughable." Qin Feiyang said. "The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit. The process is not important, the result is important. Don't you understand this point?" The Imperial Tutor sneered, turned his head to look at Emperor Hong, and said, "Lord Emperor Hong, tell me, how do you want to deal with him?" Emperor Hong looked at Qin Feiyang, his face gloomy. Suddenly, he took a step forward and landed in front of Qin Feiyang. With a raise of his hand, he slapped Qin Feiyang's face fiercely. "This slap is to teach you that you must know how to be filial." As he spoke, Emperor Hong slapped Qin Feiyang's face again, and said, "This slap is for your parents, you inhumane beast." After receiving the first slap, Qin Feiyang did not have any reaction. But when Emperor Hong mentioned his parents, he was immediately enraged and shouted, "Shut up! The one who should shut up is you." But just as he said that, the Imperial Tutor suddenly exerted force, and the rest of his words, Qin Feiyang was unable to say anything else. Emperor Hong slapped Qin Feiyang's face again on the spot, and said, "This slap is for your disrespect to this old man. Let me tell you, my Qin clan will never have a descendant like you." Qin Feiyang clenched his fists tightly, his nails sinking into his flesh and blood flowing out. Emperor Hong closed his eyes and let out a long breath. He turned to look elsewhere and said to the Imperial Tutor, "Deal with it as you see fit." The Imperial Tutor smiled sinisterly, stared at Qin Feiyang, and said, "Little bastard, this is the result of going against us. In your next life, be careful, don't offend people you shouldn't offend." Qin Feiyang looked at the Imperial Tutor, his eyes deathly still. This gaze actually made the Imperial Tutor feel afraid. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "Go to hell! How dare you!" But at this moment, accompanied by a deafening shout, a giant black tiger with a body of more than 10 meters rushed in front of the Imperial Tutor. The Imperial Tutor was shocked. Emperor Hong and the inner demon's Emperor Hong also looked at the giant black tiger in surprise. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons laughed. Whoosh! Following closely, another dozen or so beasts rushed over and surrounded the Imperial Tutor and the other two. What's going on? The Imperial Tutor, Emperor Hong, and the inner demon's Emperor Hong were all bewildered. The giant black tiger said, "If you dare to kill Qin Feiyang, this emperor dares to guarantee that none of you will leave this place alive." That's right. Let him go immediately, or else you will become enemies with all the beasts on the second floor. Did you hear that? This emperor's patience is limited. 2 initial stage war gods dare to attack Brother Qin. They really don't know life from death. The most important thing is that it's still a sneak attack. Even we, the beasts, can't stand it. The other beast emperors also opened their mouths, their huge pupils filled with disgust. "Everyone, did you get the wrong person? We didn't offend you, what are you doing?" The Imperial Tutor hurriedly said. "You didn't offend us. But you offended Brother Qin. Offending Brother Qin is equivalent to offending us." The giant black tiger said. What the hell is going on? This little beast, he hasn't been on the second floor for long, how can he be brothers with these beast emperors? The imperial tutor, Emperor Hong, and the inner demons Emperor Hong's minds were in a mess. 3 chapters, please vote. Chapter 1723. Hey, hey, hey. Why aren't you letting go of Brother Qin? Do you have to force us to make a move? Let me tell you, if you let us make a move, the consequences are not something you can bear. A group of beast emperors clamored unscrupulously. The 3 of them had gloomy faces. The imperial preceptor hardened his heart and pinched Qin Feiyang's neck hard, and shouted, "Get out of my way, or else I'll kill him." Yo! You actually dare to threaten us? This old man has guts. Then hurry up and kill him. Anyway, we will help Brother Qin take revenge. The group of beast emperors remained unmoved, nor did they have any intention of moving aside. This time, the imperial preceptor was in an awkward situation. Originally, he wanted to use Qin Feiyang to escape, but these beast emperors were not threatened at all. But if he were to let Qin Feiyang go like this, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Qin Feiyang's strength was obvious to all. He was still in the pseudo-god stage, and he could already compete with the early stage war god. If he were to break through to the early stage war god stage, wouldn't he be able to kill them in an instant? Moreover, even if they let Qin Feiyang go now, these beasts might not let them go. Did you see that? This is my character. Good luck. Even these untamed ferocious beasts are willing to help us. The inner demons Qin Feiyang stood beside the giant black tiger, glanced at the 3 of them, and sneered. The 3 of them glared at him angrily. The inner demons Qin Feiyang said contemptuously, "I have thousands of troops behind me, what else do you want?" The inner demons Emperor Hong said angrily, "If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. Weren't we fighting one-on-one just now? It was you who ran away. Now that you see that the situation isn't right, you came to fight me one-on-one? Are you stupid, or am I stupid?" The inner demons Qin Feiyang had a look of disdain on his face. The inner demons Emperor Hong was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. The Imperial Grandmaster transmitted his voice, "Don't talk to him, he's purposely angering you so that he can find a chance to catch all of us in one go. This little bastard, I'll destroy him sooner or later." Emperor Hong of the inner demons coldly snorted. "Why aren't you saying anything? Come, come, come. Let's exchange some pointers." The inner demons, Qin Feiyang, began to clamor. The inner demons Emperor Hong glanced at him, then looked at Emperor Hong and the Imperial Advisor, and said angrily, "This little bastard is too infuriating. Leave immediately, or else I won't be able to hold back." The state preceptor glanced at the surrounding beasts. Suddenly, he picked up Qin Feiyang and threw him to the ground. The beast emperor's expressions changed as they hurriedly flew toward Qin Feiyang. Almost at the same time, Emperor Hong and the inner demons Emperor Hong arrived in front of the imperial preceptor. In the next moment, the 3 of them disappeared. However, there was only one person who didn't move. He was the inner demons, Qin Feiyang. This was because he had already guessed that the imperial tutor and the other 2 would definitely play some tricks. Sure enough, the imperial preceptor threw Qin Feiyang down. Because Qin Feiyang had lost his cultivation, everyone would instinctively worry about him and then follow him down. In this way, the imperial preceptor and the other 2 could take advantage of this opportunity to enter the space divine object and escape. Therefore, the inner demon's attention had always been on the imperial preceptor and the other 2. Seeing the 3 of them disappear, he immediately released his divine sense, locked onto the space divine object, and then grabbed the castle and smashed it toward the space divine object. However, after all, Emperor Hong was a war god. The speed of controlling the space divine object was also the speed of the war god. And the inner demons, with only the cultivation of the false god, how could they compare to Emperor Hong? Before he could catch up, Emperor Hong had already controlled the space divine object and fled. Damn it! The inner demons flew into a rage. Although he had seen through the thoughts of the Imperial Preceptor and the other two, he still couldn't stop them. This feeling of powerlessness made him very angry. Forget it. At this time, Qin Feiyang was on the ground below, looking at the inner demons and said. The inner demons landed beside Qin Feiyang and said angrily, "We absolutely can't let it go like this. There will be a chance in the future. You can't catch up with us now." Qin Feiyang said, took out a spirit sea pill and swallowed it. The inner demons rolled his eyes and looked at the beast emperors surrounding them. The group of beast emperors immediately retreated. The inner demons raised his eyebrows and said in dissatisfaction, "What do you mean by this?" "Nothing. Just don't have any ideas about us, we can only help you." The black giant tiger said. "Why? Haven't you heard of a saying, help people to the end, help Buddha to the west?" The inner demons said. "If we help you, it will naturally be easy to find their traces. But doing so will break the balance. The Lord Protector only instructed us to only act when you're in trouble. I think you should all be clear about the Guardian's concerns, so don't make things difficult for us." The group of beast emperors said. "I understand." Qin Feiyang nodded, cupped his hands and smiled, "Thank you, everyone. I will never forget today's kindness." "It's nothing, you're welcome. If you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to us. You take care of your injuries, we won't disturb you. Brothers, let's go." The black giant tiger shouted, and the group of beast emperors immediately dispersed. Soon, only Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were left here. "Emperor Hong, this damn old man, is really ruthless. Not only did he give you 3 slaps, he even wanted to kill you. I really want to kill him right now." The inner demons said coldly. Qin Feiyang's eyes also surged with a cold light and said, "This debt will be paid back sooner or later, don't worry." "All right, you recuperate, I'll leave." After the inner demons finished speaking, he returned the castle to Qin Feiyang and entered the inner world. Qin Feiyang put away the ancient castle and glanced around. Then, he staggered towards the entrance. "What's going on? Boss Qin, why are you still injured?" Suddenly, Yo Huang's exclamation sounded. Qin Feiyang turned his head to look, only to see Yu Huang flying towards him while scanning the devastated land, his eyes filled with bewilderment. "You still know to come back? Do you know that I almost lost my life?" Qin Feiyang glared at it fiercely, then turned around and continued to walk towards the entrance. "What the hell is going on? Speak, this emperor will uphold justice for you." Yu Huang rushed to the front of Qin Feiyang, looked at Qin Feiyang, and said with righteous indignation, "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes at it, walked to the side of the square, and scanned the square and the stone gate. After such a terrifying battle, the square and the stone gate were still intact? "Boss Qin, tell me, which bastard is it? This emperor won't stop until I've destroyed his entire family." Yu Huang said angrily. Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes, and said, "If you really want to destroy his entire family, then kill me first." Yu Huang was stunned. What did he mean? Wait a minute. He seemed to have thought of something, raised his eyebrows, and asked, "It can't be that great-grandfather of yours again, right? Who else could it be besides him? However, we've all underestimated him." Qin Feiyang said. Underestimated him? Yu Huang was stunned, and looked suspiciously at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang said, "He also has inner demons." What? Yu Huang was shocked. Qin Feiyang briefly explained the situation at that time. Damn, I really didn't expect that this old bastard would be so difficult to deal with. After hearing this, Yu Huang was shocked. So, you have to hurry up and cultivate. With your current cultivation, when the time comes to fight, you will only become a burden to us. Qin Feiyang said. TSK. Yu Huang laughed disdainfully, and said, "If I can't deal with Emperor Hong, then this emperor will deal with the Imperial Preceptor." Qin Feiyang said, he has also broken through to the war god realm. This, Yo Huang's body stiffened, and asked, "Are you sure?" "Of course. Although he didn't release his aura at that time, I could feel it," Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. The Imperial Preceptor stepping into the War God realm was definitely a done deal. The Imperial Preceptor, Emperor Hong, and an inner demons, Emperor Hong, 3 war gods, this was not easy to deal with. Yu Huang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly quivered, and hurriedly said, "Then this emperor should hurry up and cultivate, so as to not become cannon fodder when the time comes." After saying that, it roared in high spirits, "When this emperor breaks through to the war god realm, you don't even need to do anything, this emperor can kill them all by himself." Ugh! Qin Feiyang was stunned. Where did this guy borrow the courage to say such arrogant words? Yu Huang smiled mysteriously, and said, "Just wait and see, send this emperor to the castle." "All right, I'll wait." Qin Feiyang nodded, and with a wave of his hand, Yu Huang immediately disappeared. How strange. Why did it suddenly become so confident? Qin Feiyang frowned. This was not like Yu Huang's personality. Time was like sand between fingers, and night gradually fell. Qin Feiyang's qi had been repaired. At this moment, he stood on the square, scanning the gradually darkening night sky, his brows tightly knitted together. What exactly were Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, and the undead doing late at night? Because of the battle during the day, the surrounding tens of thousands of miles were silent. Shwa! Suddenly, a black shadow silently appeared beside Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang didn't notice it at first, and the black shadow didn't make a sound. When he saw the black shadow, he was shocked. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be the undead. "I say, why don't you learn the good things, but choose the bad ones? Can you not be like Tang Hai, appearing beside me without saying a word?" Qin Feiyang said angrily. The undead still didn't say anything, but threw a Qinkuan bag to Qin Feiyang. "What is it?" Qin Feiyang was suspicious. The undead pointed to the Qinkuan bag, indicating that he should look at it himself, and then turned to look elsewhere. So arrogant? Qin Feiyang was speechless. He lowered his head to look at the Qinkuan bag, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This Qinkuan bag was filled with a large bag of medicinal materials. And each medicinal material was extremely precious. Qin Feiyang asked, "Did you collect all this these days?" The undead nodded. "And you're giving it to me now?" Qin Feiyang asked. The undead nodded again. "Thank you." Qin Feiyang hurriedly thanked him, and then sent the Qinkuan bag to the castle and handed it to Dan Wangkai. Then he looked at the undead and said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be a warm-hearted person." The undead ignored him and stood silently on the side like a lonely walker. In the middle of the night, Tang Hai also quietly appeared beside Qin Feiyang. "I have a bad temper." Qin Feiyang was completely annoyed. Why didn't he change? But just as he was about to lose his temper, Tang Hai threw him a Qinkuan bag without saying a word. Looking at the things in the Qinkuan bag, Qin Feiyang suddenly extinguished his anger, but his face was still full of smiles.